I found tiny dungeon that can only produce metal slime ch 121 to 155. Chapter 121, Countermeasure. Tenuji and CO had arrived back on the 62nd floor and ran in a hurry toward the other seeker who had been waiting for the news from them. There was nothing that could be used to block the sunlight in the red dungeon. The seeker who standing by was waiting inside their tent. Amidst such unbearable heat, they finally saw the member of Howl of Thunder Beast return from scouting. And yet, their number remained the same when they departed, only 10 people. Thus, many seekers wondered what happened to the Aquablade. What's happening in there, Tenuji? The one who asked Tenuji was Osaka, the leader of Rosario, Farmel's Seeker clan. Starting from Tenuji, all seekers who went down to the 63rd floor looked like they were losing their fighting spirit. Thus, Osaka wondered what happened on the lower floor. Everyone is dead. What? That Aquablade? Osaka almost couldn't believe the answer he heard from Tenuji. Can you explain the detailed situation over there, Tenuji? They got defeated by a mutated monster. And the number of Hellgarm and goblins are more than the report. No. Their number might still be increasing as we speak. The other Seeker clan gathered around Tenuji to hear his explanation. What shall we do then? Set an ambush in this place? Tenuji shook his head upon hearing Osaka's suggestion. No. Let's go back to the 50th floor. For now, Tenuji and CO managed to return to the lodging facility on the 50th floor. After the car that brought the material was kept inside the warehouse, the discussion with the clan leader who standing by on the 50th floor began. Shall we fight them in this place? We alone won't be able to fight those Hellgarm and Ogre. The seeker from a medium-sized company raised a protest at once. We know that we will take care of the monster from D-Player. And it's not like it has been decided that we're going to fight on this floor. Tenuji was arranging a seeker who held the transceiver as a communication relay from the 60th to the 50th floor. They still needed to confirm whether the monsters were really going up or not, and even if they were going up, the Tenuji and CO still had to estimate their number. If only some monsters coming up, then they could ambush those monsters on the 50th floor. That was Tenuji's plan. Alas, all the monsters are coming up. Tenuji was crestfallen upon hearing the report from the scout. He had expected this situation to some extent, but the situation was even worse than his prediction. Yes, their number increased. Now there are 10 Hellgarm, more than 100 goblins, and some orcs in the mix. Orc. Tenuji frowned upon hearing the report. Though it wasn't a monster from a deep floor, a humanoid monster with a pig head resided on quite a deep floor. And their sheer number alone was enough to threaten B-rank seekers. And the aforementioned Red Ogre is also among them. So it came up. The Ogre variant was the one who defeated Aquablade, the top-rank seeker clan. Tenuji didn't feel like he would lose to the Ogre. But, if the other monsters were taken into calculation, the seeker's side would undoubtedly suffer a great deal of damage. After much consideration, Tenuji raised his face and looked at his comrade. Let's go up. We have no idea how far they're going to go up, but we should have the upper hand if we fight them in the upper floor, which has low mana density. In the worst case scenario, we will fight them above the ground. Wait a minute, Tenuji. The mana of this dungeon is currently leaking out, you know. There's a high possibility that the situation isn't that much better even above the ground. The one who objected was Ishikawa. In fact, many seekers agreed with Ishikawa. I know that. But it doesn't change our advantage. What do you mean? Asked Osaka with a puzzled face. Because above this dungeon is the city of Seeker. In short, we have an advantage over them in terms of number. Though most of them are low-rank seekers, the mid-rank seeker should be able to take care of the goblin and orc by working in cooperation. In that way, we can focus on defeating the Hellgarm and the Ogre. But that doesn't change the fact that they come out to the ground. Have you forgotten how much the ruckus caused by a single runaway Hellgarm? Despite Ishikawa's loud remark, Tenuji just laughed it off and said to not let them off. Honda-san is waiting above. That person should be able to come with a perfect countermeasure. Since I've already sent one person to run up, we should focus on thinning down the monster from D-Player. Osaka and Ishikawa fell into silence upon hearing Tenuji's remark. But then, Kurashiki, the leader of Azura, a clan from Kigurasaka Pharmacy, spoke. Won't we just as weakened as them if we go up to above the ground where the mana concentration is sparse? I heard that when the Hellgarm escaped before, The Seeker who were present in there had a hard time fighting the said monster. Kurashiki stole a glance at Ishikawa. Isn't that simply because the monster has a higher physical ability? Normally, that was the right opinion, but Tenuji shook his head. It'll be alright. In a place where magic can't be used easily, the power of the monster will be weakened too. And that's where SDF's firearm comes into play. They're preparing an even stronger weapon after the last incident. We can suppress them in this way. Since everyone fell into silence, Tenuji took that as a sign that everyone was agreeing with him. Let's begin. We will go up while matching our pace with the monster. 5 hours later, Honda received an unexpected report as the sun began sinking in the western sky. What? An ogre variant killed all members of Aquablade? Honda, who received that report in his office in the central building, almost couldn't believe what he heard. He then leaned on the backrest of his chair, closing his eyes while linking his hands. After pondering like that for a while, he opened his eyes and looked at the Seeker who sent the report with a grim face. So, what Tenuji will do? Reporting. He said that he would leave the material in the 50th floor and move up while matching the pace of the monster. I see. It seems they tried to stall the monster as long as they can. Good grief, what a slave driver. I understand. We will make the preparations immediately. You can go and take a break for now. Yes. Honda heaved a deep sigh when the Seeker who reported the situation left his office. No way. An ogre variant. Chapter 122. Seekers from Small Company. Chapter 122, Seekers from Small Company. What is this emergency? We're standing by above the ground, right? Complained Kanzaki while scratching his head. The trio from D Minor was taking a job to defend the inside of the dome, and yet, all the Seekers on duty suddenly got called to the 4th floor of Management Center, the Central. Upon passing the entrance of the building and right before they went up to the 4th floor with the elevator, they saw a lot of people and officials had already gathered in there. Is that mean everyone got called? Something must have happened in the dungeon. Yuma was also looking around curiously. Upon entering the hall, even more people gathered in there. Everyone didn't seem to know what they were called for. They were just as bewildered as Yuma and company. President, that's. When Kanzaki looked in the direction where Tanaka pointed, he saw the figure of the supervisor general manager of Elcid, Honda, already standing on the podium. Honda stood in front of the lectern and cleared his throat as he adjusted the mic. Everyone, thank you very much for gathering in this place at short notice. I think most of you already know, but let me make it clear, we already received the report from the team of Seekers who aiming for the 100th floor, and that's why we decided to deal with it as fast as possible. The hall instantly becomes noisy right after that, because they knew that if they got called to, it meant the problem was something that the top-rank clan couldn't handle by themselves. Maybe because he detected such anxiety wafting in the hall, Honda revealed a smile before he continued. No need to worry. The so-called trouble is only at the level of the monster being much more than our expectation. The Seeker clan from Big Company can handle something at that level, but it doesn't mean that we can let our guard down either. Can you give us the detailed information? Hearing one of the Seekers in the hall asked that question, Honda revealed a wide grin on his face. I want everyone to stand by in the 1st floor of the dungeon. Not today, of course. We received a report that the monster will come up tomorrow morning. That's why I wish that everyone had already gathered in front of the dungeon by 7 a.m. tomorrow. I'll ask the SDF to assist us to prevent any monster from escaping. Rest assured, we've planned for every situation. Honda then came down from the podium and was replaced by the employee of Elcid Company who read the schedule for tomorrow before they closed the emergency meeting. Good grief. What in the world is that Ishikawa doing? Kanzaki kept complaining on the way back to their lodging building. There are more than 100 top-rank Seekers, right? We're going to end up as mere spectators. Yet they called us for an emergency meeting and forced us to gather at 7 in the morning tomorrow. That's too fucking early, right? Tanaka tried to soothing Kanzaki, who had been complaining non-stop since a while ago. I heard that there are too many orcs and goblins to the point that top-rank Seekers can't focus on the stronger monster. Goblin or orc? Kanzaki made an even more displeased face upon hearing Tanaka's explanation. Are they really that powerful? Yuma asked anxiously. No. Individually, they're no big deal. But, they've high intelligence. They relied on cooperation and used their number to attack as a group. You'll find their habitat on the 78th floor. Properly speaking, they ain't supposed to go up until the first floor, and yet Yuma started to worry about the battle against those monsters tomorrow morning. But then, he realized that Rui had to fight even stronger monster than that. He should be among the first ones to encounter trouble in the dungeon. Is he right? Only God knows whether Yuma's worries are known by Rui or not. Can't be helped. Let's sleep early. We have a big job waiting for us early morning tomorrow. Tanaka and Yuma looked at each other after Kanzaki said those words and agreed immediately. 6 a.m. next morning, many seekers had already been standing by near the entrance of the dungeon. Honda had already requested reinforcement from El Cid Compania Las. They wouldn't make it in time. Instead, reinforcement from the SDF of the Tsuchiyura garrison and Katsuta garrison had already been waiting. They had already been surrounding the city of Sika, ready to intercept the escaped monster in the area with sparse mana. They were determined to not let any monster escape from the net. That was the common opinion of El Cid Company, the SDF, and the government. Even the trio from D Minor who were ordered to stand by in the first floor of the dungeon was just as nervous as the others. The first floor alone already has around 40 seekers. The sunlight was shining upon the scorching red ground. Kanzaki squatted on the ground while having his hexagonal staff leaning on his shoulder. Upon looking around, there were other seeker clans from various companies gathered on the first floor too. Some clan was composed only of sultry men, and some were composed only of young women. There seems to be some frail-looking researcher mixed in. Are they seekers too? Asked Yuma inside. Just as Yuma pondered about that matter, Kanzaki suddenly clicked his lips and stood up. Those guys are coming too, huh? Those guys? When Yuma turned around, wondering about what Kanzaki said just now, he saw a group of 5 people walking toward them. Most seeker from small companies was wearing their working clothes. And yet, the group of 5 that coming toward them was wearing a protector called a battle suit. Yuma had almost mistaken them for a clan since they were equipped with enchanted armament. The man who led them was looking at Kanzaki with a faint smile on his face. The heck, D Minor is coming too, eh? It must be a big deal for you, Kanzaki. You got called here even though your company doesn't even have enough seekers. Huh? Are you coming here just to pick a fight with me, Ogawara? Sure. Bring it on. Hearing Kanzaki's reply, Ogawara raised both his hands with an expression as if he said, good grief. As hot-blooded as ever? I'm saying this for your own good. You can only use low-rank magic with your weak magical power, right? So what? Our side has 2 water magic users with mana index above 1000, and 2 others are users of thunder magic. Ogawara looked back and pointed with his chin. Over there, the group of 4 was puffing their chest proudly. Upon a closer look, there was a man who glared at another man who chewing a gummy. A woman who coiled her blonde hair around her finger, and another woman who laughed eerily while looking at her smartphone. They didn't seem to be that strong, even as flattery. Though the man called Ogawara seems to be the same age as Kanzaki, his hairdo was like that of a member of a rock band. His appearance was quite striking. That's why I called out to you, wondering if something happened later due to your hot-blooded nature. It's none of your business. We ain't need your help. Now get the hell out of this place. When Kanzaki shooed them away, Ogawara turned around and left along with his group while saying, KK, President, is he your acquaintance? Kanzaki made a displeased face when Yuma asked that question. Well, Ogawara is the president of the company called Ibe. We're used to being in the same clan. He tilde, is the company called Ibe a big company? Nope. They're a small company. Just a little bigger than our company. Kanzaki took out the cigarettes from his pocket with irritated face and lit it up with his Zippo. Chapter 123, Uninvited People. Chapter 123, Uninvited People. But still, they're pretty amazing to have thunder magic users, said Tanaka with an admired voice while looking at the member of Ibe Company. Really? Asked Yuma, which replied by Tanaka with, of course. There's only a handful of thunder magic users in a small company. Most of them entered major companies. That's why Ogawara-san looks so proud. I hear that the yellow magic gem that is needed for using thunder magic is really expensive. I want to try using that too. But when Yuma and CO having such a conversation, a group of 10 people wearing battle suits approached them. Everyone's attention. I'm Minazuki of Sakura Port Company. I'm appointed by Honda-san from Elcid Company to manage the Seeker on the first floor. The one who stepped forward was a woman in the second half of her 20s. Her long, auburn hair was tied on the back. She looked at everyone in that place with an imposing figure. She had a long and slender figure and was equipped with a sword that was strapped on her belt. According to Elcid, our target would come in 2 hours. It seems the number of orcs and goblins that will become our main target is still increasing as we speak. That's why I hope that everyone is prepared for the situation. After Minazuki briefed on the latest situation, she went back to her clan to have an internal meeting. It seems her role was to act as a mediator between the other Seekers and Elcid. Kanzaki listened with a bored face while digging her ear with her pinky finger. Still increasing. No matter how much they become, they still outnumbered us in the end. Kanzaki had been in a bad mood ever since he spoke with Ogawara. Yuma had been talking to Tanaka since a while ago to not spoil Kanzaki's mood any further. Is that Minazuki person a famous figure? Minazuki-san? Nope, I can't really say that she's that famous. Seekerport is considered as big company among the small companies. They're in fact Elcid's subcontractor. I see. Yuma mistook her as a famous figure due to her firm attitude, but it seems he was mistaken. Yuma sent a sidelong glance at Kanzaki, who was still complaining by himself, and then looked at the sun created by Dungeon Mirage while muttering still 2 hours But an unexpected situation happened right after that. The cave that leads to the lower floor is suddenly filled with noisy sounds. It was so loud that even Yuma and CO, who waiting more than 100 meters apart, could hear the commotion. What's happened? Kanzaki used his hand to make a shade over his eyebrows, squinting his eyes while looking at the rocky area with a puzzled face. At that moment, few Seekers jumped out of the cave in a hurry. It was as if they were chased by something strange. This should be quite some time before the monster came up to the upper floor. But Kanzaki nodded in agreement with Yuma. Yeah, it's a strange situation. When all Seekers had left the cave, small tremors could be felt on the ground. An earthquake? That was what Yuma thought as he looked at the cave. A faint tremor could be heard coming from inside the cave. The next moment, something overflowed from inside the cave. They were creeping on the ground, coming like an avalanche. At a glance, they looked like lizards or crocodiles, but it's salamander. Kanzaki's eyes opened wide the moment he saw them and shouted immediately to let everyone know. It was a big lizard with flame bursting all over their body, bright red scales, and sharp claws. Salamander? I've read about them before, but are they that big? That's a salamander living in the 40th 50th floor. The one who lives in the deeper floor has a bigger size. Tanaka replied to Yuma's question. Oi. This ain't the time to have such leisurely conversation. Follow me. A few hundred salamanders that came out from the cave were akin to a raging wave. Their sheer number alone had caused the Seeker in charge of defense to fall into panic. Calm down. They're just monsters from shallow layer who came up before Goblin and Orc. Everyone, stand on your ground. The one who gave the instruction was Minazuki from Seekerport. She unsheathed her sword and led her own clan to charge toward the salamanders. Her sword was glowing in blue light as she used it to bisect the salamander. The other Seekers who followed her from behind were also attacking with a sword or spear that was enchanted with the magical power of water. In short, everyone in the clan was a user of water magic. In addition to their cooperation, their skill was top-notch too. But the number of the monster was simply too much. They were slowly being forced back by the salamander, who rushed at them while spewing flame. President, let's assist them. Despite Tanaka's desperate cries, Kanzaki just waved his hand. Nope, only idiots charging that kind of opponent from the front. We will kill the monster who chased after us while we were escaping. Yes. The two of them then turned around and ran in accordance with Kanzaki's signal. Yuma then spoke as he ran alongside Kanzaki. President, I'll use metallization. Yeah. Take care. Yuma clenched his fists and then transformed his body into steel. He put on the hood of his sweatshirt and then turned around toward the salamander again. Over there, dozens of salamanders were already in hot pursuit. They were glaring at him, hissing while spewing small flame from their mouth. President. Do they have regeneration ability? Nope. Replied Kanzaki to Yuma. Then, no need to use water magic. Tanaka was running behind them. Since his running speed was below them, he ended up falling behind. Yuma extended his liquid metal from his feet like a shadow and split it into three. The moment the salamander passed on top of the liquid metal, he conjured countless blades from his liquid metal and pierced through the body of the monster. The skewered salamander raised an agonizing voice before it turned into sand. What's just happened?" said Tanaka, who caught a glimpse of the situation while trying to adjust his breath. Just when Yuma felt troubled in how to explain the situation, there was a scream from the group that was escaping. When Kanzaki and Seo turned around at the source of the scream, they saw Ogawara and the Seekers from the Iba Company. They were surrounded by salamanders and fighting desperately against them. They managed to defeat a few salamanders with thunder magic and water magic, but they ended up falling into a predicament due to the overwhelming number of the monsters. "Those people. They're a tad too late to escape thanks to their overconfidence," said Kanzaki while gritting his teeth. The member of Iba got burned all over their body, and Ogawara's stylish hairstyle had almost become afro. Everyone desperately brandished their enchanted armament while calling for help. "Yuma, can you save them?" "Understood." Yuma ran toward Ogawara and Ko's place. He already held the water stick in his right hand. Alas, he had yet to use his magical power of water. "Since the amount of my magical power of water is still small, I shouldn't use it when I don't have to." Glowing crimson lines appeared on the surface of his body. His muscles also swelled up at the same time. Yuma, whose running speed raised to maximum, passed Ogawara and Ko's position in a flash. Chapter 124, Rescue. Chapter 124, Rescue. "Let's not go all out since they might get suspicious if I'm overdoing it." Yuma entered the combat without using his full power. He trampled down the head of the salamander in front of him and brushed off the other two with his club. Moreover, he kicked off the salamander who leapt at him and struck them down with his club. 6 monsters turned into sand and vanished in a mere 3 seconds. Ogawara and Seo were at loss for words upon seeing such a feat. Are you alright?" When Kanzaki came from behind Ogawara and Ko, 2 other salamanders rushed from the side. Fushikoff, but he easily swatted one of them away with his magical power-charged hexagonal staff and crushed the head of the other one. Even Tanaka, who screaming behind Kanzaki, was throwing something beneath the monster's feet with his short sword of water. Kanzaki then called out to the frightened Ogawa, "Oi, what's with your I'll save you if things become dangerous. Ain't ya the one who needs me to save your SS here?" "What? Who save who here?" Ogawara glared at Kanzaki, still plopped on his rear. There were still a few fumes going up from his burnt hair. "Stop that tough act. Your clan member is so close to dying." When Ogawara turned around, he saw the member of his clan sitting on the ground with exhausted faces. A few black patches were visible on their battlesuit. "Oi! You lots!" When Ogawa was about to shout at his subordinate, one salamander leapt out from Yuma's side. "Hi!" Ogawara screamed as he made a retreat. Seeing that, Kanzaki shook his head lightly while heaving a sigh and struck at the salamander's head with the shaft of his hexagonal staff. "Leave this place to us. You guys use this chance to escape from this place. How dare a small company act bossy like that?" Though Ogawara was glowering as he retorted to Kanzaki, his subordinates behind him said, "Really? Or then, we shall accept your offer." As they began to escape, "Oi! How dare you guys?" said Ogawara angrily. Alas, none of his subordinates returned to him. When he turned around with a flushed red face, he saw that the newcomer of D-Minor was overwhelming the crowd of salamanders by himself. "Unlike the one in your place, my newcomer is pretty amazing." Hearing those words, Ogawara could only grit his teeth as he ran toward the entrance. Seeing that, Kanzaki let out a snort before he ran to assist Yuma. "President, that side is in a dangerous situation." When Kanzaki turned around to the place where Yuma pointed, he saw that over there, the member of Sekuraport was already in a tattered state. They managed to buy enough time to let the other seeker escape from the dungeon. Alas, they ended up being surrounded by salamanders from all sides. Their leader, Minazuki, had a wound on her left arm. Alas, she still swung her sword with her right hand. "Yuma, let's go." "Yes." Wait a minute. Leaving behind Tanaka, who called out to stop them from jumping into the crowd of salamanders. "Leave this side to me." Yugi's focus on opening paths for us. Minazuki was trying to find a way out of this predicament while cutting down the rushing salamander with her sword of cascade. But they were forced into this hopeless situation. There were seemingly endless numbers of monsters who surrounded them. New one would come to replace the one that just died. This is as far as I go, huh? Minazuki was trying to let even just one member of her clan escape from this situation, but it was close to an impossible feat. And the moment she was about to give up, "Oi! Are you alright?" A tall man comes while sending the monster around him flying. "There's still a seeker that hasn't evacuated yet." The man struck at the salamander with the thick staff in his hand, glowing pale blue light. It was obvious that his physical strength triumphed over his use of the magical power of water. It might be made to order. If that's the case, he's a veteran. A truly skilled seeker. But a moment later, Minazuki's curiosity changed to the hooded man or woman who came along with the tall man. Minazuki couldn't see the other party's face since it was covered with a hood, but from the way that hooded person moved and posture, she knew the person was a man. Not to mention that his movement wasn't the movement of average seeker. He moved so fast and easily sent one monster flying after another with his club. The person was wielding Watervan stick, but it wasn't glowing in blue color. In short, the other party wasn't using magic. And yet, his attack was still strong enough to kill every monster in one strike. As if I'm looking at Tenuji-san's movement. But Minazuki brushed that thought away. All the seekers stationed in the first floor were those who belonged to a small company. Their rank was lower than B rank. It was hard to believe that such a powerful seeker was coming from there. "Leave this place to us. You guys quickly escape from this place." Minazuki shook her head upon hearing Kanzaki's suggestion. "We can't do that. Our company has been entrusted by Elcid Company to defend the first floor. It's you guys who have to evacuate from this place as fast as you can." "This ain't the time to say such crap," said Kanzaki as he kicked away the salamander who came from the side when his opinion clashed with Minazuki. Seeing that, Minazuki couldn't help but shriek as she backed away a bit from Kanzaki. "What I mean is you guys are hindrance in your current condition. You escape first, we will watch your back." After saying so, Kanzaki was looking at Tanaka, who had a hard time defeating Salamander. "Tanaka-san, Yuma and I will create an opening, you go with these guys." "Oh okay, come with me," said Tanaka as he pulled Minazuki's arm. "Yuma, let's go." "Roger that." Both of them then focused their attack on the monster that blocked the way to the entrance. Reports seekers followed the two from behind and somehow managed to reach the entrance by using their water magic to prevent the monster from rushing at them. "Tanaka-san, take care of these guys." What about you and Yuma?" "Yuma and I will keep these salamanders in check." You bring these guys till above ground. And don't forget to call the help from the SDF's ground force once you arrive. Their bullets should be working on these salamanders." But Kanzaki was smiling wryly upon looking at the troubled Tanaka. "Don't worry, Tanaka-san. Yuma and I won't be defeated by the likes of Salamander. Now go. We can't hold them back forever." Thus, Tanaka went above the ground along with Minazuki and CO while worrying about his comrades. Well then, Kanzaki stood in front of the cave that led up to above ground, and then turned round. The first floor of Red Dungeon was a rocky area and dry plain. The crowd of salamanders could advance without interruption in this kind of place. "From where did these guys come from?" muttered Kanzaki as he readied his hexagonal staff and then looked at Yuma and asked, "Are you ready?" "To the latter." "Maybe. I think it'll be alright." Though his voice didn't sound reliable, Kanzaki felt boundless confidence in Yuma's remark. Salamanders which blew fire from their back and the base of their heads come en masse. Yuma squatted down, placing his right hand on the ground. At that moment, a lot of liquid metal spread as far as the eye could see, forming a shallow puddle. When the salamander passed on top of it, Yuma clenched his fists. At that moment, the puddle turned into hundreds of blades and skewered the monster that passed on top of it. More than 30 salamanders are killed at once. Chapter 125, Business Card Exchange. Chapter 125, Business Card Exchange. Oh, awesome. Ain't Chakin already solo them all? In contrast to Kanzaki's delight, Yuma had a gloomy look on his face. Still not enough. I can't defeat them more efficiently since there's a limit of how much liquid metal I can spread. It was as Yuma had said, His limit in spreading liquid metal was somewhere within a 5-meter radius around him. Moreover, the ever-cautious salamander learned their lesson and got away from the black pool. "Can't be helped then," said Yuma as he retracted his liquid metal and then stood up again. "What's the matter, Yuma? There's no one here but the extermination rate is quite inefficient until the SDF comes. And despite what Tanaka-san said, even SDF will have a hard time with that much monster." Yes. Yuma scanned his surroundings and found there were at least 500 salamanders. So he knew that Kanzaki was right, albeit he could defeat them, it would take too much time. "Use your metal armor and crush all of them at once." Yuma clenched his fists again. He turned the mana in his body into liquid metal and transformed it into armor that covered his entire body. Yuma's body became twice as big as before. A horn was also growing from his head. His muscles buffed up and then covered with black armor and helmet. His fists and shoulder armor also got spikes growing from them. Yuma, who had transformed into metal armor, opened his mouth. "Limit release. Blood yaw. Full throttle." Red lines appear on his body. The lines spread on his whole body as it glowed in crimson-red color. Hot steam rose from Yuma's body and mouth. The pebble close to where he stood was starting to shake. At that moment, the crowd of salamanders who rushed toward the exit suddenly stopped all at once. They took 1 and 2 steps back as if they were frightened by something. "President." "Why yes, I'm going all out." "Yeah, crush 'em all." The moment Yuma kicked hard on the ground and leapt forward, the ground where Yuma stepped on exploded, creating a storm that forced Kanzaki to unintentionally guard his face. After that, everything happened so fast. The monster that got kicked up by Yuma instantly turned into sand in the air. The same fate awaits the monster that got trampled down by him. When he slashed a few monsters at once with his gauntlet sword, every single one of them got sliced up as if they were made of tofu. It was an overwhelming violence. Escape was out of the question. Just a one-sided storm of violence. The monsters got one-sidedly beaten, kicked, slashed, smashed. It took him less than 3 minutes to obliterate more than 500 salamanders. "Are you okay?" Finally, one platoon of the SDF armed with rifle arrived. They approached Yuma and Kanzaki while looking around cautiously. "What happened to the monster?" It seems they went back down. None of them left on this floor." The member of SDF heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing Kanzaki's reply, straightened their posture and lowered their rifle. "We will make a round patrol on this floor. Both of you can go back to the ground to receive treatment. After receiving the treatment, the Seeker and SDF will form a united front on the first floor." "Roger that." Kanzaki and Yuma then went up to the ground, leaving the SDF to guard the first floor. "You did it, Yuma." "Yes." Kanzaki took out a small case from his chest pocket delightfully. Upon opening the lid, there were countless red gems inside. "It's damn ruby. This alone will fetch a lot of money." "Yup. We got a lot of magic gems from defeating the salamander alone." "Yeah, the company won't have money trouble for a while with just these gems alone." "Yuma, expect some nice reward once we are done with this mission." "Really?" "Yeah." The two were walking back to the ground in a good mood. Red Dungeon, 13th floor. There was the figure of the member of Howl of Thunder Beast lined up in front of a huge and rugged rock before the cave with stairs that connect to the 12th floor. Tanuji and CO were watching the back of the Seeker from the other clan who went up to the 12th floor first. "How's the situation?" asked Trua, who looked at the plane on the 13th floor with binoculars. "According to the report, there seem to be more goblins and orcs than before." "In addition," answered Tanuji curtly as he let down the binoculars from his eyes. "The number of Helgam has also increased. Now there are about 30 of them." T30. Ishikawa beside him opened his eyes in shock. "Even one of them is already so troublesome. Now you're telling me that their number has increased to 30. Every clan member in that place had a grim look on their face. "Shall we cull their number ahead of the plan?" Tanuji shook his head in disagreement upon hearing the suggestion from the railgun Tizunuk-era who stood in the back. "Even if we defeated them here, we will only be wasting our magical power, not to mention some superficial wounds. In the worst case, the monster that catching up will kill us when we're exhausted." No one could retort to that sound argument. They realized that Tanuji was right, but their current situation didn't take reinforcement into account. "So we have no choice but to let them come up until the ground." "That's right. replied Tenuji Teruya. Above the ground, we can go all out without having to worry about consequences since other seekers will back us up. By then, we can annihilate them at once. Ishikawa revealed a smile upon hearing Tenuji's remark. Then let's go up. Thus, everyone stood up and went up to the 12th floor. After confirming that everyone had already gone up to the stairs, Tenuji, who stayed behind, turned around for the last time. Far away behind, he saw the figure of that Red Ogre. "I will defeat you," said Tenuji before he turned around again and went into the cave. The situation in the dome above ground was chaotic with so many seekers injured. Nevertheless, it was a blessing in disguise that only a few seekers suffered from heavy injuries. Most of them were only minor injuries. Kanzaki and Yuma were walking among those people while looking around until they found Tanaka and the seeker from Sakuraport in one corner of the dome. "Tanaka-san." "Ah, President." Tanaka stood up immediately upon seeing his colleagues and ran toward them. "Thank goodness. I am worrying about you too," said Tanaka as he breathed heavily while propping his hands on his knees. "My bad about that. As you can see, we're safe and sound. What about your side?" "Everyone from Sakuraport is safe. I think they'll be able to fight again after a bit of rest." "I see. That's a relief." Minazuki approached the trio during such a conversation. Despite the bandage on her left hand and gauze on her face, her injury didn't seem to be a fatal one. "Thank you for saving us back then. Our clan might be annihilated if you don't come to save us. Allow me to represent my clan to express my gratitude." "Don't be so formal. It's only natural to help each other in this united front," replied Kanzaki while scratching his cheek awkwardly. It seems he was the type that weak to others' praise. "Your company is called D Minor, right? I heard about your company from Tanaka-san before. I'm ashamed to say that this is the first time I have heard the name of your company." "Well, it can't be helped. We're just a small company after all." "Still, I can see that you, and that young newcomer of your company is quite talented," said Minazuki as she looked at Yuma, and chuckled upon seeing the flustered Yuma averting his gaze before looking at Kanzaki again. "I'm looking forward to working with you in the future," said Minazuki as she offered her business card. Kanzaki received her business card and then groped in his pocket, looking for his business card. He took out a crumpled business card and then gave it to Minazuki. Seeing that, Yuma and Tanaka were sending cold gazes at their president, seeing him as a bad example of a working adult. Chapter 126, Monsters Army. Chapter 126, Monsters Army. Later on, the trio from D Minor was called by the SDF along with the seekers from Sakuraport. 50 seekers lined up in the white room next to the hole that became the dungeon entrance. Their injury aside, most of them had an anxious look. Ogawara from Iba, who stood among them, were glaring at Yuma and CO. Despite his vexed expression, at this point, Kanzaki had completely ignored Ogawara. "Attention to every seeker. My name is Kakutani. I'm the general of the ground force of SDF. And also the one who will command the operation above the ground. We've confirmed that the salamander that attacked everyone before has already gone from the first floor." The seekers started murmuring among themselves upon hearing that, because they knew that it was impossible for the salamander to be gone just like that. "Everyone calms down. Though we indeed have no idea about the reason for the salamander's disappearance, it's also true that there's no monster in the first floor anymore." Though no one understood the reason for the salamander's disappearance, Yuma and Kanzaki were the only one who didn't seem to care about this case. "Now let's talk about what to do after this. We received a report that the advance of the monster to the ground has become faster than before. According to our estimation, they'll arrive in 30 minutes. Everyone, I'll have to ask you to go back to the first floor and assist the first platoon of our SDF to exterminate the goblin and orc. And then," said Kakutani as he looked at the seekers with serious faces, "on the off chance, we will ambush the monster who managed to climb up to the ground. We will place a battalion of the ground force of SDF and open the door of the bulwarks to ensure that nothing can protect the monster from our bullet. That's why I want to ask everyone to not push themselves too much. We will take care of the weak monster that managed to climb to the ground. That's the summary of our tactic. If you have a question." Though few people raised their hands, most seekers had already known that they were back on the first floor of the dungeon. 53 Seekers plus 40 SDF members were standing in front of the cave leading to the ground, waiting for the arrival of the monster. Yuma spoke to Kanzaki while sending a sidelong glance at the SDF member who stood behind them as the last line of defense. President, shouldn't it be better to send more people on this floor if they have so many SDF members on the ground? The monster will be defeated way faster in that way. Kanzaki heaved a sigh upon hearing Yuma's question. Yuma, SDF's rifle have the worst compatibility with the Seeker's combat style. Is that true? Yes. I mean, if an SDF member fired their rifle for covering fire when the Seeker is fighting a monster, they might end up accidentally shooting the Seeker to death. Ah, that makes a sense. And the SDF member can easily defeat monsters from shallow layers. This fact has already been confirmed. But it'll be a different matter altogether if monster from deep layer and monster from shallow layer appear together, said Kanzaki as he took out a cigarette from his pocket and then lit it up. He then inhaled the smoke. Kanzaki was taking a puff while thinking that this one cigarette might be the last of his life. Monster from the deep layer can only be defeated by the Seeker who can use magic. If the SDF make a mistake and lets the Seeker die from their blunder, it might result in total annihilation. That's why even the big shot has to be very careful in this fight. I see. But the higher-rank Seeker seems to be able to protect themselves from the bullet. Surely, a Seeker with high magical power can deflect the bullet using barrier magic. But it doesn't mean that the barrier is constantly deployed. They can't react in time against unexpected attacks. Well, Tanuji from Elcid can react in time though. Yuma nodded upon knowing the reason why SDF didn't send all their personnel. Still, do you think it's a good idea to let the door of Bulwark on the stay open? Well, that door means nothing in front of the flame of the monster from the deep floor. Since it can't be blocked anyway, just let it open so that it will make it easier for our side to attack them, said Kanzaki as he threw his cigarettes and trampled it underfoot. Here they are. Hearing that, Yuma moved his line of sight to the front again. Over there, he saw a few dozen Seekers heading in their direction. They were the B-rank Seeker who went until the middle layer. Leading the group was a light-footed Seeker whose entire body was clad in a battle suit. They might be the Seeker from a major company. And then, they were followed by a cloud of dust. The air felt as if it were stagnated. Various miscellaneous sounds such as screams, roars, and cries could be heard coming from there. Some sort of tension ran among the Seekers who were standing by in the first floor. The first monster to be seen was a small green monster, the Goblin. They overflowed all over the place. The next one was a giant pig-like monster. Yuma, who had never seen an orc before, guessed that they might be the one called orc from their pig-like appearance. Though they were already told before about the monster coming in the flock, the number was much higher than the report. And then, white smoke rose right after that. Appearing from within the smoke was the monster walking with its forelimbs. They stepped firmly on the melted ground. The air warped just by their walking. Yuma instantly recalled the fire-breathing dog that attacked him before. That dog. Then around 30 other dogs appeared behind the first one. The sight of the monster from the deep layer alone was enough to make the other Seekers gulp down their spit. But the thing that made them even more nervous was the humanoid monster who came after the Helgarm. It was tall and conspicuous due to its red skin. Its hair was burning up. The fire was also rising from its shoulders and arms. The ominous aura released by that monster was enough to send a chill running down Yuma and Kanzaki's spines despite their inability to sense mana. What the hell is that? Is that also monster from deep layer? Muttered Kanzaki as he looked at the monster. And the one who replied to him was Tanaka. That should be an ogre. Ogre? Kanzaki and Yuma's voice were overlapped. It was the name of the monster that they never heard of in the Red Dungeon. I happened to have seen its illustration before in the Dungeon Monster picture book, which contains pictures of all kinds of known monsters. So far, alas, I can only say that its appearance resembles the ogre in my picture book. But that's... Kanzaki's eyebrows rose a bit as he spoke. Yes, they are only found in the White Dungeon. Since an ogre had never been found before in the Red Dungeon, this one might be a variant species, said Tanaka as he puffed his chest. Yuma once again marveled at Tanaka's wealth of knowledge about monsters. Anyhow, that fella is the boss, said Kanzaki as he grabbed the hexagonal staff in his hands. Everyone spread out and prepare for battle. Minazuki from Sakura Port gave the command. The C-rank Seekers spread out and formed a fan-shaped formation immediately. The B-rank Seekers were standing in front of them. The top-rank Seekers stood in the center, ready to intercept the monster from the front. Tenuji, who led the formation, was glaring at the opponent before him. Now, it's time. Chapter 127, All-Out War. Chapter 127, All-Out War. Kanzaki-san. The one who called out was Minazuki, who came along with her clan. How about teaming up with us? The plan is for the BC rank clan to work together and eliminate the goblin and orc. It'll be much more reassuring to do this together than on our own, said Minazuki with a serious face. The member of her clan looks as if they're at their wits' end. Ooh, sounds good. Let's work together. Hearing Kanzaki replying carefreely, Minazuki and her clan members finally let out a relieved smile on their faces. It seems everyone in the clan was anxious whether Kanzaki going to accept their request or not. The relieved Minazuki then continued her story. Thank you very much. We will commence the operation as soon as we get the order from Tenuji-san. The same goes for the other clan is in the same situation. Yeah, got it. Kanzaki nodded as he looked forward. The flock of goblins and orcs had almost arrived. Even in this kind of tense situation, everyone from top-rank clan, led by the Howl of Thunder Beast, didn't hesitate to stand in the frontmost formation. Everyone was straining their ears. And then, charge! Tenuji's order resounded loudly in the wasteland. The BC rank Seeker moved along with that signal. They flanked the goblin and the orc from the sides. The top-rank Seeker had yet to make their move. The first stage of the plan was to separate goblin and orc from the monster from D player. Then, the flock of monsters separates themselves from the ogre and Helgam, heading toward the Seekers from small and medium-sized companies. The major and second-level company was glaring at the tens odds Helgams. Amidst such a tense atmosphere, Tenuji clasped his hands in front of his chest and roared with a voice that could be heard by his surroundings. Take care of the Helgam. We from Howl of Thunder Beast will fight that ogre. Tenuji's line of sight was already locking on the ogre. Ora ora ora! Kanzaki crushed the head of the goblin with his hexagonal staff. The goblin who lost their head died on the spot. The comrade of the dead goblin swung their old sword or club while raising shrieks, facing the onslaught. Kanzaki didn't lose his cool. He loaded magical power of water into his hexagonal staff and crushed the two goblins that rushed toward him. His attack instantly killed the goblin. Minazuki's Sword of Cascade, was also glowing with blue light as she used it to kill 3 goblins. 2 goblins instantly turned into the sand while the surviving one was writhing in agony. The other Seeker from Siraport kills it off while pushing back the monsters who came toward them. Tanaka was also actively killing goblin with a Watervan short sword in both his hands. Yuma decided not to rely on his metallization and rely on his own magical power. He grabbed Watervan stick in his hands and loaded his magical power into it. The stick was glowing with pale blue light. Yuma parried the attack of the goblin with the handle of his stick from below. When he continued on as it is and hit the jaw of the goblin, faint smoke was rising from the goblin's nape of the neck and jaw. The scald-like scar spread out slowly. This is magic, huh? Yuma swung down his stick to finish off the goblin. When he heaved a sigh after killing the goblin, he suddenly saw a hammer being swung down before him. When he stepped back and barely dodged the attack, he saw that the new assailant was a pig-headed monster, an orc with around 170 centimeters tall. Their weapon and tatadama were clearly handmade. Be careful, Yuma. These guys are intelligent monsters. They can use and plunder the weapons used by humans. Just think of you fighting another human. Yes, said Yuma after hearing Kanzaki's advice and then glared at the orc again. The orc raised a strange shriek before they rushed forward. They raised their hammer overhead, and swung it down at Yuma. Yuma dodged the blow by a paper-thin margin to the side and unleashed a counter-blow to the orc's face with his glowing Watervan stick. Bui! The orc staggered backward while clutching their face in pain. Seeing such a gap, Yuma didn't waste his chance to stab into the throat of the orc. The stick easily pierced through the orc's head, instantly killing it. When Yuma pulled his stick, the orc fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes, and turned into sand immediately. Great! I can win against orcs even without metallization. It seems I really can do it as long as I have magic. Yuma then looked around. The B-rank Seeker seems to be able to handle the Orc and Goblin. The Seekers from major companies barely managed to hold on their own against the Helgam, but the problem was after that. The first thing Yuma saw when he turned around upon hearing that roar was a wall of fire. What the hell is happening now? The wall of fire vanished a while later, leaving behind some Seeker and Goblin who got swallowed by the flame. We need water magic to extinguish the fire immediately. This side is incapacitated. Evacuate them. The Seeker who happened to be outside of the wall of fire rushed in to save the fallen Seeker immediately. The situation instantly turned into one hell of a mess. Even Yuma had no idea what happened a moment ago, but when he snapped out and looked around, he almost couldn't believe what just had happened. Some top-rank Seekers had fallen by that wall of fire too. Some of them fell on their knees as black smoke rose from their body. Few parts of their bodies still caught fire. The member of Howl of Thunder Beast was no exception to this. When Yuma looked around with a bewildered face, he saw a red monster. The monster stood while pushing out their right fist. Yuma noticed immediately the smoking trail that running straight on the ground in front of that monster's right fist. The fallen Seeker and Goblin just happened to stand on that path. In short, the wall of fire that he saw a moment ago was the attack of that monster. The moment Yuma noticed that, a chill ran down his spine. That monster. Did it just incapacitate its comrade too with that one attack? Few Seekers stood bravely in front of such a monster. They were the leader of Howl of Thunder Beast, Tenuji, his clan members, and lastly, Rui, with lightning sparks running in his left fist. The magical power of thunder overflowed from Tenuji's personal enchanted armament. The god of war's fist was raised to its limit. The sparks under the sole of his shoes exploded once he stamped on the ground. He rushed toward the ogre with such explosive momentum. He dodged the fist unleashed by the ogre with inhuman reflex and nailed an uppercut on the ogre's jaw with his fist that was clad in lightning. Though that uppercut managed to make the ogre falter, Tenuji didn't give the other party a chance to rebuild their posture. He released a flurry of punches on its face, flank, arms, and shoulders. Loud, thundering sounds resounded every time his gauntlet-covered hands nailed a punch on the monster. The ogre, who realized that they couldn't catch up with Tenuji's speed, then used their strong and muscular arms as shields, entering a defensive stance. At that moment, a giant axe swung down from the side. The Watervan battle axe swung down by Ishikawa managed to bite into the ogre's shoulder, scattering the water along with the impact. Though Ishikawa felt some response in his hands, the axe's blade had only managed to dig a bit into the ogre's shoulder. The ogre's body was far too tough. When the battle axe got brushed off, Ishikawa also lost his posture. The one who rushed during that gap was Rua, who raised his blazing katana, and Misaki Blue, the incandescence demon sword user. Their swords slashed at the ogre's body and retreated right before the ogre could unleash a counter. The slash couldn't hurt the ogre since they used the magical power of fire on their sword. This means that the attack using the magical power of fire didn't work on the ogre. Get out of there! The railgun, Taizunak Ira, who charging his power in the rear, shouted at the two while pointing the giant cannon on his right arm toward the ogre. He was scattering plasma around him. At that moment, all his comrades GT out of Taizun's line of fire. The blinding flash and thunderous roar filled the entire floor for a moment and swallowed the ogre. Black smoke was rising from the tip of the cannon barrel along with electric discharge. The ground around the ogre got blown off. Black smoke was rising from there. Did we do it? Tenuji was straining his eyes, looking at the smoked pit with an expectant look on his face. Alas, the figure of the ogre could be seen as the smoke cleared up. The ogre used both their arms as shields and managed to block the cannon. There, unscathed. Taizun's railgun was strong enough to blow your average monster to bits. And the ogre took such an attack head-on, and literally unscathed. Tenuji let out a frown upon seeing such an unbelievable spectacle. The ogre then lowered their arms with something akin to a smirk on their face. Chapter 128, The Grumbling Formation. Chapter 128, The Grumbling Formation. Chapter 128, The Grumbling Formation. Tenuji wiped the sweat that running down on his cheek. No matter how powerful they were, the Howl of Thunder Beast would always defeat every monster that appeared as long as they fought with their full strength. Not to mention that Elson's best user of water magic, Ishikawa, had also come to assist them. They shouldn't be defeated. That was what Tenuji felt inside. But then, he realized that he was overestimating their own abilities. The enemy before them was far stronger than their expectation. Ishikawa. Do you think you can beat that guy? Asked Tenuji with a self-deprecating smile to Ishikawa who stood beside him. I don't know. My axe can only leave a scratch on that fella, replied Ishikawa while looking at the wound on the ogre's left shoulder that was left by his war-timed battle axe. Despite giving his all on that slash, the result was only a superficial wound. And that wound was about to be healed as white smoke was rising from it. Properly speaking, the monster's regeneration ability could be impaired by attacking them with the enchanted weapon. The same goes for the monster with fire attribute. Their regeneration would be severely impaired when they got injured with the magical power of water. And just when he thought the regeneration ability wouldn't be activated, the ogre's wound was starting to close up. It means that there was a huge difference between their magical power. This is already the realm of unique monsters, right? Tenuji nodded in silence. This was the first time he met such an abnormally powerful monster. Normally, the IDR would make an announcement about the unique monster. Naturally, there was also the possibility that the ogre before them was monster from Deep Layer was a monster that had never been seen before. But, even in Russia's Red Dungeon, which far deeper than Japan's Red Dungeon, there was no mention of monsters like the red ogre before them. Tenuji was looking at the monster before him again. It was more than 2 meters tall, had a muscular body, and could unleash explosive flame that melted ground like butter. Tenuji thought that if they were unique monsters, then the red ogre would become really troublesome foe. The monster from the Red Dungeon is specialized in the offense. Not to mention that their regeneration ability is second only to the White Dungeon. In that case, this one might be an unknown unique monster of the Red Dungeon. Ishikawa took a half step back, readying his battle axe while muttering, "Shall we retreat?" Tenuji cast a glance to the back. There he saw the Seeker clan of Farmel and Kiguruzaka Pharmacy were having a hard time dealing with the Hellgarm. "No. We have no leeway to do that." Tenuji called out to Ruia and Misaki, who acted as support this time. "Misaki, Ruia, go and assist Kiguruzaka and Farmel." Though Misaki looked troubled, Ruia nodded and broke into the run immediately. Since both Misaki and Ruia were the user of fire magic, their attack wouldn't work on the ogre. Ruia, who caught on Tenuji's consideration, broke into the run immediately. Though Misaki looked unconvinced, she followed Ruia without complaining. "As for the rest, let's take care of that ogre. We will kill it here." Tenuji cupped his hands together, unleashing his magical power of thunder. Taizen and Ishikawa, who stood behind him, readied their weapon while raising a war cry. Yuma felt something graze his cheek. When it fell on the ground, he realized the thing was a wooden arrow. When Yuma turned around, he saw a few goblins already knocked their arrow. The boat seems to be handmade. President, look at their weapon. Huh? Bow and arrow, huh? And probably handmade on top of that. You have to pay attention to their range attack too from now on. They're way too smart. The two were working together, obliterating one goblin after another. Upon looking around, the other seekers from the small company was also doing very well in fighting the goblin. The first part of the plan to pull apart the weak monster from Deep Layer went very well. Nevertheless, get away from me. The Hellgarm that broke through the encirclement of top-rank seekers went to attack the BC rank seekers. The one they attacked was Iba Company's Seeker clan led by Ogawara. Everyone started escaping for their life from the flames spewed by the demonic dog. Those fellas again. Ain't they just running around since before? And what are their prided Thunder Magic S users doing? "What shall we do?" asked Yuma upon seeing Kanzaki heaved a sigh and, "Sorry Yuma, can I have a request again?" "Yeah, no problem." Yuma rushed immediately, sewing the gaps between Minazuki and Tanaka, who fought desperately against the monsters, heading straight toward Ogawara and Co. He put on the hood of his sweatshirt, clenched his fists, and invoked his metallization. "I fought those dogs before. They regenerated no matter how many times I beat them, but if I beat them down now using water magic..." Yuma infused his magical power into the Waterven stick. The stick started to release glowing blue light. Numerous bright red lines appeared all over Yuma's body. The moment the demonic dog about to bite Ogawara, The stick swung by Yuma struck right onto the Helgam's head. The blow made Helgam crash on the ground, writhing in pain while spewing flames from their body. Upon a closer look, Yuma's previous attack directly demolished half of Helgam's face. Oh, it works. The Helgam stood slowly while raising a low growl. Though its wound wasn't healed immediately, it slowly recovered. When Yuma was confronting the monster, Kanzaki ran to his side. "President, what's that monster?" "Ah. The water magic seems to be working, but it seems your magical power of water is still too low to kill them in one blow." Tanaka and Minazuki were also running from behind, never letting go of their stance. Seeing that, Kanzaki nodded and said the following to everyone: "Leave these monsters to us. Everyone, let's crush them." "Yes." Hearing Yuma and Tanaka's reply, Minazuki glared at the monster. At that moment, she saw the figure of Ogawara from the edge of his field of view. He was sitting on his rear, trembling in fear while still holding the weapon in his hand. "Oi, Ogawara! You'll become a hindrance here. Get away from this place." Ogawara finally snapped back to his senses upon hearing Kanzaki's shout and, "Don't mess with me. Who needs your he?" Contrary to Ogawara's reaction, the employees of Iba replied loudly. "What are you talking about, President? At this rate, we're just waiting for our death." "Agreed. Like hell, we can beat those monsters." "Let's run away from this place. That's the only thing we can do." "Agree D. I'm exhausted too." Though Ogawara felt indignant seeing his employees ignore him, his employees working so fast to catch him and drag him out of the battlefield. "Why you guys betrayed me." That was the last resentful shout from Ogawa before his subordinates forced him to retreat. "What in the world are those guys doing here? They ain't doing anything at all." Kanzaki then looked at the Helgam again, pointing the tip of his hexagonal staff at the latter before he took a stance. The face of Helgam had almost recovered. "Here it comes." He kicked the ground, making a beeline toward the blazing demon dog. The demon dog spewed the flames that they kept in their stomach, and swallowed the surrounding area with weak flame. "Leave it to me." Kanzaki struck at the ground with his hexagonal staff. The strike broke the ground, and much water gushed from the cracks. The upward water hit the flame, resulting in a steam explosion. The water vapor from the explosion turned into mist, obstructing the field of view in the surroundings with a white color. When the demonic dog was still confused, Yuma appeared from within the fog. "Eat this!" Yuma's unleashed uppercut pierced the jaw of the demonic dog from below. A lot of blood sprouting from the demonic dog's broken jaw. Chapter 129, To the Ground. Chapter 129, To the Ground. When the Helgam was down, Tanaka and Minazuki appeared from behind the mist. "You're mine," said Tanaka as he held his short sword. The short sword pierced the Helgam's flank, and though it distracted their attention, it created an opening for Minazuki to land a decisive blow. The demonic dog couldn't spew their flame properly due to the wound on their muzzle. Minazuki's sword drew a vertical arc, and cleaved the demonic dog's head. The duo tried to press the staggered demonic dog even further. Kanzaki mowed down with his hexagonal staff. The blow from his strong arms nailed the Helgam on the spot. The Helgam crashed on the ground while spewing blood from their muzzle. When the fog cleared up, the demonic dog that barely managed to prop themselves had already been surrounded. Yuma, Kanzaki, Tanaka, and Minazuki. The other seeker from Siguraport was also rushing at their location. No matter how strong the monster from D-Player, with many seekers on RC, Kanzaki flashed an optimistic smile. Alas. He then noticed a little commotion a little bit away from their place. What's happened? When he looked at the place where the commotion happened, he saw the worst situation. A few Helgams broke through the top-tier seekers' encirclement and rushed toward them. "Oi, are you kidding me?" Kanzaki's face twitched. The other seekers were at a loss for words due to the terror. The reason being the Helgam was a monster that they could barely defeat after the cooperation of so many people, and yet now they saw another 5 heading toward their direction. When everyone's attention got distracted by the incoming Helgams, the injured Helgam suddenly rushed toward Minazuki. Everyone couldn't react in the time since their attention got distracted by the 5 incoming Helgams. "I can't dodge this." The moment Minazuki felt that way, a flame arc slid past Helgam's neck and fell under their feet. It happened in the nick of time. The Helgarm's head dances in the air. The wound on their muzzle got ignited, and the flame spread even further. The seeker in that place had no idea what had happened a moment ago, but then they see someone's figure crouching down in a swinging position. Ryuma, who unintentionally called his childhood friend, shut his mouth immediately. He remembered that he was still in his metallization state, thus both his face and hands were still metallic black. The other people aside, he knew that he would be in for trouble if Rui found out about this. Ryuma made a snap decision and quickly hid himself behind Kanzaki. When he peeked from the side, he saw that Rui was armed with a katana-like sword, and his whole body was wrapped in a white battlesuit. The body of the Helgarm that lost its neck then fell listlessly to the ground and turned into the sand along with its burned head. "Can you defeat the monster of fire attribute with a flame sword?" muttered Kanzaki, while Ryuma had yet to recover from the shock after seeing the fact. "Awesome, that's fully unleashed the magical power of armament for you." Magical power of armament? Ryuma frowned upon hearing the unfamiliar term. In some cases, powerful magic gems are used on the enchanted armament. They say that a skilled seeker can draw out the magical power of the magic gem. Is that why he can defeat that Helgarm? Magical power around 2000 shouldn't be enough to kill the Helgarm. Meaning that your childhood friend is really talented. Ryuma fell into silence. He could only beat the demonic dog after beating them a few times in his metal armor form. And yet, Rui defeated the same monster in one hit. Ryuma once again had to accept that there was a difference in talent between him and Rui. Rui stood up again and returned his katana back to its sheath. "Is everyone alright?" "Yeah. No problem here," Kanzaki replied to Rui's question. When he ran his eyes around, he saw the other seekers were screaming as they ran about. The reason was simply because they were being chased around by the Helgarm. The siege formation of the top-rank seeker had already collapsed, resulting in a hellish spectacle around. Nevertheless, few made their stand and fought the Helgarm. Possibly a seeker from a major company. One of them was a woman who fought with a blazing sword. The woman was fending off the Helgarm while shouting at their direction. "Rui, we can't fight in this place anymore. Take them with you to the ground." "You understood." Rui turned around and walked in front of Kanzaki and Minazuki. "Everyone, please come out to the ground. We'll cover your back." "You understood." Minazuki then ran toward the exit along with everyone upon hearing Rui's remark. Kanzaki and Rui then followed them from behind while observing their surrounding. "Still, you're awesome. You beat that Helgarm in one strike." "And no," said Rui humbly while shaking his head upon hearing Kanzaki's praise. "That Helgarm can't breathe fire since their mouth has already been wounded. Otherwise, I'm going to have a hard time even if I manage to get close to it." "You're quite a humble one, eh, Hope-kun?" Kanzaki then looked from his shoulder at the seekers who still fighting the Helgarm and confirmed that the seekers were having a hard time against the fire-breathing dog. It seems Yuma's attack is working against them. While pondering about that, one seeker who ran in front of them suddenly lowered his speed to match the two's pace. It was so close. "Rui." "Yuma, you're participating too, huh?" Rui remembered Kanzaki since Yuma introduced Kanzaki as the president of the company he was working for. That's why he felt anxious when he only saw Kanzaki and heaved a sigh of relief after seeing his childhood friend safe and sound. "That's a relief. Are you injured?" "Nope, I'm safe and sound." Both of them felt relieved upon seeing that the other party was safe and sound. But right after that, Yuma opened his mouth with an extremely serious face. "Can Tenuji-san and the Howl of Thunder Beast beat that monster?" Of course. But it might be a close fight. Rui's expression was clouded for a moment, but then he shook his head and looked ahead again. "It's okay. We switched our plan and chose to lure them to the ground outside of the dungeon. We will have a hard time using magic on the ground too, but the monster will weaken a lot more than us. And that will be our moment to strike back," said Rui with a confident smile on his face. Alas, Yuma was still not sure if it was really possible. That demonic dog is still fairly powerful even above the ground. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the strong monster's strength isn't affected even on the ground outside of the dungeon? Yuma, who experienced firsthand the fight against the demonic dog outside of the dungeon, was sure of that. And the other reason was simply because he could use magical power outside of the dungeon. He was anxious and couldn't tell Rui about this matter either. Yuma suddenly looked over his shoulder and saw a red monster surrounded by seekers. The flame that sprouted from their body prevented the seekers from approaching them. Yuma looked forward again and ran along with Rue. The party somehow shook off the Helgam's pursuit and arrived on the ground. Chapter 130, Destruction of the Dome. Chapter 130, Destruction of the Dome. IDR's headquarters, which located in a certain city in Palestine. Two men stood before the Orpheus slate which leaned against the wall and covered with tempered glass. The third lowest. The red ore seems to be blinking non-stop. The research leader of IDR, Ethan Noble, was looking up at the slate with an extremely curious look on his face. His disheveled white hair draped on his white robe. Though his appearance looked like that of an exhausted old man, the pair of eyes beneath his glasses was gleaming like a child. The face of his assistant who stood beside him, Clark, stiffened and he let out a frown upon hearing his superior's remark. Does the Red Duke make their move? That seems to be the case. Since this ore keeps blinking non-stop, it only means that a unique monster is moving on toward the surface. If that's the case, this is the first change ever since the Black King is defeated. Yeah, the other ore has also started showing some movement. It just as Ethan had said, several other ores were also blinking rapidly. Clark let out a frown upon confirming that alas, Ethan seems to enjoy the situation. Something big is about to happen. Entrance of the Red Dungeon. The seekers who ran up to the ground were running in a hurry toward the outside of the dome. Some were injured, some were scared, some were agitated. Among them were Yuma and CO, who had only managed to reach the ground. Everyone from D-Minor and Singapore wasn't suffering from serious injury. Yuma spoke to Tanaka, who was running out of breath beside him. Did we defeat all the goblins and orcs? Huff. Huff. Yuma, maybe. Huff. I think we beat them all. Huff. Everyone did their best after all. So that's mean. Yuma turned around and looked at the entrance of the dungeon inside the dome. There's only that red monster and burning dog left. Once they were defeated, the member of the SDF was running from behind, armed with their rifle. The rifle might be working if they're fighting on the ground. There seems to be that judgment. Following that, the top-rank seeker also arrived on the ground. Following them from behind was the blazing demonic dog. They were chasing after the seeker while breathing fire from their maw and raising their claws that could melt iron. The SDF members came forward to protect the retreating top-rank seeker with their covering fire. Ready. Hearing the order from the commander, the 10-odd SDF members kneeled on one knee, and 20-odd of them stood while readying their rifle. Fire. The rifle was fired at once. Hundreds of bullets were raining incessantly at the 5 Helgam who managed to reach the ground. And yet, so it is impossible. Just as Kanzaki had said, the bullet evaporated the moment it was about to hit the Helgam. Without a moment of delay, the SDF member who held an 84mm recoilless rifle, the one kneeling on one knee, aimed with it on their shoulder. The SDF pulled the trigger when the demonic dog was approaching. The tail plug of the rifle exploded, and the warhead was fired at the demonic dog along with impact. The demonic dog followed the trail of the warhead that flew in a straight line with their eyes. When they opened their maw and unleashed their fire breath, it swallowed the floor, the wall, and the warhead. The bullet exploded, scattering countless sparks. The nearby glass broke. Few people got blown away due to the shockwave from the explosion. The Helgam come slowly one after another. Their fire breath could melt the wall and the floor as if they were made of butter and stayed calm no matter what kind of attack they received. Most seeker try their best to be the first to escape in this helpless situation. The battlefield was moved to outside of the dome. The member of Howl of Thunder Beast led by Tenuji was coming out of the entrance of the dungeon. They were covered with ashes, their battlesuit was burned black in numerous places. Damn it. This place has become a sea of fire. Tenuji, who just arrived on the ground, cursed upon looking at his surroundings. It seems the rampaging Helgam was running amok, burning all the buildings they saw, creating a wall of fire that reached up to the ceiling. Is the Helgam coming out? There was no demonic dog within Tenuji's line of sight. Ishikawa and Tizan were rushing at him from behind. Let's get out of here before we're toast. Ishikawa raised his axe and poured the magical power of water into it. The water-veined battle axe glowing with pale blue light, water then started to gather on the axe in a helical pattern. A lot of water bursts forth from the axe that was being swung down, becoming a weaving blade that cleaves the flame. The water current destroyed the wall and building, creating a retreat path for Tenuji and company. "Let's go." The trio ran along with Ishikawa's signal. At that moment, some noise came from Tenuji's earpiece. "Can you hear me?" "Tenuji." "Yeah, is that you, Honda-san?" Tenuji tapped his ears to answer the incoming communication. "It seems there's no problem with the communication instrument once they arrive on the ground." "Yeah, we're currently monitoring each situation from the central tower. All Helgam has already reached the ground." "What about the other Seekers?" "Currently fighting as they go out. Reinforcement has been deployed from the Imperial Palace to surround the dome. There'll be a tank and other heavy equipment, but that'll be more convenient." Tenuji clenched his teeth as he ran, because he knew that even on the ground, the strength of the monster might not be weakened by a great margin. Helgam had extremely high magical power. Not to mention that the owner of even higher magical power was, at that moment, Tenuji felt the heat and light from behind him. When he turned around, torrential flame erupted from the hole called the entrance of the dungeon. "What?" Amidst the trio's amazement, they saw a figure climbing up the stairs. The flame that wrapped its body rose to the ceiling, creating a scorching pillar of fire. The Red Ogre looked at Tenuji and Seo with sharp glint in their eyes. "Crap! The building blew." The moment Tenuji shouted, the area was illuminated by a flash of light. The pillar of light pierced the ceiling of the dome, turning into a giant pillar of fire. The heat wave that was akin to an explosion blew the dome from the inside, raising a smaller pillar of fire from the door or window. That explosion caught the attention of the Seekers outside of the building. The sound of the crumbled dome, the scorched ceiling, the melted wall and pillar. The figure of Tenuji and Seo could be seen running as fast as they could from the burning rubble. Ishikawa pushed the concrete that blocked their path while Tenuji and Tsun destroyed the concrete around them. Despite being blown away by the previous explosion, the barrier of magical power that enclosed their body had protected them. "Damn it! That bastard has done it now," said Tenuji, gritting his teeth as he looked at the center of the vortex. The figure of that monster was walking out from inside the swirling flame. "We won't win unless we beat that bastard." "Ishikawa, Tsun, are you ready?" "Agreed. Who else can stop that bastard aside from us?" "Attract that fella's attention. I'll finish it off with railgun." The trio looked at the approaching Red Ogre and stood before its path. "No way. The dome is." Rui along with Yuma and Seo couldn't hide their shock upon seeing the dome was on fire. More than 10 Helgams were rampaging outside. They were burning the combat vehicle and tank with their fire breath. The SDF tried to fight back. Alas, they could barely inflict any wound to the Helgam with their conventional weapon. And though the tank's shelling could inflict a wound on the Helgam, the said wound healed immediately. Since the Seekers from small and medium companies weren't a match for the Helgam, the top-rank Seekers tried their best to fight back. The topmost priority was to prevent the monsters from the city of Seeker. Also everyone thinking about, and yet, the monster stayed in the center of the city instead of charging out. "Oh no." "What's the matter?" asked Yuma as he chased Rui who ran ahead of him. Hearing that, Rui looked at Yuma as he ran and, the Helgam is heading toward Tenuji-san and Ko's place. I have to assist them. Oi, Rui. Yuma tried to stop Rui but the latter had already unsheathed his katana and rushed toward the dome. As they had some sort of agreement before, the top-rank Seeker was also heading toward the center of the city. Chapter 131, New Type of Measuring Instrument. Chapter 131, New Type of Measuring Instrument. President. What shall we do now? Asked Yuma to Kenzaki with a deep frown on his face. No need to force ourselves to fight them. Our part ended here. According to our previous job desk, we have to secure wounded ones to safety. Yuma looked around. Many Seekers and SDF members who got attacked by the Helgam were still breathing. Understood. Yuma, Kanzaki, Tanaka, and the members of Sakura Port were moving to save the injured people. Rui slashed at the Helgam before him. But, the flame spat by the demonic dog prevented him from getting any closer. Rui conjured flame barrier with his magic and tried to charge toward his opponent. Alas, due to his inexperience, some of the flames broke through his barrier. Damn it. Rui stepped back as he spat out at his enemy. If only I managed to get closer. The Helgam zigzagging, closing in at one. and unleashed their fire breath again outside of Rui's sword's range. Someone rushed from the side and conjured a powerful flame barrier. That barrier stopped the Hellgarm's attack, creating countless sparks above them. Misaki-san. Leave the defense to me. You focus on attacking that guy. Yes. The duo were working together and closing into the Hellgarm. The demonic dog that responding to their approach like a noob was breathing fire. Leave it to me. Misaki blocked the incoming flame and redirected the flame behind despite with staggered. Rui went around and cut into the Hellgarm's flank while envying Misaki who could accomplish such a feat. Rui's slashes rained down upon his opponent who couldn't react in time. The demonic dog's front leg danced in the air. The Hellgarm retreated behind as they howled in pain before they glared at Rui. The stump of their severed leg was healed slowly. Maybe we can defeat it without decapitating its head. Rui set his stance again, gritting his teeth in frustration. Upon looking around, he saw the member of Azura defeating one Hellgarm, but then, some Seeker was felled before they defeated it. The damage was too serious. Rui's face stiffened as he looked in the direction of Tenuji and Co. In front of the burned-down dome, the trio who confronted the Red Ogre whose whole body was covered with scorching flame had somehow managed to stand on their ground. If it was replaced with any other people, they might have already died right now. This enemy is strong. The rampaging flame fired by the ogre had only made Rui feel more and more anxious. 18th floor of the Center of Management, Central, the strategy room. The supervisor general managed Elcid. Honda was sitting at the desk that was placed in that 200 square meters room. He closes his eyes, hands cupping together in front of his face as he ponders about something. His complexion clearly indicated that he was exhausted. Right in front of the meeting room was a huge monitor which relayed the situation outside. A dozen staff entered the room in a hurry. One of them was a young woman, Honda's direct subordinate. Chief, the equipment is ready. We can start measuring as soon as you order. I see. Honda touched the earpiece on his ear and pressed the button on the monitor of his PC. It would allow him to connect with the people outside. It's Honda. Are you ready? Yes, no problem here. Get closer from 3 directions. Make sure the other party doesn't notice you. It must be done within a 50-meter range. I understand. We will approach the target now. Honda turned off the communicator and then looked at the monitor on his PC again. The monitor that divided into 3 split screens each displayed the situation around the crumbled dome as the camera approached the ogre. Are you sure about this? The measuring tool is still in the trial phase, so the female staff who delivered the report asked anxiously. There's no problem during the experiment phase. And since the mana has been leaking from the dungeon, I see no problem in using the tool above the ground, said Honda as he looked at the monitor with a stern face. The thing he prepared was mana measuring tool that can be used inside the dungeon. It was a modified version of the atmospheric mana index measuring tool, which measures the mana index based on the change that happened during the collision with special electromagnetic waves that fired from 3 different directions. Mana measurement of the monster had always been an arduous task up until now and would become much easier with this new measuring device. Alas, it was still in the testing phase. It was way too early to use it in real combat situations, ergo, Honda made a bold decision to use it when a mysterious monster appeared. The monster who cornered Tenuji and Co. We might make a mistake in how to subjugate it without knowing its exact strength. Honda's eyes were locked on the monitor. The camera mounted on the headgear of the Seeker relayed the spectacle they saw into his monitor in real time. Each holding onto a rifle-like mana measuring tool in their hand, approaching slowly to prevent the Red Ogre from noticing them. Upon entering a certain range, they readied their rifle-like measuring device. The ogre was moving about as it fought. Alas, it stopped moving for a moment. The 3 Seekers didn't waste that opportunity. They pulled the trigger at once. The electromagnetic wave fired from the muzzle of the rifle hit the ogre's body. It automatically calculated the mana of the vicinity and the target and relayed the data to the headquarters. The analytic girl who calculating the relayed data turned around and shouted the result of the calculation at Honda, who still looking at the PC monitor. The result is out. Mana index 6000. Estimated to be Duke rank. Duke. It felt as if the air inside the room was frozen at once. They had expected that the monster before them was a unique monster due to its strength. But then, It started to make sense upon realizing that the ogre was the Duke of Red Dungeon. Why now of all time? Honda suppressed his irritation and pressed the key on his PC to open a communication line with Tenuji. The fist that was clad in lightning spark exploded upon contact with the face of the ogre. Tenuji draws forth a never-ending barrage of punches, leaving no gap for his opponent to counter. His barrage of punches was so fierce that it forced the ogre to step back. Alas, there was no visible damage on the ogre's body. Tenuji then jumped back, taking a distance from the ogre. Damn it. This guy is really tough, said Tenuji while wiping the sweat on his cheek. Just when he was about to close in the distance again while raising his guard against the ogre's counterattack, the sound from his earpiece stopped him at the very last moment. BZZ. Do you hear me? BZZ. Tenuji. Yes, I hear you. The voice is mixing with noise. Does that mean there's a little bit of mana here that disturbs the communication? Muttered Tenuji inwardly as he replied to the contact. We have measured. BZZ. That monster's mana index. With the prototype of the mana measuring tool. Prototype. So that's why I saw some people were moving around this place, so it's to use the measuring tool. When Tenuji looked around, he found the people who holding rifle-like things standing some distance away from them. At first, he thought they were a member of SDF, but it turned out they were seekers who used the prototype of the mana measuring tool. How's the result? BZZ. Mana index. Above 6,000. There's no mistaking. The other party is Duke rank monster. As I thought, muttering Tenuji as he glared at the ogre before him. Now he knew why the monster was really strong. It turned out the other party's mana index was above 6,000. Maybe the reason why there's so much noise in the communication device is simply because the mana released by this ogre is really strong. When Tenuji looked behind, both Ishikawa and Tsun nodded at him. Since this communication was shared with both of them too, they already grasped the situation. Ishikawa approached Tenuji while keeping his vigilance. What shall we do, Tenuji? We won't be able to defeat the Red Duke. Yeah, I guess we have no choice but to use our trump card to stop that guy. Hearing that, Ishikawa's face tensed. Chapter 132, The Worst Situation. Chapter 132, The Worst Situation. Trump card. But, I know the consequence. Once it is used, I'll be lost my magical power for a while. If we fail, all of us going to die. When Tenuji and Ishikawa were having a serious discussion, Tsun was looking at the situation around them. I have a bad news, guys. We're being surrounded by Helgam. It's just as he said, they're being surrounded by Helgam from the 4 directions. The other top-rank seeker had somehow managed to keep them at bay. Alas, they wouldn't last for too long either. Tsun. Use release. Tsun gulped his spit upon hearing Tenuji's remark. But, even if we manage to destroy the body of the ogre, we're dead meat if that guy recovered. Tenuji looked at the ogre again, and the said ogre had a smirk on their face. They're not disturbing their conversation as if to show Tenuji and CO that they still had some leeway. Being underestimated like that truly irritated Tenuji. I'll drain their magical power bit by bit to prevent them from regenerating. That's the only way to beat that bastard. Around Tenuji and CO were the top-rank seekers who did their best to stop the Helgam. Rua was also among them. Misaki-san. Stop. Misaki, whose arm and leg suffered from burns inflicted by the Helgam, could barely prop herself. Nevertheless, she didn't let go of her sword, kept pointing it at the demonic dog. Leave this place to me. You go to help Tenuji. But. All of us going to die if Tenuji is defeated by that monster. Even the Seeker clan from the major company is slowly being cornered. We're about to be defeated, said Misaki with a grim face as she gritted her teeth to endure scorching pain in her limbs. Upon looking around, Rua realized that many Seekers had already been defeated. Now only the Seekers from major company that maintained the front line. Few Helgam that managed to get through the encirclement was heading toward where Tenuji and the ogre fought. They had to be stopped before it was too late. Hurry up, Rua. Go to Tenuji and Ko's place. Misaki thrust her sword toward the Helgam despite having to drag her leg. She did that to attract the attention of the demonic dog. Rua could only grit his teeth in frustration as he ran toward Tenuji and company. Misaki let out a satisfied smile at seeing that. I'll leave the rest to you. Rui! The Hellgam rushed forward and spit their fire breath toward Misaki. Yuma and Kanzaki were currently carrying the people who collapsed during the fight back to the first aid vehicle. Please take care of them. Yes, thank you very much. After delivering the wounded one he carried to the relief squad, Yuma took a breath. We brought back quite a lot of people. Yeah, we're about to reach our limit too. Yuma nodded in agreement with Kanzaki. They had nothing left to do even if they stayed. The moment they felt that way, a scream resounded. Upon turning around, Yuma saw the Seeker being defeated, and he Hellgam coming toward him. Seriously, another one? Kanzaki shouted annoyedly. Why do they keep coming toward me? Yuma frowned too. They're also being attacked a few times by Hellgam, a few times when they brought back the injured people. It was as if they pinpointed their target on Yuma. Why are you being targeted by that dog? What did you do to them? No idea. Ask those dogs. While having such banter, the said Hellgam had already arrived before them. Damn it! Cursed Yuma as he put on his hood and invoked his metallization. In just a moment, his entire body dyed metallic black and proceeded to kick the jaw of the demonic dog that was about to spit fire. That kick tore the dog's head, sending the rest of its body flying back. Still, it managed to readjust its posture in the air, landed on its feet, and rushed at Yuma again. Give it up already. Yuma grasped his water stick and poured his magical power of water into the stick. The SDF members around them rushed quickly toward the relief car. Yuma brandished his stick glowing in pale blue light toward the demonic dog and struck the Hellgam right on its face just as they were about to spit fire. That strike broke the Hellgam's jaw, making the demonic dog stumble upon its own feet. The wound only raised white smoke. The healing process was clearly interrupted. Yuma was attacking with his stick again. His target this time was the dog's leg. The tumbling Hellgam tried to stand again. Alas, Yuma had already swung down his stick again. That attack struck right onto the back of the demonic dog, sending forth sprays of water. The Hellgam was writhing in pain, but that attack wasn't enough to kill it. Damn, they really are tenacious. When he muttered so, Kanzaki suddenly shouted from behind. Yuma, another one is coming toward you. Eh? When he turned around, another one already took a bite on his neck. He was really confused at first. Alas, he calmed down after knowing that the bite couldn't even put a scratch on his metallic skin. Yes, his defense in his metallization state was almost impregnable. The Hellgam kept biting while spitting flame from their muzzle. How dare you to destroy my sweatshirt? The enraged Yuma socked the Hellgam. The dog that got hit by his punch right on its guts was rolling on the ground. That's my favorite shirt, damn it. He brushed up his collar that was put on fire by the Hellgam to put it off. The demonic dog that fell on the ground stood on its feet again while growling menacingly at Yuma. Then it rushed toward Yuma again while spitting flame from its muzzle. Yuma glared at the demonic dog, pouring his maximum magical power into the stick in his hand. Blood yaw. He felt as if his body was filled with power. Yuma brandished the glowing blue stick in his hand as strong as he could toward the head of the demonic dog. It was an attack that was enhanced with the magical power of water. That attack pulverized Hellgam's head into fine pieces of meat. Its body was still walking even after losing its head. Smoke rising from the neck that lost its head before it turned into sand, and died for good. OOH. The water magic is really effective. When Yuma was admiring his stick, another Hellgam rushed at him. He pointed the tip of his stick in a hurry toward the demonic dog. Alas, the glow of his stick faded away. Eh? What's happening? Kanzaki shouted at the confused Yuma. It's running out of magical power. Use this, Yuma, said Kanzaki as he threw his hexagonal staff toward Yuma. When he caught the staff in the air, he found out that it had already been charged with magical power. Beat those Hellgam with that. Yes. Yuma raised the hexagonal staff and faced the incoming Hellgam. The dog rushed while spitting fire from their muzzle. Yuma swung down the hexagonal staff to counter that. The sound of their clash resounded, raising a cloud of dust and flame. The demonic dog whose head got crushed with the hexagonal staff raised a wail before it turned into black sand. The flame spewed by the demonic dog couldn't do anything against Yuma but, the fire. The fire. It burned his clothes. Yes, he didn't receive any damage. Alas, The same couldn't be said for his attire. Don't sweat over it. Kanzaki conjured a few water polo with his water magic. He launched the water polo to Yuma, helping to put off the fire with water spray. Ah! My clothes. Yuma looked at his clothes that already wet with his sweat. There were holes, burnt spots, and tears all over the place. Are you okay, Yuma? But my clothes. When I covered them with liquid metal, they didn't seem to be burnt. Hearing Yuma's remark, Kanzaki shook his head. You're going to stand out no matter what. Some might recognize your clothes, so give it up. You're right. Yuma looked around and heaved a sigh upon finding out that there was no other seeker nearby, and since the SDF member had already retreated too, they wouldn't be able to see when Yuma defeated the Helgam. But Yuma's face darkened upon seeing the surrounding area. A lot of seekers who lay on the ground had already stopped moving. Though the remaining seekers were still fighting near the dome, there were still more than a dozen Helgam left. Included among them was the figure of Ruihu fighting against the Helgam. Alas, his childhood friend was struggling against his enemy. Even Tenuji, who fought against the monster in front of the dome, got blown away by the monster's attack. Though Ishikawa and the other members of Howl of Thunder Beast were also fighting by Tenuji's side, it seems the red monster didn't even regard them as enemies. Unknown monster. The deterioration of the situation on the battlefield, and the injury of Ruia and Tenuji. Seeing all of that, only one thing came up in Yuma's mind. President, I'll go to save them. Chapter 133, The Collision of Black and Red. Chapter 133, The Collision of Black and Red. What? Kanzaki looked puzzled. Yuma had already used up his magical power. He would be in a dangerous situation if he kept fighting. On top of that, the hexagonal staff that he received back from Yuma had also lost its glow. Kanzaki had also run out of magical power. Are you sure about this, Yuma? Your identity might be discovered, and we have no idea how powerful that humanoid monster is. Yes, both of them had pretty much understood that fact after their fight against the Helgam. If not even Howl of Thunder Beast could defeat that monster, it means that the monster wasn't your average monster from the D player. In short, their power was immeasurable. I see. But, this is above the ground. The man in this place is sparse, meaning that you can't fight like when you fought against the Chimera. Are you sure about this? Honestly, I don't know if I could do something against it. But, Yuma looked straight into Kanzaki's eyes. Rui is my childhood friend. I can't just abandon him. Kanzaki heaved a sigh, seeing that nothing he said would make Yuma change his mind. Can't be helped, said Kanzaki as he looked up to the sky. I see some scouting drones flying in the air. It might be deployed to see the situation. Go around from the left to prevent them from taking your image. Understood. Thank you, President. Oyuma called Kanzaki upon seeing his employee was about to break into the run after expressing his gratitude. Is something the matter? Kanzaki raised his right thumb as he looked at the puzzled Yuma. Kick their asses, Roger, replied Yuma with a smile on his face before he turned around again and ran toward the battlefield. When he looked up, he realized that Kanzaki was right. There were several scouting drones flying in the air. They were recording the area around the drone, but then, there might be another camera hidden from my sight. Upon such consideration, Yuma went from the left and entered an abandoned combat vehicle. He clenched his fists and invoked his liquid metal ability. The blackish, muddy liquid metal started to cover his body, swallow his clothes, and change his appearance. Yuma's height was doubled. Atrocious-looking fangs peeked out from his mouth as he exhaled white steam from his mouth. Metal armor. My identity won't be revealed if I use this form. Not to mention that my power raised in proportion to my size. Yuma leapt from the car and ran straight toward the dome. He passed by a few seekers who fought Helgam. Alas, he passed them since his priority was to save Rua. As he saw the figure of his childhood friend, Rua had already been drenched in sweats, seemingly about to run out of stamina. A Helgam leapt from in front of him. The next moment, the demonic dog spat fire from their mouth toward Rua. Yuma felt as if all of that happened in slow motion, and forced his way through between the demonic dog and Rua. The current him already invoked his bloody awe and released his limiter. Already in his most powerful state, Yuma clenched his left fist, looking at the approaching demonic dog before him. Out of my way! And then unleashed a backhand blow on Helgam's flank. The feeling of his blow tore the Helgam's muscles and broke their bones transmitted to his fist. The blow was so strong to the point of creating a shockwave. The blow sent the demonic tumbling on the ground. They kept following at breakneck speed until it crashed against the adjacent building. Punched a hole in the wall, leaving behind splattered blood and gore. Great. They're not died yet, but they'll need some time to recover from that kind of injury. Meanwhile, Yuma rushed toward the Ani-like monster in front of the dome. Surely, he had no idea how strong the opponent was this time. But Yuma knew that he was the only one who stood a chance against the monster. Thus, he clenched his fist. Even if I can't win against it, I have to buy enough time for everyone to escape from this place. He cut from the side of Tenuji, who fell down on one knee with an anguished face, Taizen, who fell on the ground, and Ishikawa, who barely managed to prevent his axe from slipping from his hand. The red ogre was right before him. The ogre grew a pair of horns from the side of their head, with fangs peeking from their mouth. And their physique was bigger than Yuma in his metal armor form. The ogre, who revealed a complacent smile until now, suddenly flinched upon seeing Yuma. They raised their arms to take a defensive stance. Though Yuma was really surprised to see a monster using the same defensive stance as a boxer, he stepped forward with his left leg and unleashed a straight right. The fist sped through the air and pierced the ogre's arms guard. As if that wasn't enough, it nailed right into the monster's face, smashed their fangs, and directly crushed their skull. The impact generated a shockwave and the head of the monster bounced back. But the Ani didn't fall on their knees. The punch had only forced them to retreat by 7 steps. They bounced back and returned to its normal position. They glared at Yuma. Their crushed face was stained with blood and they could only see with their left eyes. Alas, Yuma didn't give them a moment of respite, as he already closing in the distance between him and the Ani. The Ani couldn't react in time against that split-second rush. This time, Yuma's left hook nailed into the Ani's flank with extremely fluid motion. The spikes that attached to his fist directly broke the Ani's ribcage and pierced into their body. The Ani's body bent into letter due to the force behind Yuma's punch, making them faint in agony. When their eyes opened up again, it was filled with shock and agony. Yuma clenched his right fist. He was about to unleash an uppercut on the jaw of the Ani this time. He closed his armpit and made full use of his knee to deliver a perfect uppercut, and nailed it into the Ani's jaw, breaking their jaw bones, sending the Ani's body straight into the air before it spun behind. Yuma moving on to his next attack. He destroyed the stance of his opponent and sent it spun upward into the air, which was then followed by a roundhouse kick from behind. This wasn't a move to be used under normal situations since it had a big motion, leaving him with a huge opening for a counter. Alas, it was perfect for this kind of situation. His right foot nailed right into the Ani's chest, breaking their chest muscle and blowing them off with explosive might, sending it flying through the wall of the dome. A lot of clouds of dust rose up from the large hole that opened up after the Ani got sent flying and broke the wall behind them. Yuma landed on the ground and took a breath. I feel the response when my attack is connected. Yuma heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at the outer wall that crumbled down as if it had just been blasted by explosives. There might recover, but my attack is effective against it. Yuma didn't let his guard down. He set his fist in front of his chest. Now then, let's beat them up. What in the world just happening here? Rui stood rooted in his place, unable to understand what had just happened before him. A black shadow suddenly appeared before him. Beat the Helgam that attacking him, literally sending them flying till it crashed against the wall of the opposite building, burying the demonic dog under the rubble. Alas, they managed to crawl out of the rubble a while after that. Their muzzle was torn, their leg bent in a strange direction, and their whole body was drenched in blood. They seemed to recover slowly. Alas, the damage they received was huge. Rui's gaze moved. He caught the figure of the black shadow. At first, he thought that the other party was a seeker wearing a battle suit. Alas, that didn't seem to be the case. Its figure looked like it wore black armor that emitted dark luster. There was a sword-like horn growing from their head, and its height was taller than Taizen, the tallest one in Elcid. It sent the red ogre that not even Tenuji could defeat flying very easily. Their movement was too inhuman. Is that guy a monster? Then from where did it come from? Rui takes a second look at the new black monster. The most terrifying thing about the new monster was the fact that they didn't seem to use magic at all. In other words, they overwhelmed the Red Ogre with pure physical strength. What in the world is that? Chapter 134, Black Monster. Chapter 134, Black Monster. The center management building was built beside the dome, central. The emergency headquarters in one of its rooms was enveloped in chaos like a poked hornet's nest. What in the world is that monster? From where did they come from? Honda furrowed his eyebrows as he shouted in frustration. Normally he was a calm and composed man. Alas, even such a man would lose his temper if troubles kept popping out one after another. We have no idea. They appeared out of nowhere, the female operator replied so while looking at the monitor with a bewildered face. Honda touched his earpiece and pressed the key button on his PC to connect his communication line with Tenuji. Can you hear me, Tenuji? Please explain the situation on the field. There was some noise from the earpiece for a while after that. It was proof that the communication line had become more disturbed than before. Tenuji.bzzt. Ku. Rono. There was a lot of noise mixed in. Honda looked down at the monitor of his PC and saw a lot of noise blocks in there. Reflecting in the monitor was the figure of Tenuji kneeling on the ground as he looked at the black monster. Ishikawa-san. What in the world is that guy? Dunno. This is also my first time seeing this kind of monster. Both Tsun and Ishikawa were looking dumbfoundedly at the black monster before them. It appeared out of nowhere and knocked down the Red Ogre who beat them in the battle. Tenuji and about to fall on his rear when he tried to stand up. Are you okay? Ishikawa rushed up to his side and propped him up. It's okay. I erected a thunder barrier to prevent direct hits. Now we have to focus on that monster. Tenuji stood up with Ishikawa's help and then glared at the monster. He didn't feel a strong magical power like the one owned by the Red Ogre coming from the black monster. And yet, Tenuji felt something more terrifying from the latter. Did Honda-san say something? Asked Ishikawa since he knew that Tenuji and Honda used direct communication lines before. No. He contacted me before but I had no idea what he was talking about since there was too much noise. Maybe it's the effect of that monster. I see, muttered Ishikawa with a disappointed face. Tsun who stood on the back then spoke while pointing his cannon at their enemy. Is that black monster coming from the Red Dungeon? I mean, how did they completely escape our detection? No idea. But Tenuji let go of the support from Ihiku and tried to stand on his own. That's definitely not a monster from the Red Dungeon. The rubbles from the crumbled-down wall moved lightly along with a rattling sound. The next moment, the rubble got blown away as if it just exploded. The red eye that appeared from within was glaring angrily at Yuma. The wound that covered its skin released a sizzling sound, and the flame was forming a vortex around its body that burned its surroundings. The Una came out from the rubble and started to walk toward Yuma. The flame vortex became bigger and rose up till it turned into a pillar of fire. Gah! The Una roared for the first time. It felt as if the roar threatened the monster in the area. As the fire pillar settled down, the monster was glaring at Yuma. Sure, time for the second round. The Una made the first move. They made a beeline toward Yuma and punched with their right fist. Yuma's right foot stepped forward as he took a boxing stance and then unleashed a straight left. Thus, their fist clashed. Yuma, who added rotation to his punch, smashed the Una's fist and pulverized their bones. Though the ogre couldn't hide their shock seeing their fist and arms crushed so thoroughly, Yuma took another step forward for the next attack. This time, his right hook nailed right into the ogre's chin. It was just a light hook, alas. It broke the ogre's jaw, causing them to lose their balance. Then, Yuma moved on to unleash one attack after another. Chest, abdomen, flank, shoulder, jaw, arm, abdomen again. Those countless jabs nailed into the ogre's body. Those barrage of quick attacks forced the ogre to raise their guard as they slowly got pushed back. The ogre then opened their mouth to spit fire toward Yuma to counter the latter's barrage. Yawa! Ouch! The flame swallowed Yuma's body, turning him into a humanoid fire pillar. Alas, it doesn't feel hot, said Yuma as he punched the face of the ogre. That punch crushed the skull of the ogre, stopped them from breathing more flame, and made their face bend back as they lost their footing. Surprise! Your fire doesn't work on me. The ogre then raised a war cry, spreading their arms as they rushed at Yuma. Yuma stepped forward and nailed an uppercut right into the ogre's jaw. The uppercut broke the ogre's jaw, stopped the ogre on its track, and enabled Yuma to take another step and unleash a low kick onto the ogre's leg. The strong kick landed right on both legs of the ogre, sending the ogre's body spinning in midair before they landed back on the ground on their face. The ogre couldn't stand properly since both of their legs bent in an unnatural direction. The monster fell again on the ground and became a sitting duck for Yuma's next barrage of attacks. One of Yuma's attacks sent the ogre flying again till it pierced into the wall of the building. Seeing that, Yuma scowled. "Can I really destroy the building like that? They won't sue me after this, right?" He couldn't help but wonder about such a thing even though his face was covered with a helmet. Thus, Yuma followed the ogre into the building while wondering about such a silly problem. So powerful. Honda, who saw the live footage from the emergency headquarters, was at a loss for words about the abnormal strength of the black monster. The Red Duke was a monster with a mana index of over 6,000. They were powerful monster from Deep Player that cornered both Tenuji and Ishikawa. And yet, such a monster was getting curb stomped by the black monster that appeared out of nowhere. How can a monster with such defensive and offensive capabilities like that exist? Not to mention that the ogre's flame doesn't work on it either. Could it be, Chief? What's your order? Honda snapped to reality due to the question from the female operator. He realized that there was no need to think about that now. He had to prioritize how to overcome the current situation. Thus, Honda gave his order to his subordinates: "Get the communication from SDF to restore our communication line. Contact Tenuji and CO as fast as possible." "Understood." "And then, give me the location of the seeker who using the new mana measuring tool." Hearing Honda's order, the female operator quickly looked for the current position of the said seekers. "They're still standing by near the dome." "Send someone to contact them," said Honda curtly. Their communication line was disturbed to the point that they couldn't contact the other seekers from Central even above the ground. Thus, Honda had no choice but to send someone to contact them directly. "What's your instruction for them?" asked the female operator. Everyone in that room held their breath as Honda replied while looking at the monitor of his PC. "Measure the mana index of the black monster." Chapter 135, Confinement. Chapter 135, Confinement. Huff. Huff. "This place should be safe enough," said Tanaka as he adjusted his breathing. Though he had saved the wounded along with the seeker from Singapore, the situation in the battlefield worsened by the time they had already evacuated to the outskirts of the city. Currently, they were regrouping with the SDF members who had also retreated outside of the gate that surrounded the city. "Tanaka-san, have you seen Kanzaki-san and co?" The one who asked the question was Minazuki from Singapore. Her battlesuit had already been in a tattered state due to the previous intense battle. "Ah, they should be all right. Maybe they already evacuated somewhere." "I see, it's good to hear that." When they had such a conversation, another person roared from a nearby place. When they turned around, they saw the seekers of the Ibe company led by Ogawara. "Good grief, aren't you supposed to feel ashamed for having to be saved by them? They're like micro-companies of micro-companies." Ogawara was shouting at the employees of Ibe. His employees on the other hand were blatantly dissatisfied with his outrage. "But, President, we really are no match for those monsters. It's completely different from hearsay." "Yes. We might have already died back then if that old man called Kanzaki hadn't come to save us." Thus, those young seeker voiced their dissatisfaction to Ogawara. Hearing that, Ogawara could only grit his teeth in frustration, unable to refute his subordinate's argument. "It seems they're saved by Kanzaki-san," said Minazuki with meaningful smile on her face. "Well, the president is the kind of person who can't abandon those in peril." Despite his dislike of Ogawara-san, the president still chooses to save him. Tanaka was also smiling along with Minazuki. He could easily imagine the figure of Yuma and Kanzaki saved Ogawara from peril. That might shake Ogawara's pride. "Surely, no need to worry about those two. And despite being so powerful, it's a mystery that your company hasn't become famous." Tanaka revealed a wry smile upon hearing Minazuki's remark. Kanzaki being powerful goes without saying. Alas, they couldn't afford to reveal the reason behind Yuma's strength. Tanaka looked at the puzzled Minazuki. "Well, I guess our company's fame will spread after this," added Tanaka in a hurry. "Are you okay, Tenuji-san?" asked Rui upon arriving at Tenuji & Co.'s place. "Aren't you injured from fighting the Hellgame too, Rui?" "I'm alright," said Rui to answer Tenuji's question. Alas, that didn't change the fact that his body was covered in soot like Tenuji & Co. That aside, it's about that monster. When Rui looked at the black monster, Tenuji & Co. had also looked at the same monster. The black monster was walking leisurely toward the place where the red ogre got blown away. "Doesn't seem like an ally. With such a repulsive appearance," Ishikawa muttered bitterly. Right at that moment, a vehicle came running from the center of the city. It was SDF's vehicle, which was equipped with a special communication device for the situation in which the communication got interrupted. Tenuji had guessed that the vehicle might be coming under Honda's order. In addition, the three seekers who carried the rifle-like tool had also approached them. They should be the ones who used that mana measuring tool. Since they're still around, it means that they then started to surround the black monster. They might be killed if the monster noticed them. And just when they worried about such things, "Here. Me. Tenuji." Tenuji heard a voice from his earpiece. "I can hear you, Honda-san." Tenuji touched his earpiece to answer the contact from Honda. It seems the communication line was restored thanks to the transmission vehicle. "Assist the seeker with a measuring tool to measure the mana of the black monster." "Okay, they've arrived. The problem is that we can't get accurate measurements unless the monster stops moving. Can you do something to attract the monster's attention and stop its movement for a few seconds?" "You make it sound like an easy matter, Honda-san." Tenuji smiled wryly as he looked at the black monster. According to his analysis, the black monster didn't seem to be able to use magic, but its physical strength and defense clearly topped the red ogre. Probably speaking, it wasn't the kind of opponent that Tenuji wanted to fight, alas. He replied with, "I'll try," as he opened and clenched his fist while trying to circulate the magical power of thunder in him. A while later, his hair stood on its end as an electric discharge appeared on his hands. Tenuji had yet to run out of gas. "Tenuji, are you going to fight that monster?" asked Ishikawa worriedly. Both Ruya and Tazun gasped in amazement upon hearing that. Honda-san wanted to measure that monster's mana index. "For that, we have to stop its movement." "Stopping that monster? That's a tall order, not that we have any other choice." Ishikawa was smiling wryly. Tazun and Ruya were also readying their weapon. "It should be possible if the four of them work together," thought everyone as they rushed at once. They spread out to surround the black monster. "Let's go!" "Oh!" Everyone shouted in unison at Tenuji:"S signal." Ishikawa rushed first. He raised his huge battle axe overhead. "Eat this!" The brandished battle axe struck the concrete and sprayed a lot of water at once with magic. The water, with power equal to water jet, was rushing at the black monster and burst out the moment it crashed into the black monster, creating a huge water pillar. The collision was accompanied by a loud resounding explosion and shockwave that blasted the air. Tizun didn't waste any moment. He pointed the cannon barrel installed on his right arm at the monster. The silver bullet that fired from his enchanted armament, railgun gauntlet, was heading toward the black monster, who stopped on its track while leaving a trail of electric spark behind. Another explosion occurred the moment the bullet hit its target, which was then followed by a hot shockwave a moment later. The second attack managed to stop the monster on its track. Tenuji used that moment to close in the distance between himself and the monster at once, using the raised speed from the electric discharge on his soul. And the moment he was about to unleash a punch clad in lightning, two Hellgame had already rushed in ahead of him. He couldn't dodge them since they also rushed at their top speed. And yet, just when he was prepared for the worst, the demonic dog turned out to be rushed toward the black monster instead of Tenuji. Tenuji twisted his body and somehow managed to avoid the Hellgame before he retreated, taking some distance from the demonic dog. "Are you okay, Tenuji?" asked Ishikawa, who rushed at him. Tenuji nodded lightly while wiping his sweat. When he turned his attention toward the black monster again, he saw that the demonic dog had already bitten the former's leg and shoulder, and even spitting their fire breath on the said monster. "Why are they fighting their fellow monster?" muttered Tenuji dumbfoundedly. The black monster was fighting against the red ogre. Alas, there was no precedent case in which the monster fought against each other. And just when he was pondering about that, The black monster started to move again. It grabbed the head of the demonic dog that biting its shoulder, tore the latter forcefully before slamming the demonic dog onto the ground. The dog's head was smashed to pieces, spraying a lot of blood. It then grabbed the head of the demonic dog on its leg and nailed a knee strike right into the latter's face. The demonic dog was wailing in sorrow as blood spurted from the orifices on its head. The black monster then let go of its hand and kicked the dog that fell limply after receiving the black monster's knee strike. That kick sent the dog flying high in the air, drawing parabola while scattering its inard before it crashed back on the ground, raising a cloud of dust along with a loud sound, scattering pieces of meat around its crashed site. When the dust settled down, the demonic dog's sorry figure could be seen, stained by its own blood from head to tail. "This fella, the Hellgarm that we have so much trouble with is dealt so Tenouji muttered so in amazement, but then, the said demonic dog recovered at a rapid pace. Ishikawa. Rue. Both Ishikawa and Rue reacted to Tenouji's voice immediately. Understood. Both of them readied their weapon immediately. Ishikawa struck the ground before him with his battle axe, sending water blade that ran on the ground. This time, the sorry Hellgarm's unprotected neck got chopped like a piece of tofu by the water blade, almost without any resistance. The demonic dog's head rolled on the ground and then turned into black sand. Rua had also managed to get close to the Hellgarm, who got slammed on the ground and decapitated the latter's head immediately. The Hellgarm's head rolled on the ground for a few seconds before turning into sand. Rua leapt away immediately, opening some distance from the black monster while adjusting his stance. Tenouji had also gathered the magical power of thunder in his body as he took a stance, ready for a counterattack. But he stopped in his place upon seeing the baffling phenomenon before him. The black monster just looking silently at Rua. Chapter 136, Paranormal Existence. Chapter 136, Paranormal Existence. What's the matter? Tenouji was troubled. He was prepared to engage in a combat against the monster, and yet, the said monster didn't even lift their finger. They just stood tall, looking at Rua. It seems Rua himself was troubled by the gaze of the monster. Alas, that was an opening. When Tenouji looked around, he saw that the seekers, who equipped with mana measuring tools, had already been pointed their tools at the black monster. The three tools fired electromagnetic waves at the monster that stopped moving. Those electromagnetic waves then collided with the black monster and fused with it. The PC in the headquarters then automatically calculate the number. Central, Emergency Headquarters. The female operator who monitored the number of the instrument was looking at the number displayed on the monitor before her. The measurement attempt is success. The result is out. How much? Honda reacted to the female operator's words immediately. That's what's the matter? The measuring result is over the limit of the available parameter. The monster's mana index is over 9,000. It's probably a lord. Lord, is it? Wait, a lord? Honda stood up from his chair immediately. His eyes were looking at the giant monitor in front of the room. The monitor was relaying the live footage of the black monster. A humanoid monster with sword-like horns, sharp fangs, and thick armor that covers their entire body. That was the lord in the report from IDR. A paranormal monster will cause great disaster once it appears on the surface. And for one to actually appear in Japan is. Honda was getting a cold sweat the moment he realized the truth. Because it would be a disaster if the monster escaped from the city of Sika. When he was thinking about the impending disaster that looming right before them, another female operator gave a report. Chief, the result of the analysis about the black monster is out. Honda snapped back to reality upon hearing the operator's voice. Previously, he asked his subordinate to go looking for information about a monster similar to the black monster. He thought that there should be a similar monster in the international database. So, how's the result? There's no report about the same monster before. But what's the matter? Honda gulped his spit, preparing himself to hear the continuation of the report. According to the appraisal of the AI, the crust of the black monster bears a resemblance with the prismatic-colored jewel beetle. Prismatic-colored jewel beetle? That was the name of the monster with resistance against fire, water, wind, and thunder magic. Ergo, they should be a monster from the Black Dungeon, right? Replied the female operator with a downcast gaze upon hearing Honda's remark. Why yes. The AI's appraisal indicated that it was most likely a monster of the Black Dungeon. Honda was at a loss for words. The reason was that it was simply impossible. They're currently near the Red Dungeon, and Japan's only Black Dungeon was cleared a few days ago. But that would explain the origin of the monster's tough exoskeleton and its brute strength. And if they really had the same magic resistance as the prismatic-colored jewel beetle, it would only support their origin being the Black Dungeon. Honda was looking at the monitor again, the Black Lord, and then pressed the button on his PC's keyboard to connect his communication line with Tenuji. The battlefield against the Red Ogre. Though Yuma was really surprised when Rui attacked him out of nowhere, everyone was currently taking some distance from him, making him realize again that his current appearance looks like a villainous monster. Alas, Yuma kept walking toward the crumbled building while pondering about such a thing. Thereupon, raging flame burst forth from under his feet, and the figure of the Red Ogre had also appeared from under the rubble. Unleashed a backhand blow at Yuma. Yuma raised his right arm reflexively to guard against the attack. Alas, his balance got tipped off and he was forced to retreat by a few steps. The Red Ogre then loaded magical power of flame into their left fist, and unleashed a straight left at Yuma. The punch won't reach me at that distance. That was what Yuma thought before a flame vortex fired out from the ogre's fist, making a beeline toward Yuma. Yuma crossed his arms before him, prepared to receive the fire pillar from the front. It's not hot, but the blast is something else. Yuma looked at the ogre after somehow managing to withstand the blast, and saw that the other party was out of breath, which might be because they just made a big move. It's time to finish this. That was what Yuma thought as he unleashed his right gauntlet sword. He took a step and closed in the distance with the ogre, and brandished his sword. The ogre raised their arms to guard against Yuma's attack. Alas, the sword easily bisected both of the arms. Yuma felt the response from his sword. Ergo, his sword failed to cut through the arms, leaving only the trails with burning wounds. What the hell is happening now? No way, is that mean the wound is healed immediately? Screamed Yuma inside. Since it was too good to be true, Yuma decided to try again. He dodged the ogre's punch and slipped into their bosom. How about this? I bisected their torso in half. This should dealt a huge damage. As he thought so, the bisected torso didn't split into two. The wound got closed up right away. Does that mean a slashing attack isn't suitable against this fella? Yuma retreated to dodge the fire vomited by the ogre. In that case, this time, he unleashed the gauntlet sword in his left arm too and once again closed in the distance with the ogre, and beheading the head of the ogre before the other party managed to raise their guard. But then, a lot of flame bursting forth from the wound and closed the wound immediately. Yuma returned the gauntlet sword in his right arm and clenched his fist. Then how about this? And punched the ogre's face. The decapitation wound that had yet to fully recover split open again due to that punch, and the force behind Yuma's punch forcefully tore the head from the torso. Yeah! Shouted Yuma as if he was convinced of his victory. Alas, an extremely unbelievable sight happened right in the next moment. A fire pillar rose up from the torso that had lost its head, the fire pillar moving on its own like a snake and then connected to the base of the torn head. Then, the fire pillar pulled back the head to its torso and healed the wound immediately. Oi, are you kidding me? This guy's regeneration ability is even more monstrous than those burning dogs. The wound healed up completely while Yuma had yet to recover from his shock. In that case, I'm gonna beat him up till they kick the bucket. At that moment, Yuma stopped using his sword and clenched his fists, ready to pummel his opponent to their death. The ogre had also revealed an eerie smile as a flame burst forth from their body again. They took a stance and sauntered toward Yuma. Is that monster the Black Lord? Tenuji frowned upon hearing Honda's explanation. Ruya and Seo, who heard the same information from their earpiece, couldn't hide their shock too. Are you sure about this, Honda-san? Yeah, unfortunately, we're ended up in the worst situation. Tenuji raised his face, looking at the confrontation of the two monsters before them. The Red Ogre stood again and clashed with the Black Monster. The Black Monster didn't even flinch in front of the Ogre's onslaught. It was already obvious at a glance that the Black Monster was stronger than the Red Duke. If that's the case, we're in deep shit. The previous Lord has only been defeated by the Seeker clan of America led by the Flame Emperor Albert. But, I heard that they barely managed to defeat the Lord after losing half of their member, and even the strongest of that time, Albert, almost dies in that battle. And the monster of that class is appearing right before us. Tenuji cursed inwardly. They who had a hard time against the Red Duke definitely wouldn't be able to do anything against the Black Lord. When he thought so, Honda's voice came from his earpiece again. Tenuji, change the order of priority for the subjugation target to the Black Lord. Honda-san, I know it's a steep order, but we cannot let that monster out of this city to wreak havoc in Japan. We have to kill that guy in this place. Yes, in the worst case, we have to kill the Black Lord even if it means that we have to let go of the Red Duke. Please, you're the only one who can do this, Tenuji. I understand. After cutting his communication, Tenuji looked at Ishikawa and said, "Oh, it's just as you hear. Sorry, but we have no other choice." "But what shall we do? Our opponent is a lord. Shall we at least wait till that guy defeated the Duke first?" Ishikawa spoke with a frown on his face. Alas, Tenuji shook his head. "Once that fellow defeated the Duke, we will be their next target. When that happens, we're toast. We have to use their fight, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a death blow. There's a saying that the enemy of the enemy is a friend, right? Then let's use the Duke to our advantage." The black monster looks tougher and more troublesome than the Red Duke. "But we have one advantage, and only one." "And what is that advantage you're talking about?" asked Dazn. Tenuji looked at the battle between monsters as he opened his mouth. "If it's monster of the Black Dungeon, they won't have regeneration ability." But Tenuji, some Black Dungeon's monsters do have regeneration abilities," Ishikawa interrupted, but Tenuji shook his head. "Monster with an exoskeleton doesn't have regeneration ability. Not that they need one due to their high defense." "Then, is that mean?" Ishikawa gulped his saliva. "Yeah, victory is ours as long as we destroy that fella. I'll use my trump card. Release on that fella." Chapter 137, Release of the Magic Gem. Chapter 137, Release of the Magic Gem. The red ogre that stood before Yuma bared their wrath at the latter. Since the other party kept recovering and getting back on their feet no matter how many times he pummeled them, even Yuma couldn't help but get fed up with that. "Just how tough is this guy? I can still use both metallization and bloody all for a while longer, but that doesn't change the fact that I have a time limit." Yuma spread his leg as wide as his shoulder and clenched his fists alongside his waist. "I can't be helped then. It's time to go all out." Yuma undid his physical limiter and raised the ability of his bloody ore to its maximum. The bloody red lines on his skin were glowing even brighter than before as his body released red steam. Yuma opened his mouth and raised a roar. He then closed in on the ogre in the distance at once and pushed the other party's head into the building behind him. The wall of the building cracked the moment he smashed the head of the ogre onto it, and he kept doing so until the ogre's head pierced the wall. After he pushed it through several walls, he slammed the ogre's head right onto the asphalt, breaking the road and splashing a lot of the ogre's blood. Since his grip strength had been enhanced with magical power, he ended up crushing the ogre's skull with his grip force alone. Seeing the ogre's body, whose head got crushed, he twitched non-stop and threw it out into the air. Yuma then took a stance, waiting for the ogre to fall back due to gravity. Yuma then unleashed countless punches at once toward the falling ogre. His left hook broke the ogre's ribs, and his straight right pierced the ogre's belly. The rushes were then followed by dozens of other strikes. The ogre's face broke due to Yuma's terrifying punches, and even when the ogre tried to use their arms and legs to defend themselves, Yuma's merciless barrage broke their limbs in no time. He heard from Kanzaki before that the other way to beat a monster with regeneration ability aside from magic was to pummel them till they ran out of their regeneration power. In short, Yuma was trying to see how much longer the red ogre could withstand his relentless blow. The ogre then got blown off the outer wall of the lodging facility by Yuma's roundhouse kick, reducing the wall where the ogre crashed into rubble. It was a grave wound that would kill a normal Helgam, But then the rubble exploded and the ogre stood on their feet again in perfect condition. Bring it on. Thus, Yuma took a fighting stance again as he glared at the ogre before him. Tenuji and CO were secretly going around the building. Since the black monster rampaged in the fight against the red ogre, they could only watch from a safe distance to avoid getting dragged into their fight. The Black Lord overwhelmed the Red Duke, as the latter could regenerate from their wound in no time and unleash a counterattack. The Red Ogre unleashed a backhand blow, clad in fiery flame, at the Lord. The blow, followed by the powerful explosion, managed to send the black monster flying until it crashed into the building. The wall crumbled when the black monster crashed into it. When the black monster tried to get on their feet, the Red Duke got closed in at once and fired a blazing fireball from their mouth. The fireball exploded, and its flame swallowed the entire first floor of the building. The flame vortex swallowed the entire building's broken windows and walls, burning everything inside into cinder. The flame kept swaying as it swallowed the building. The next moment, a black arm emerged from inside the hellfire. The outstretched arm turned into a punch that nailed into the Red Duke's face and sent him later flying across the street. Gi. The Red Duke raised an agonizing voice. They tried to raise their faces despite having fallen to the ground. Then, the black monster appeared from within the burning building, completely unscathed. Seeing that, Tenuji looked at the expression of Ishikawa and company behind him. Though everyone was in awe, no one trembled in fear. Now is our only chance when their attention is focused on the Duke. Let's go. Yes, said Ishikawa, Tizen, and Ru in turn. The four of them leapt at once from the shadow of the building and surrounded the black monster. The monster stood still without making any particular movement. Their plan was to finish off the monster quickly without giving them a chance to fight back. Tenuji signaled with his eyes to Ishikawa. Thus, Ishikawa came forward to make the first move. He rushed toward the black monster and brandished his water-veined battle axe. The brandished battle axe transformed. It released steam from each of its parts, and the magic gem in its center was also glowing brighter than before. The magical power of water converged on its blade, making it one size bigger than before. Magic gem release. Take this. The water magic gem broke after its power was drained at once by the water vein battle axe. The vast amount of magical power of water then spread around the axe, pouring down like a geyser along with the brandished axe toward the black monster. The monster was forced to retreat a few steps, seemingly surprised by the incoming attack. Properly speaking, such an attack could easily bisect the body of a normal monster. And yet, much to Ishikawa's chagrin, that attack couldn't even leave a scratch on the Black Lord's skin. Alas, this was nothing but the beginning of their attack. Ishikawa jumped to the side to ensure that he was out of firing range. Here I come. Tizen pointed his right arm, mounted with the railgun gauntlet, toward the black monster. His equipment was making mechanical sounds as each of its parts moved. The magic gem that was exposed inside the barrel was glowing brightly. Take this. Magic gem release. The plasma sparks that appeared on Tizen's body became more and more imminent as more and more magical power of thunder gathered into the barrel. Exceed. Railgun. The silver bullet that was clad in a tremendous amount of lightning fired and hit right onto the monster. Blowing off the black monster across the street, it plunged into a wall due to its terrifying impact. But, seeing the monster stagger as they tried to get up, Tizen raised his voice. Tenuji. Your turn. The gauntlet cannon on Tizen's right arm raised black smoke, and the magic gem had also been destroyed. After he used up his power, Tizen fell to his knees. Leave it to me. Tenuji replied as he rushed toward the monster, sending a glance at Tizen. The preparation had already been completed. Tenuji clenched his fists as he rushed toward the black monster. His magical power of thunder was coursing through his body. His hair turned a golden color and stood on its end. His body seems to be glowing since it was clad in lightning. Tenuji modded left and right at high speed, closing in on the Black Lord. This is the final attack. This is my ultimate combo. Magic gem release. Tenuji's gauntlets shone brighter. His straight right struck the black monster's abdomen, and the monster's body bent inwardly. Tenuji didn't miss that chance and went into high gear at once. Head, face, arms, chest, shoulder, abdomen, Tenuji delivered a continuous blow to those places. It seems that not even the Lord could cope with the combo that was delivered at lightning speed. A lightning spark struck with every single strike. The magic gem release was the trump card only known by a small part of the top-ranking seekers. It was a double-edged sword that destroyed the magic gem in exchange for unleashing the maximum amount of magical power in the magic gem. Alas, there was no doubt about its power. The reason is that it could bring forth much more destructive power than usual. Tenuji looked at the enemy before him. Though the other party blocked his strikes with his arms, he had no idea how much damage was caused by his attack. On top of having an extremely tough body, the other party also had strong magic resistance. My attack should have been quite effective, but yet Tenuji noticed that the magic gem inserted into his gauntlet had almost hit its limit. This is the end, he roared as he raised his arms. Lightning sparks burst forth from his leg as he moves his leg. The black monster obviously couldn't catch up with the sudden burst of acceleration. Heya! The Tenuji attack broke through the guard of the black monster. An uppercut was then nailed into the black monster's chin before they managed to raise their guard again. An impact akin to falling thunder struck the monster's chin. Tenuji was about to follow through on the next attack upon seeing the black monster try to brace their feet. The monster would fall on their knees as long as he managed to land a few hits on their abdomen. Alas, his magic gem broke, leaving him with no other way to attack. Rue. Now Tenuji squatted on the spot. And then a shadow of a person leapt up from behind him. Rue had already raised his voice overhead. The magic gem embedded in his blazing sword shone even brighter. The timing of the cooperation attack was perfect. The black monster, whose guard had only just broken, couldn't respond to that attack in time. Everyone bets their lives to create this chance. I mustn't fail. Thus, Rue put his entire strength into his slash. Chapter 138, A Total Defeat. Chapter 138, A Total Defeat. IT hit. The black monster was in a completely defenseless state. The slash was nailed perfectly. Rue's katana was glowing brightly as crimson flame bursting forth from it. The flame slash struck onto the Lord's shoulder. And then, the blade that shone even brighter than before got repelled. Following that, the magic gem embedded in the blazing katana was also broken into pieces. Rue felt a response from his hands. His sword managed to bite into the black monster's shoulder. Even if the attack couldn't do any damage, the heat of the flame should have passed through. The magic gem release can raise the mana index of the magic gem up to 3 times its normal state. Since the magical power contained in that attack just now is more than 5,000. No monster should be able. Rue gazed sadly at his broken katana as he sweated a bucket. The sword's blade had already gone. It broke along with the magic gem. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. When Rue raised his face, he saw the black monster standing still, unscathed. Unscathed. It wasn't just his attack. Ishikawa's, Tenuji's, and Tsun's attack should have left some damage too. And yet, the other party was unscathed. At that moment, Rue felt something that he only felt after getting closer to the black monster. He felt an overwhelming fear like a frog being stared at by an eagle. Rue noticed that the turbid darkness that overflowed from the Black Lord was in fact overwhelming amount of magical power that dwarfed him. The hand that holding the hilt of his broken katana trembling non-stop. Due to the recoil of using his entire magical power in one go, he couldn't move for a while after that. I'm done for. He was in a completely defenseless state. Rue braced himself for the impending death. Everyone had already fought with their everything and even used release. Yet they couldn't even be left to scratch on the black monster, leaving them with no other means to defeat the black monster. The black monster started moving again. Rue closed his eyes, preparing for the worst. And yet, even after he was prepared to die, nothing had happened. The Black Lord just passed by silently beside Rue as if the latter was just an insignificant fly unworthy of the former's attention, and heading toward their target, the Red Duke. What's happened? At that moment, Rue noticed immediately. I see now. We're not even worth their attention. Even after Everyone gives their all. We're akin to buzzing flies or tiny ants crawling under their feet. It's only natural for them to not take notice of those ants, nor do they need to pay attention to them. We haven't even into their line of sight. Rui could only watch in silence as the monster passed him by. He felt frustrated and scared to the point that he couldn't even see his broken katana. That was the first time in his life that Rui was defeated so thoroughly. Matilda N, that startled me. Why are they suddenly attacking me like that? Even Rui ended up attacking me. Yuma walks toward the red ogre in a pretty bewildered state. Even though he saved both Ruya and Tenuji, they ended up attacking him instead. Well, not that their attack works on me though. The ogre before him get back on their feet. The wounds on their face let out froth as it recovered. But, the recovery speed was much slower than before. Running out of magical power, huh? I guess I just need another push. When Yuma raised his fists, the ogre rushed at him while raising a bestial roar. They raised their right fist and clad it with scorching flame. Yuma threw a straight right in response. The counter that he unleashed before his enemy's punch hit him exploded into the ogre's face. Yuma's fist pierced the ogre's face in silence. Gaba! The ogre flinched back as blood spurted from their broken face. Yuma closed in immediately as he pulled his fist back and unleashed an upper into the ogre's abdomen with the same fist. Ogre! The ogre falls in agony before him. They opened their cramped mouth. Yuma clenched his fists even stronger than before, causing the blood-red lines on his skin to glow even brighter, to bring down the ogre once and for all. Ara 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 aura. The barrage of storm-like punches mercilessly pummeled into the body of the ogre. Central Emergency Headquarters. Tenuji. Are you okay? Honda connected his communication line with Tenuji while looking at the monitor. Sorry, Honda-san. We failed. No, don't worry about that. You did plenty enough already. We'll do something about the aftermath. Tenuji and Seo, who unleashed an all-out attack at the Black Lord, were too exhausted to move from their position. They are obviously in no condition to fight anymore. Honda instructed the operator around him immediately. How's the condition of the seeker from Farmel and Kiguruzaka Pharmacy? They are still in the middle of fighting the Helgam, but some who managed to defeat the monster have already been heading to another battlefield. Tell them to head to the location of the Black Lord. Send a request to SDF to provide covering fire. Since an ordinary rifle isn't enough, tell them to prepare an anti-material rifle. Yes. The staff moved on immediately to carry his order. Honda looked at the monitor with a deep frown on his face. He resolved to do everything to detain the Lord in this place. He was prepared to do everything, even if it means that many Seekers and SDF member would lose their lives. Ahead, Honda's line of sight was the reflected image of the Black Devil toying with the Red Duke with their overwhelming power. Ora ara ora! Yuma seized the ogre's wrist and hurled the latter. The whole ogre got slammed onto the ground and roared due to the shock. Yuma didn't let go of his grip. He slammed the ogre onto the ground again. Aga! The ogre fell while vomiting a lot of blood. Alas, Yuma showed no mercy and kept slamming the ogre onto the ground till the hard concrete got pulverized to small pieces due to the impact, and crushed the ogre's wrist at the same time. He kicked off the ogre with his left foot, causing the arm he held in his hand torn off from its root, sending the ogre flying a dozen meters above the ground. Yuma then threw away the torn-off arm with a bored look on his face before he approached the ogre. Ga! AAA. The Red Ogre tried to stand on their feet, albeit just barely. Their missing arm and the wound on their body hadn't shown any sign of recovery. The other party had already run out of magical power, meaning that Yuma's next attack would finish them off. Yuma clenched his right fist. He had yet to perfectly master the giant slime's ability to change mana into mass. But Yuma had finally gotten a little insight into how to take in the mana around him. This is the end. More liquid metal gathered onto his right hand. The shape of his hand slowly transformed into that of a giant hammer. I tried to imagine Pickle, but it looks way too crooked. So this one should be good enough. Yuma lowered his right hand, transformed into a hammer, and rushed toward the ogre. The ogre didn't seem to trying to run away from Yuma. Or maybe they were simply running out of stamina. Yuma raised his hammer overhead and swung it down toward his opponent's head. The hammer that he brandished with his full power smashed the ogre's head. The impact created a shockwave, which was followed by the short death wail of the monster. When the hammer struck the ground exploded due to the sheer force of Yuma's swing, scattering a cloud of dust. Chapter 139, The End of Battle. Chapter 139, The End of the Battle. It's finally died for sure. Yuma heaved a sigh as he restored his right hand to normal. His opponent was a monster with a terrifying life force. Though not as tough as Chimera, he might have had a hard time against them without his metal armor. Well then, now is the time to get away immediately from this place. When Yuma looked around, he saw a few seekers heading in his direction. All of them were wearing high-tech looking battle suits. It seems they're from a top-ranked seeker. From another direction, there was a member of the SDF who was equipped with a rifle coming toward him. Following behind them was an armored vehicle. Are they targeting me? Yuma's hunch was right on the money. The SDF went down on one knee and then pointed the muzzle of their rifle toward him. The top-rank seeker was also taking out their weapon, unleashing the magical power of thunder or fire. Holy crabby! Yuma hurriedly ran away from that place. Over there. Block their path. Don't let them go. The SDF member equipped with an anti-tank rifle chased the Black Lord while shouting loudly. The other SDF members readied shooting stance immediately. Fire! The volley of bullets fired by 10 people was making a beeline toward the monster. Alas, it got repelled along with a clear metallic sound. Damn it! Is the tank ready? Already in the city. The sound of the tank's caterpillar came from the opposite direction of the monster amidst the ruckus between SDF members. It was Mk-10, which boasted a high degree of mobility. Contrary to its bulky appearance, its turret quickly locks onto the monster and spat 44 caliber 120mm bullet from its turret. The 120mm armor-piercing bullet loaded into the turret of Mk-10 struck the Black Lord. That was what everyone thought. Alas, the monster swatted the incoming bullet with its left arm. It was as if the bullet was nothing more than a fly. You must be kidding me. That's armor-piercing bullet, you know. They swatted that bullet that easily. When the SDF member was still dumbfounded, the top-ranked seeker who had already caught up from behind rushed toward the monster. We go after that monster too. Ah, Roger. The commander of the SDF rushed at once with his subordinates in tow. They rushed since the Black Lord was circling around behind the building. After resting for a while, Tenuji managed to get on his feet, albeit barely. He ran out of magical power and stamina. He couldn't go after the monster anymore. Are you okay, Ishikawa, Tizan? Asked Tenuji to Ishikawa and Tizan while holding onto his left arm. Yeah, we're okay. Don't expect us to move anytime soon though, replied Ishikawa with frustrated face. The same goes for me. My railgun gauntlet is ruined too. Tizan smiled bitterly as he spoke while looking at the enchanted armament on his right arm. Its magic gem had already broken, and its outer shell was in a pretty tattered state too, not in the right condition to be used. Tenuji forced himself to walk with an unsteady gait until he arrived at Rui's place. Rui was also down on his knees, looking down without letting go of the hilt of the broken sword in his hand. Sorry, Tenuji-san. Though everyone has been using their ult to create an opening, I failed to defeat the Black Lord. He barely managed to squeeze those words, and it was filled with a sense of defeat and frustration. It's not your fault. We're also too powerless to the point that we've no choice but to entrust the job to you, a newcomer. All of us are too weak, that's all. Tenuji patted lightly on Rui's shoulder and kept walking until the place where the Red Duke died. The mountain of sand in that place gradually vanished along with the wind. At that moment, Tenuji noticed something buried inside those sands. What's the matter? He squatted down and picked it up. This is a brilliant blood-like gem. No doubt about it. Magic gem, red diamond. And this size. Dropped by the Red Duke. Tenuji gulped his spit, completely captivated by the beauty of the shining red gem. The Seeker and SDF member ran around to the back of the building. And yet, by the time they arrived, the figure of the Lord had already gone. The only thing they saw was a white wall that separated this city from outside. Oi, that guy is gone. Is it jumped over the wall? Seeing the SDF member come from the other side, they assumed that the Lord wasn't going to either side of the building. They looked around to see if there was another way aside from climbing the wall, and yet, they found nothing. The only thing they found was a small Shiba Inu. Though they were wondering if the Shiba Inu was owned by someone, the dog itself was walking as if they owned the place. Though they were worrying, they couldn't find the trace of the Lord at all. Thus, the commander of the SDF contacted the headquarters. "We can't find the monster. There might have already escaped outside of the wall. Chase after it immediately. We cannot afford to let it escape." Hearing Honda's flustered voice, the commander of SDF had also nodded in agreement. "Understood. I'll contact the squad stationed outside of the wall to go after the monster." "Let's go," said the commander to his subordinates before leaving the place with his subordinate in tow. The little dog saw them off while sticking their tongue and heaved a sigh before running in the opposite direction. After parting ways with the other seeker, Kanzaki and Tanaka came to the parking lot where the company's car was parked. "President, are you sure that we can take it easy in this kind of situation? We should at least find Yuma's whereabouts first, right?" said Tanaka, who was worrying about Yuma, whose whereabouts were unknown. On the other hand, Kanzaki just leaned on the door of the car, looking at the sky while puffing some smoke. "Don't worry, Tanaka-san. That kid is safe and sound. We should just wait for him in a desolate place." Desolate place. When Tanaka tried to figure out the meaning behind Kanzaki's remark, a Shiba Inu suddenly came closer. And just when he was wondering where the dog came from, the dog suddenly opened their mouth. "President, I managed to somehow defeat the Red Ogre," and spoke in Japanese language, which made Tanaka completely flabbergasted. "TTT, the dog just spoke." "I see. Not bad, I say," replied Kanzaki, who seemingly knew this coming and spoke normally with the said dog. Seeing Tanaka left dumbfounded, the dog's body started to wriggle and transformed into metallic color. The liquid metal rose up and then changed to another form. It changed into humanoid form, or Yuma to be exact. Tanaka received the biggest shock of the day. "Come to think of it, I recall that you can also transform into a dog." Kanzaki addressed Yuma while puffing his cigarettes. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with his body, Yuma opened his mouth. "Yeah, the guy is my pet. So, what happened to Ruya and Tenuji-san after I escaped?" "Everyone is safe and sound." "That's a relief," said Yuma while heaving a sigh. "The other seeker and SDF member seems to be looking for you though." "No problem. I've already made sure that I take some detours along the way." Tanaka, who couldn't follow the two conversations, opened his mouth as he looked at Kanzaki with a completely perplexed face. What's happening here, President? Please explain this matter properly." Kanzaki and Yuma exchanged glances and then laughed together. "Well, Tanaka-san, I'll explain that matter gradually. But let's return to our lodging facility for the time being. The battle against the monster has already settled down after all." Kanzaki put off the cigarettes with his portable ashtray and walked toward the lodging facility. Chapter 140, Japan's Great Crisis. Chapter 140, Japan's Great Crisis. After that, all monsters that came to the surface, including the Hellgarms, were subjugated safely. But, since the damage to both Seeker and SDF members was huge, the plan to build shelter on the 100th floor of the Red Dungeon was postponed. The small and medium companies, including D-Miner, are already on the way back from the city of Seeker. Having no idea about what to do later, it seems the plan for only including the major company in the next operation was already in motion. "Well then, this will mark the end of our job," Kanzaki muttered while steering the jeep. "Honestly, I don't want to come anymore." Tanaka, who sat in the passenger seat, was smiling wryly as he spoke. But then, Yuma, who sat in the rear seat, leaned forward to join their conversation. "Still, I'm really happy to be able to meet my friends. I even got the chance to meet the famous Tenuji-san." "Yeah, surely. The Battle of Howl of Thunder Beast is truly awesome." Tanaka nodded in agreement. Kanzaki squinted his eyes as he heard the conversation between the two. "Anyhow, everyone must be exhausted. So let's go back quickly, have a sumptuous meal, and go to sleep." "Yes." The car that carried the three of them then headed toward the south via Joban Expressway to go back to their company, which is located in Chiba, city of Seeker, headquarters of Management Center, the Central. That place was currently facing a huge problem. Namely, the fact that they couldn't find the Black Lord no matter how much they're looking for it. It was as if the said monster vanished like smoke. Are there no new information from the SDF and police? Why yes. There's still no new information so far. Honda, who stayed in the headquarters, was truly perplexed. Even though the SDF, the nearby garrison, and even Ibaraki's police had been working together to locate the monster, they found no clue at all. Just what in the world is going on? Amidst such confusion, one of his subordinates approached him. "Chief, there's a phone call from Vice Minister Hashizuma, the cabinet office," said the man as he handed the smartphone to Honda, who then answered the call with a frown on his face. "Yes. Yeah, I understand." That was the call from the government. Honda heaved a sigh as he ended the call. It seems the government had also stepped in since the monster that could potentially create great disaster had been unleashed to the world. Honda then stood up and prepared to go to Tokyo. The same day, afternoon, under the regulation of the Ministry of Management during the crisis, the Cabinet Office, including the Cabinet Secretariat Joint Coordination, top brass from each ministry, and the Government Office gathered in the Prime Minister's office due to the current state of emergency. The reason was to gather as much information as possible for the initial response. The discussion was naturally centered around the appearance of the Black Lord on the surface. The opinion that was approved here would be reported to the Prime Minister at once to be discussed in the emergency cabinet meeting. The current Prime Minister, Iwaki, opened his mouth with a grim look on his face. "Is that black monster really such a threat?" The one who replied was the Minister of Defense, Takakura. "We're still lacking the information at this point, but most specialists in the field said it's a threat that's never been seen before. We have to respond with maximum vigilance." "I see." Though there were various opinions during the meeting, it was in the end just layman's opinion. Except for the authorities of the Ministry of Defense, most participants had no idea about the details of the dungeon. As the one who understood this matter the most, the Minister of Defense decided to take the matter at hand, sending their personnel and making the budget estimation. Once the meeting ended, the Vice Minister of Defense, Saraizawa, and the Minister of Defense Takakura walked side by side in the corridor of the Diet building. "Elsid's general manager, Honda, has been waiting." "I see," Takakura replied curtly and quickly went toward the room where Honda had been waiting. Behind the door, Honda had already been waiting with a tense look on his face. He quickly stood from his chair and straightened his back to welcome the Minister of Defense. Takakura stood in front of Honda, looking at the latter with a sharp glint in his eyes. "I'll convey the result of the meeting." "Yes," replied Honda to Takakura. A certain building in Tokyo, the headquarters of NALSID. Honda, who just returned from the Prime Minister's office, opened the door and walked into the conference room located in the 8th floor of the building. The strongest seekers of ELSID, all members of the Howl of Thunder Beast, had already been waiting inside that conference room. Though a few of them couldn't attend their meeting due to the injury from the previous operation, Tenuji, Taizun, Misaki Bluel, and Rua were present. "I just returned from the Prime Minister's office. Since the Ministry of Defense shared its plan with me, I'll tell you a lot about the next operation." Tenuji and CO, who sat in the chair, stood up immediately and straightened their back as they looked at Honda. "The government judged that the appearance of the Black Lord is a serious national crisis. That's why our highest priority is to subjugate that monster." "Subjugate that monster?" Honda nodded, hearing Tenuji repeating the former's remark. "We're going to mobilize all top-rank seekers from all over Japan to defeat that fella. The SDF will give their support for the investigation, but they won't participate in the ensuing battle. The reason is simply because their gun doesn't work on that fella." Tenuji gulped his spit upon hearing that remark. Honda's expression was even steeper than Tenuji's. "This is an official request from the country. From this point, the target of our subjugation, the Black Lord, will be called Black Armor." "Black Armor." Tenuji was ruminating over that name. "And ELSID is nominated as the supervisor of the operation." In short, the conference room was enveloped by eerie silence. "The Howl of Thunder Beast will play the center role in defeating the Black Armor." Tenuji and Tsun's faces formed a deep frown. Rua, who stood behind them, made the same face. The reason was simply because they knew just how abnormal the strength of the Black Lord was. They even doubt that all top-rank seekers throughout Japan alone were enough to defeat the monster. Rua focused his line of sight on Honda again despite his anxiety. "This is an important duty to protect Japan. Thousands or tens of thousands of lives in Japan might lost if we failed to defeat that guy. We've to succeed no matter what. Yes. On this day, all top-rank seekers joined hand to participate in Japan's biggest mission, the subjugation of Black Armor. Chapter 141, Analysis of the Ruler. Act 5, The Black Armor. Chapter 141, Analysis of the Ruler. Tokyo, Koto City, Elsa's research facility. Tenuji, Rui, and a few other members of the Howl of Thunder Beast gathered in that place. This is the video captured by drone back then. After opening the folder in the PC, the said video is displayed on the 60-inch monitor before them. The one operating the PC was the staff of the research department, Tanab. He was a bespectacled youth whose face seemingly lacked motivation and currently operating the PC while chewing on the frisk in his mouth. Alas, Tenuji and CO knew better about Tanab. He was a specialist in terms of data analysis, a genius who entered Cambridge University by skipping grades. He was involved in the construction of the system used by Elsid. Take a look at this. Tenuji and CO then focused their attention on the image shown by Tanab. It was the video of the battle between the Red Duke and Black Lord. The video showed the moment when the Red Duke attacked the Black Lord with a flame-clad fist. Alas, the other party easily dodged the punch and unleashed a few counters in turn. It was obvious that the Black Lord was superior in terms of speed. Amazing. Their power and speed easily exceeded that of Red Duke. Naive, you're too naive, said Tanab as he shook his head upon hearing Tenuji's remark. Take a look more carefully. This black monster isn't just punching blindly. They're using martial arts like a human does. Upon hearing that, Tenuji, who took a second look, realized that the Black Lord did use something like boxing and karate. What do you mean? Tanab just shrugged his shoulders, waving his hands when Tenuji asked that question. No idea. Maybe they fought a human before and copied the said human's fighting style. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that they're intelligent creatures? Tizan suddenly cut into the conversation from behind. There's such a possibility. That is just my speculation though. And the punch is also packed with destructive force. Tanab pressed the key of his keyboard and displayed several numerical values. This is the rough calculation of the power of their punch based on the video. Considering their velocity and mass, the result is around 55,560 Newton. How strong is that? Asked Tizan quizzically, since he didn't quite understand the meaning of that result. Well, enough to instantly turned a human body into mine meat. Tenuji and CO frowned at once upon hearing an easy-to-understand answer from Tanab. Moreover, Tanab pressed another key of his keyboard and shared another data. Their combat capabilities alone are already out of the chart, and yet, they are still being protected by their tough outer shell. On top of that, Tanab opened the video when the Black Lord received an attack from the folder. And the attacking side was none other than Tenuji and CO. Take a look at this. This part. It was the part when Tenuji and CO used the release of their enchanted armament for an all-out attack. First, the water cutter fired by Ishikawa, who attacked the Black Lord, then followed immediately by Tizan's railgun. Tenuji's Godspeed combo followed next, and lastly the flame slash from Rui. It was a relentless, perfectly linked, 1-minute chain attack. The Red Duke might be done if this chain attack was used on them. And yet, the chain attack couldn't even scratch the Black Lord's shell. And then, their shell repelled the bullet of the anti-material rifle, swatting down the armor-piercing bullet of the tank with ease. Well, this one was truly an absolute monster. I think the physical attack isn't working on this guy. The moment Tanab explained his opinion with an equally perplexed face as everyone, Tenuji touched his chin and groaned as he agreed with that opinion. Then, is that mean we can only use magic to defeat that fella? It's not that simple. Tanab pressed the key of his keyboard again and displayed another data. And this is your release of enchanted armament. It's the rough calculation of the amount of magical power you unleashed during that moment. The data displayed some detailed numerical values. Ishikawa's water cutter is 4,800. Tizan's railgun is 5,600. Tenuji's combo is 6,700, and Rui's slash is 5,500. Oyo, that kind of number is over the top. Tizan, who heard about this matter for the first time, retorted as he looked at the number displayed in the screen. We adjust estimation. The problem is the Black Lord, who literally unscathed even after receiving all of those attacks. and then went on to defeat the Red Duke right after that, as if your combined attack isn't a big deal. Surely, looking at the image of the Black Lord's continued attack, they unscathed. Not even a scratch could be seen on the armor attached to their body. A silence enveloped the laboratory. "Are you telling us that fella is literally invincible?" Both Ruya and Tazan gasped when they heard Tenuji's remark. If that was really the case, then nothing could stop the said monster from loitering on the ground. "Since they have such high magic resistance, we might have a hard time defeating it with magic. If we only use magic of the first level, that's it." His voice resounded in Tenuji's ears. "Magic of first level? What's that?" "Yeah, some time ago, Flame Emperor Albert from America conducted an experiment. The experiment is to see how much flame the prismatic-colored dual battle from the Black Dungeon can endure." "Ah, I also heard about that." "Well, it's a pretty famous experiment after all. The result was the shell of the beetle broke down and became sand when the magical power of the flame reached 6,000. It is said to be the maximum limit of the monster's resistance. Alas, the Black Lord's resistance is even higher than that." Tanab smiling at Tenuji's question. "Indeed. We need magic of second level to beat this guy." "Oh, are you serious?" The one who raised his voice was Tazan. He frowned in disbelief. "Albert is the only known user of magic of second level. Ain't ya telling us that it's literally impossible to beat that fella?" Hearing that, Tanab let out a smile as he stood up slowly from his chair. "I agree. But, it's not like we've no other way either. Follow me." Tanab walks out of the laboratory. Tenuji and Ru exchanged glances before briskly following Tanab. "Where are we going to?" Tenuji asked, maybe because he got irritated by Tanab, who only walked in silence. "You'll know right away." The place they went to was the two-storied basement of the research institution. The research institution was divided into several laboratories. Tanab stopped in front of one of the laboratories and opened its door by sliding down his card key. Once they were inside, they saw several researchers typing something while looking at the monitor of their PC. "What is this place?" When Tenuji asked so, Tanab heaved a sigh and sat in one of the prepared stools. "Research laboratory for the development of the enchanted armament. Normally, this is where the new weapon is researched, but they're currently researching that." Tanab pointed at the thick glass door. A single katana was currently constructed by several robot arms. A familiar magic gem was inserted into the hierarchy of that katana. "That's..." Tenuji's eyes opened wide. He wouldn't mistake it. It was the magic gem he found in the city of Sika and entrusted to Honda. Red Diamond. Red Duke's Magic Gem. Chapter 142, Blazing Katana MK0. Chapter 142, Blazing Katana MK0. Tanab raised his hands upon seeing the surprised Tenuji. "Correct. This is the red diamond dropped by the Red Duke." "You installed it into enchanted armament?" Tenuji exclaimed in shock. The magic gem used for enchanted armament usually had a mana index around 1000. It was common sense that the end product wouldn't work very well if the mana index was far higher than that. "Well, your surprise is understandable. This one mana index is over 6,000 after all. It's natural to think that it won't be used for enchanted armament. Since you understand, why are you trying to make the same mistake as Farmel's Geibolg?" That was the enchanted armament that their fellow major company, Farmel, tried to create in the past. America's Big Seekers clan used a lot of yellow diamond as the core. Alas, no one could use the weapon with a mana index over 8,000. Farmel took the said magic gem and used it for researching and developing enchanted armament. And the finished enchanted armament was Thunder Spear, Geibolg. But, useless aside, the Seeker who tried to use it ended up having their magical power running out of control and gravely injured. Since then, the spear degraded into nothing more than antique ornament displayed in the research institute of Farmel. "Well, it's natural for you to have such suspicion, but it won't happen with this weapon," said Tanab with confidence as he typed the keyboard of his PC, and showed the data layout of the design of the enchanted armament that used the red diamond. Blazing Katana MK0- is designed using LCD Company's latest technology. It's fundamentally different from the one made by Farmel. "Then, is that mean even a normal seeker can use it?" Tanab shook his head hearing Tenuji's question. "It's become much easier to use, but it doesn't mean that just everyone can use it. It must be someone with enough talent to draw out the power of the magic gem. So, who will use it? Hearing that, Tanab took the data sheet placed on the desk. After scanning each of the pages, he showed a particular page to Tenuji, the one who managed to extract the most magical power from the magic gem in the previous test, and someone with the closest amount of magical power of fire with red diamond. No way. Everyone in line of sight, including Tenuji, gathered at one person. And the person who gulped his spit due to that attention was none other than Rui Amasawa Rui. You have to use the blazing katana MK0 and defeat the black armor. Me. Black armor. Rui looked troubled hearing Tanab's remark. He was tasked with the duty to defeat the monster who defeated all of them without doing anything. Rui felt all this was a dream. Seeing that, Tenuji placed his hand on Rui's shoulder. Tenuji-san, don't worry, we'll have your back. Originally, such an important duty shouldn't be entrusted to a rookie like you. Alas, the reality said that it has to be you, and that's why we will back you up. Upon looking around, Tenuji, Tizen, and Misaki Blue were sending an encouraging gaze at him. Thus, he felt a sense of duty to answer their expectation. Alas, even if this katana's 6,000 mana index matches with my magical power, there's no guarantee that it'll allow me to use magic of second level. Don't worry about it. Tanab reassured Rui with a confident smile on his face. We will make you grow. And I've prepared a training plan for that. He gave a file. The content of that file was the training plan to raise Rui's mana index in the deep floor of the White Dungeon. Tenuji had also received the same file. He opened the file and confirmed its content. I see. It seems we have to fly to the Hokkaido immediately. Are you sure? We're ordered to defeat the Black Armor. And yet we went to White Dungeon in Hokkaido instead. Hearing Rui's anxious question, Tanab replied for him. Anyhow, we can't defeat the Black Armor as of now. And we have yet to complete the blazing katana. That's why we have to do something that we can do for the time being. Though it sounds like we're taking a detour, I believe that this will pave our way to defeat that paranormal monster. Tanab looked at Rui when he turned around. Tenuji also nodded at Rui. Are you sure about entrusting this to me? Aren't you afraid if it suddenly disappears? Nevertheless, I understand. I'll do it. I'll definitely bring down the Black Armor, said Rui. His eyes were filled with determination. Chiba Prefecture, Kashiwa City, D Minor. Since the company took some days off after returning from the city of Sika, today was the day Yuma finally came back to work. Here you go, Yuma-kun. The payout for this month. Ah. Thank you, said Yuma as he received the envelope from Maker, and quickly confirmed the content. Eh? So much? Yuma was rather flabbergasted upon seeing the amount of money. The amount of salary he received this month was off by digit compared to the salary he received last month. Yes, it's a bonus from selling the ruby that you retrieved and a danger benefit for entering the Black Dungeon. Well, you ought to receive at least that much. I see. Yuma's face was smiling broadly. The amount of that money alone would allow him to buy the thing he wanted to buy. When he thought so, the president who sat in the innermost part of the office called out to him. Yuma, how about buying some presents for your parent? Your first salary isn't that much, but you should be able to buy some presents for them now. That's right. I'll buy something for them. Present, is it? What kind of present I shall buy for them, I wonder. That day, they had to write a report to the Dungeon Association about the summary of their activity in the city of Sika. Every seeker seems to be distressed by it. Alas, Yuma and Kanzaki didn't seem to care about it. Alas, after he somehow managed to finish his report, Yuma asked for early leave. Huff. Present for my parent, is it? Well, I couldn't buy them anything with my initial salary. Yuma went to a slightly better shopping mall on the way home. He was pondering about whether he had to buy jewelry or expensive clothes. Alas, it was a tough choice for Yuma, who had never bought anything for his parents so far. That moment, Yuma, what are you doing here? When he turned around, his childhood friend Kt had already been standing behind him. Chapter 143, Information opened up to public. Chapter 143, Information opened up to the public. Kt, what are you doing here? I just want to hang out after finishing my job. That's why I came to this place. Yuma was startled when his name suddenly called out. But since they lived in the same area, it wasn't a rare thing for them to bump at each other every now and then, looked before him dressed in a grey suit and wore black pumps women's business shoes. Different from him who went to his office in his clothes, it gave out an adult-like air in her suit. And I'm still the same as before. Wearing civilian clothes. Since D-Minor was a micro company, it was pretty lax when it came to the attire of its employees. Definitely different from the other dungeon-affiliated company. Did you come to buy something, Yuma-kun? Yes. Well, I want to buy something for my parents since I just received my salary. Is that so? But, your initial salary should have come out a long time ago, right? Yuma could only scratch his cheek awkwardly upon hearing Kt ask curiously. The thing is, I can't buy anything since the last month's salary is far too little. That's why I want to buy something now that I received some extra in this month. That's great. Uncle and Auntie will be delighted for sure. Well, I hope so. So, have you decided what you want to buy? Actually, I am just about to think about it now. Then let me choose a suitable gift for them. Well, it's no big deal, really. That was what Yuma wanted to say. Alas, he swallowed his words after seeing Kt offer her help with a bright smile on her face. Thus, they went around the store and bought premium sweets and flowers for Yuma's mother, and a necktie pin and necktie for his father. They then went into the food court after finishing their shopping since Kt said she was famished. After paying for the drink bar, they went to their seat with oolong tea and cola in their hand. You've said before that you received a lot of bonus this month, but, is it that much different? Kt asked curiously. Surely, each company had its own salary system and no outsider knew the system unless they work in the said company. It's from Danger Welfare and Reward. I mean, I dive into the slightly dangerous dungeon and fight a lot of dangerous monster. Yuma spoke with a slightly proud face. When he peeped at Kt's face, expecting to get her more interested, he ended up seeing her depressed face instead. I see. It's that kind of dangerous job after all. I can't help but worry about you. At that moment, Yuma realized that he almost spilled the beans. Even if it's a dangerous situation, I'm just acting as rearguard support. Rather, my senior is the one who fights the monster. That's why from my perspective, it's not dangerous at all. Yuma corrected his mistake in a hurry. Though it wasn't that dangerous in particular, Yuma didn't want to make Kt worry about him for some reason. So that's the case, said Kt as she rolled the straw in her drink. The sound of ice clinking with the glass became a background as she stirred her drink. I also met Rue at Ibaraki. He's safe and sound too. Yup, Rue also said in his mail. I met Yuma, and he looks more buffed up than before. Is what he said. He says that Yuma chewed the ice that swiped along with the cola. And recalled again about the fact that Kt and Rua had been exchanging emails. By the way, since you received so much salary, you better treat me to something nice. Normal Ol's salary won't increase so suddenly. Sure, feel free to order anything. My wallet is still thick. Why? What a wonderful husband you are, Tilda. Yuma felt at ease upon seeing Kt's innocent smile. But, if Yuma earns that much, it means that Rue earns even more each month. Definitely. The level of our company is like heaven and earth, you know. Then, we have to ask Rue to treat us to a meal later. Nice idea. Let's hang out together. Rue's treat. Yuma could already see Rue revealing a wry smile when both Kt and him pressed for a treat. Thus, both of them chuckled happily as they spoke on such a silly topic. Surely, the relationship between the three would stay the same as before. Yuma was thinking optimistically about such a future. At that moment, the sound of breaking news resounded from the giant screen placed in the food court. We will announce breaking news. Yuma and Kt raised their face at once. During the press conference with Japan's government, they gave us the details about the large-scale disaster that struck Ibaraki's city of Sika a few days ago. Kt cocked her head upon hearing that. Yuma and Rue are visiting Ibaraki a few days ago, right? I did hear that a troublesome incident broke over the butt. That's Yuma replied ambiguously. The reason was that the Dungeon Association had asked him to not tell any soul about what happened in the Red Dungeon. Though I heard that it would be announced officially, I had no idea that they would announce it today. According to the spokesperson in the cabinet, the monster is overflowed from the Red Dungeon and rampaged on the ground. Though most monsters have already been exterminated by the Seekers and SDF, we have to announce that one of them managed to escape. At that moment, Their surroundings suddenly became noisy. This was the first official announcement in Japan about a monster coming out to the ground. It seems this matter was dealt with in secret up to this point. Even Yuma, who fought in the city of Sika, had no idea that a monster had escaped. Does that mean another burning dog has escaped? Just what in the world are the SDF and the top rank C? And this is the picture of the monster that has escaped. The figure shown in the picture had a muscular body, black armor, horn, and ominous sharp teeth. It was the figure of Yuma in his metallization state. Seeing his own figure displayed like that, Yuma unintentionally spurted the cola in his mouth. Hey, it's dirty. Ah, my bad. Yuma apologizes to Kt as he wipes the place that got wet by the cola he spurted a moment ago with his handkerchief. It was only natural for him to be this surprised. Yuma then looked at the TV again. This monster is an extremely dangerous monster, according to IDR. This monster is a disaster-class monster. The Ministry of Defense has been doing their best to chase this monster. Alas, until this announcement was made, they had yet to be able to locate the said monster's location. If you happen to see this monster nearby, we ask you to contact the government or the nearby police station immediately. Yuma almost fainted in shock upon seeing that news. According to his scenario, it should be something around a good monster beating an evil monster. Alas, he realized that he was too naive after seeing the news. He ended up being treated as a runaway monster, an extremely dangerous one on top of that. Hey, is that monster as scary as they say? Asked in worry. I've no idea. I'm helping the real back then. What about Rui? Does he meet the monster? I don't know. Yuma's heartbeat rose rapidly. The reason is that he ended up fighting Rui in that form. It wasn't just met. They fought. I suddenly remember that I have an urgent business, said Yuma as he stood up and left the bewildered kid behind in the food court. Chapter 144, Ethan's Suspicion. Chapter 144, Ethan's Suspicion. Yuma took out his cell phone and called Kanzaki immediately. President, have you seen the breaking news just now? It's huge. Different from the flustered Yuma, Kanzaki replied calmly. Yeah. You become pretty famous, eh? How can you act so carefreely like that? I mean, I'm treated as a monster and being targeted by the government, you know. There, calm down kid, said Kanzaki, soothing down the flustered Yuma. It's definitely a big deal. But those fellow won't be able to find you unless they know about your metallization or metal armor. Ah, you're right. He calmed down upon hearing such a logical explanation. Alas, it didn't mean that he didn't have any worries left. Well, I can understand your worries. Let's go to Aisha's place for now, and you may spend the days like usual. And let me add another warning, never use your metallization outside of the dungeon for now. Understood. Yuma ended the call and then heaved a sigh of relief. He never expected that things would turn into such a situation. Thus he dragged his heavy leg back to his home and settled down for now. International Dungeon Research Organization HQ, Palestina. There was an emergency meeting held in that place. The faces of the participants of the meeting were really gloomy since the topic of the meeting was an extremely serious matter that had never seen before. This is the Blue Duke that is found in India. Though the image was blurry, we confirmed that it was a humanoid reptile-like monster. The conference room was wrapped in a heavy atmosphere. The operator of the projector then showed the next picture. This is the insect monster that seems to be the Green Duke who appeared from the Green Dungeon in Brazil. We have no other picture of the said monster since this one is the only picture of it taken from afar. A groaning voice resounded in the meeting room. The topic of this meeting was the runaway of the monster in every part of the earth. In most cases, those monsters left the dungeon and wreaked havoc on the ground. Among them, the most troublesome one was the unique monster who came out from their dungeon. So far, it was confirmed that there were 4 of them. 3 dukes and 1 lord. Next is the duke and lord who appeared at the same in Japan. This time, the huge screen in the meeting room projected a clear image. Humanoid monster with a tusk and horn. Red-colored skin with flames jet out from their shoulders and back. Oh, this must be the Red Duke. Its appearance looks like the ogre from the White Dungeon. The one who raised that voice was the researcher from America, James. He looked hatefully at the video on the screen that displayed the battle between the Red Ogre against the Japanese Seekers. The flames that burst forth from their fist melted the building and ground as if it was made of candy. Even when it was wounded, the wound recovered immediately. Such troublesome fella came out of the dungeon, huh? Well, this fella has already died, right? That's the silver lining of this situation. Though everyone nodded in agreement with James, the senior researcher and the chairman of IDR, Maya Berger shut her eyes and shook her head. No, the real problem is the very existence that defeated this Duke. Next image, please. The operator of the PC nodded and then opened up another folder, and displayed the data stored in it. The newly opened video was a black humanoid monster. It showed the moment when the black humanoid monster unleashed flurries of attacks at the Red Duke. The Duke tried to fight back, alas, neither its physical attack nor its mighty flames were working on the black monster. This is the Black Lord. Overwhelming strength and brutality. Japanese seekers tried to attack with the magic of water, thunder, and fire attributes, yet none of it was working on the said monster. This Black Lord escaped right after they beat the Red Duke, and their current whereabouts is unknown. And we've confirmed that this Lord is the most dangerous one among the monsters on the list. Silence descended into the conference room after Maya finished her words. But a certain researcher broke that silence. Is that monster really a lord? Everyone's focus quickly gathered toward that researcher. Even Maya frowned upon hearing the researcher's remark. What do you mean, Ethan? Ethan Noble, who gained everyone's attention, then looked at the black monster in the video. I agree with you that the monster is strong, but don't you think it's a bit too early to designate them as a lord? The LCD company from Japan has measured its mana index with its latest mana measuring tools. And according to them, the monster's mana index was over 10,000. The latest mana measuring tools. It's still a prototype, but it has passed the experimental stage. So the measurement result is pretty credible. Despite Maya's declaration, Ethan didn't seem to care for it. Over 10,000 means that the exact number has yet to be measured, right? Do we still have to measure its mana index at this point? Ethan, just what in the world you're trying to say here? Ethan whistled carefreely as he replied to Maya. I'm talking about the Orpheus slate. Eh? The change is quite evident on the ore that represent the three dukes when they left the dungeon. They're all glowing faintly. And yet, there's no particular change on the ore that represents the Lord. Don't you think that something is off? Maya tilted her head in puzzlement at hearing that answer. Ethan, I understand your worry, but not everything can be clarified with Orpheus slate. Even that slate might not expect the appearance of the Black Lord. Yes, I agree with you. That's why I've never said that it isn't a lord. Maya heaved a sigh upon seeing Ethan, who shrugged his shoulders and raised his hands as he spoke. Then, let's put the Black Lord in Japan as our top priority, while gathering more information about the three dukes from the other countries. In addition, we might have to send an international seeker clan to Japan to combat the Black Lord. If that's the case, how about the commission to the UK? The strongest seeker clan in that country should be pretty free after finishing the large-scale monster subjugation. The one who asked the question was Nikes, a physicist from Greece. He was a new member who joined the organization just recently, a bright and intelligent person. Come to think of it, we might as well choose the other seeker clan aside from the UK that we can send to Japan. Once the emergency meeting ended, Ethan left the meeting room immediately. Clark had already been waiting outside with an anxious face. What's the matter? Is it regarding the unique monster? Yeah. Both of them walked along the long corridor to the stairs to go back to their own laboratory. Ethan, do you have a doubt about the lord that appeared recently? Yes. Orpheus slate has always shown some sort of reaction whenever a unique monster appears, and yet, it showed no reaction toward the Black Lord's appearance. Or maybe we simply lack a sample in this case. Surely, but Ethan stopped and raised his face up. I mean, that Black Lord is obviously far too strong. Chapter 145, Mystery of the Past. Chapter 145, Mystery of the Past. LCD's headquarters. When dusk came, of the many employees who left the office, a man remained even after the light was off in the office room while looking at the video before him. Working overtime, Ishikawa. The one who greeted him was Tenuji. Yeah, there are still too many things left to investigate. You're also heading for Hokkaido tomorrow, right? Yeah. With the first flight in the morning. Then stop lazing around and do your job. After Ishikawa said so, Tenuji presented the canned coffee to Ishikawa. Ishikawa received the coffee reluctantly and opened its lid. Tenuji had also drunk the same brand of coffee beside him. Ishikawa sipped the coffee while looking at his PC monitor. Both of them prefer black coffee since the old days. "Have you found something so far?" asked Tenuji as he sat on the desk. Alas, Ishikawa shook his head. "Not at all. There's almost no information about the Black Lord. And the fact that no one ever sees it despite its conspicuous appearance made it even more unbelievable." Ishikawa examined the video taken by security camera in the city of Sika and the battle video of the Black Lord. The police had also checked the record of the CCTV. Alas, Ishikawa decided to check the video just in case the police missed something. On the other hand, it might be some sort of clue to find that monster. Ishikawa frowned. "What do you mean, Tenuji?" "Since it can't be found, there's a possibility that the monster can transform their shape." "You mean something like mimesis ability?" Some monsters in the Black Dungeon did have mimesis ability, but most of them were weak monsters. That's why Ishikawa crossed out such a possibility. "Then, suppose that they took the form of another creature. What kind of creature they're transformed into?" "Don't tell me," said Ishikawa as the worst possibility crossed his mind. "Yeah, if they transformed into a human, the danger level of the investigation will be shot through the roof." "But, is that even possible? That guy has so many abilities. Their aberrant speed and power aside, their skin is protected by an extremely tough outer shell, resistance to magic of all attributes. And you're telling me now that they're mimicking humans too? That's a bit too much, right?" "I agree," muttered Tenuji as he saw Ishikawa shrugging his shoulders and raising his hands helplessly. "Maybe I've become too naive. Nothing has gone well as of late." "Surely." Ishikawa sipped his coffee and looked at the monitor. "The problem is we have no idea where it comes from and where it goes. None of the security cameras in the city of Sika captured the figure of the Black Armor entering the city. It really is appearing out of nowhere as if, well, they might come in from a place without a camera." Ishikawa placed his canned coffee back on his desk, crossing his arms as he groaned in frustration. He couldn't find the answer no matter how much he thought about it. Contrary to Ishikawa, who furrowed his eyebrows in frustration, Tenuji, who was watching the video on the monitor, suddenly called out to him. "I have a guess." "You? What is it?" "Remember when the Helgam escaped for the first time?" "Naturally, we're the ones who chased after that Helgam after all," replied Ishikawa. He still had no idea what Tenuji was talking about. "Yes. And as you already know, that Helgam is dead in the outskirts of Tokyo. Meaning that we still have no idea who killed that Helgam." "Wait a minute, don't tell me." Tenuji looked straight into Ishikawa's eyes. "Yes, I think that the one who killed that Helgam is the Black Armor." No, wait a minute, that's a bit too." Ishikawa tried to deny that wild guess. Alas, Tenuji continued on. "Remember carefully. First, the way Helgam moves all the way from Ibaraki to Tokyo itself is strange. At this point, mana overflowing from the dungeon has only been found near the dungeon. That's why the fact that the Helgam left the vicinity of the dungeon itself is strange." "That's a sound argument, but but it's still a fact that they're moving away from the dungeon. There's no way they will take such risk for no reason, right?" "Are you telling me that the reason they move so far away is the Black Armor? That's a leap of logic." "Well, Helgam is the kind of monster with perception ability and a keen sense of smell. There might have some sort of method to find the Black Armor, only to find the table turned against them, and killed." Ishikawa heaved a sigh hearing Tenuji's story. "Tenuji, that's overly imaginative." "Alas, do you know where the Black Armor comes from? Are you going to tell me that they're living among the humans?" Seeing Ishikawa ask with a dumbfounded voice, Tenuji replied with a serious face. "They escaped from the Black Dungeon." "Oh, that's another leap of logic. The Black Dungeon has already been cleared. The member of SDF has already confirmed that no monster is left at the entrance. All of the monsters have already died inside the dungeon." "Are you sure about that?" "What? There's a rare case in which a dungeon is cleared in the world. We still have no idea what it means to clear a dungeon." "Yeah, that's certainly the case." Alas, Ishikawa's face soured. He realized that Tenuji's guess might have made sense. Unique monster is different from the boss monster who inhabits the bottommost floor. If that's the case, when the Black Dungeon collapsed, the Black Armor might have already been inside the cave. And they might somehow find another route that leads them to the surface, right? Tenuji then placed his hand on Ishikawa's shoulders, who raised a groan. The Black Armor reached the ground in that way, but they shouldn't be able to move outside due to the lack of mana in the air. And when they went into hiding, they detected the mana released by the Red Dungeon. Surely that makes sense. But we don't have a proof for that, right? Correct. This is just my guess after all, replied Tenuji as he raised his canned coffee and drank the rest of the coffee. Anyhow, I've to go to Hokkaido tomorrow morning. Please handle the investigation about the Black Armor, Ishikawa. Yeah, leave it to me, Ishikawa replied. He looked at Tenuji's back when the latter left the room. Where the Black Armor came from, and where it goes. Is it? If only we knew that, we wouldn't have a hard time like this. Ishikawa then looked at the PC monitor again. It had currently reached the part where he fought against the Black Armor. We literally had no idea where they came from. But the answer might come naturally if we're looking at the entire situation logically. Ishikawa recalled Tenuji's remark. If they really are mimicking humans, investigating their whereabouts might be too difficult and dangerous. He couldn't help but worry about that. Because if Tenuji's guess was right, this fella might become the biggest threat to humankind. Chapter 146, Simple Job. Chapter 146, Simple Job. The day after the government announced the existence of the Black Armor, Yuma and Kanzaki went to visit Aisha's laboratory in Ata City, Tokyo. Still, that's pretty showy. Don't talk like it's someone else's problem. It's yours too. Aisha was laughing merrily in the dim corner of the factory room while playing with ring puzzle. Aisha was still rolling lazily in her futon until just a while ago. Alas, now she was wearing her white coat and sitting before her PC. Though Yuma felt relieved knowing that she became cheerful again, Kanzaki was pretty irritated hearing Aisha's sarcasm. Yuma has become target in all over Japan. Can you do something about it? Why do I have to think about that problem? Aisha placed the puzzle ring back on the desk, turning around and then looking down at Kanzaki. You're used to be a member of government-affiliated research institute, right? Can't you use that connection to tell them that Yuma isn't a monster? Hearing that, Aisha let out a giggle. What are you laughing for? Asked Kanzaki with enraged voice. Thus she ceased her giggle. Unfortunately though, I'm really infamous around the research circle and government research facility. No one going to believe me, they might suspect me instead. Kanzaki and Yuma exchanged glance. They nodded and somehow convinced of her reason. In the first place, that's pretty spectacular. The metal armor is now called as Black Armor. It's only natural for this incident to cause such an uproar, alright? It can't be helped, damn it. Sorry. Because of me you too, eh? Seeing Kanzaki hit the desk angrily like that, Yuma looking down as he expressed his apology to them. Save your apology, it's inevitable situation. The problem is what to do after this, said Aisha as she leaning on the backrest of her chair, pondering about something. Do you have a way out of this situation? Asked Kanzaki as he leaning forward. Alas, Aisha ignored him and kept thinking in silence. A while later, she finally opened her mouth. The only way out is for Yuma to not using metallization. No one can find him as long as he doesn't use that Black Armor. That's what I think too. The problem is Yuma's mana. The top rank seeker going to find him because of the mana that overflowing from his body, right? Aisha's lips loosened up upon hearing Kanzaki's remark. What a nonsense. Surely, some top rank seeker has keen mana perception. But it can't be compared to a monster's mana perception. They might perceive Yuma's mana as something suspicious. But it's just suspicion in the end. Really? That, and make sure that you keep low profile. I heard that the government went as far as calling the top rank seeker from overseas. German and UK has already decided to participate. Maybe the other country going to come too. How did you know that they're going to summon top rank seeker from overseas? 'Cause I've been working with the government organization for a long time. So even if I'm isolated, I've my own source of information. Kanzaki frowned to Aisha, who spoke while shrugging her shoulders, raising her hands as if it was matter of course. Alas, he realized that the situation was more serious than his expectation. Anyhow, just be patient until the overseas seeker leave Japan. It's not like they can always stay in Japan. Thus, Aisha turned back to face her PC, and picked up her puzzle ring again. It seems she had nothing to say anymore to the two. Thus, Yuma and Kanzaki left the factory and walked toward the car. They had faint expectation that Aisha might be able to do something about this situation. Alas, it seems that even her was helpless in this kind of situation. Yuma get into the car and heaved a sigh. Well, can't be helped. Let's not use your metallization for the time being. Let's spend time calmly as Aisha had told us. Yes. Both of them then heaved a sigh after that as their car heading to Chiba. Yuma spent the next 2 weeks by doing plain job. He entered the blue dungeon which entry ban had been lifted along with Maker and Tanaka, and picking up the magic gem. The mana had also gradually leaked from the blue dungeon, thus the dungeon was monopolized by Seeker and the civilian wasn't allowed to enter the blue dungeon again. Still, we rarely get blue magic gem. It can't be helped, right? Replied Maker, who dive along with Yuma. To begin with, only weak monster appearing in the first few floors of the blue dungeon. Make a sense? Said Yuma, convinced by Maker, who spoke brightly. Weak monster dropped magic gem with low probability. Since Yuma and CO were pro Seeker, they could dive deeper than normal people. Alas, it was limited until the 12th floor. On top of having difficulties in obtaining magic gem, the mana index was also pretty low. They did their best until the dusk that day before they decided to go back due to exhaustion. They only managed to get 12 magic stone that day. I'm homie. Upon returning to the company with Maker, Kanzaki spread newspaper on his desk while smoking cigarettes. Welcome back, eh? Where's Tanaka-san? Asked Maker to Kanzaki upon knowing that Tanaka was missing. He went Nagata. Nagata? I've told you before, right? We're going to dive into more dungeon after this. If I'm not wrong, Nagata is the place for the green dungeon. Yuma tucked his luggage into his locker while listening to the two. Since the ban to enter the red dungeon had yet to be lifted off, they naturally couldn't enter the red dungeon. And they couldn't get enough money from the blue dungeon either. Thus, Kanzaki tried to add the number of the dungeon that D-Minor could enter. Alas, since they need to request the permission to enter the dungeon, Tanaka went all the way to Nagata in order to take care of the paperwork related to the permit. Japan has 5 dungeons, right? Maker opened her mouth to answer Yuma's question. Yes, there are Ibaraki's red dungeon, Hokkaido's white dungeon, Tokyo's blue dungeon, Fukuoka's green dungeon, and another green dungeon in Nagata. There's also Kanagawa's black dungeon, but it disappeared, said Maker with disappointed face. Alas, she had no idea that the one who caused the disappearance of the black dungeon was none other than Yuma himself. Dungeon was lifeblood for the Seekers Company. Though Yuma felt guilty about it, he kept his gaze down. Well, Nagata might be a bit too far from here, but let's go with everyone once we get the permission. Right, Yuma-kun? Yes. That's right. What's the delicious food I can find over there, I wonder? That was what Yuma thought as he nodded with dry smile on his face. Chapter 147, Large Store. Chapter 147, Large Store. Narita Airport. The 38th flight of British Airways arrived in the afternoon. A tall Caucasian entered the boarding bridge that was connected to the airplane. The man turned around and spoke to his comrade. Since this is our first visit to Japan, Charlotte, let's grab a bite. How about trying some soba, sushi, or yakitori? The blonde-haired woman called Charlotte heaved a sigh as she looked forward. We're not coming for some sightseeing, Michael. Don't forget about our real goal for coming to this country. I know already. You're just as stubborn as ever. Michael smiled lightly as he replied so while shrugging his shoulders. Let's defeat the Black Armor and go some sightseeing. After crossing the bridge and heading to the terminal building, a few brawny people were also walking behind Charlotte and Michael. They're the strongest Seeker clan of UK, Ophanim. It shouldn't be a problem, right, Michael? Their leader was Charlotte Baker, mana index of 6,200. We're not kids, Charlotte. Have more confidence. And their sub-leader, Michael Ward, mana index 5,700. 12 Seekers were invited by the Japanese government to defeat the Black Armor. This day was the day when the top-rank Seekers from Germany and Italy had also arrived. Thus, the plan to besiege the Black Armor was made quietly and steadily. Hokkaido White Dungeon, 102nd floor. Rui's blazing katana slashed at the white humanoid monster. The monster was wrapped in flame and then turned into sand. Huff. Huff. I did it. Rua wiped his sweat while adjusting his ragged breathing as he sheathed his katana. What's the matter, Rua? Tired already? We've yet to reach the deep layer, said Tenuji as he looked at Rua while heaving a sigh. My bad. I just adjusting my breath. The four from the Howl of Thunder Beast, Tenuji, Rua, Tizan, and Misaki Blue came to the White Dungeon. Tenuji, we're also about to reach our limit after consecutive battles. There should be a tree of Edinburgh around this location, right? Misaki asked with an exhausted look on her face. Even Tizan complained, you're the only one among us who still has a lot of energy, Tenuji. The tree of Edinburgh was a unique feature in the White Dungeon. Monsters tend to avoid that tree. That was the reason why the area around that tree was treated like a safety zone among the Seekers. Alas, their number went down the deeper the floor was. Once arrived in the deep layer of the White Dungeon, the rule of thumb was to know the exact position of the tree and reach that place as fast as possible. Tree of Edinburgh is right ahead of us. Worry not, I memorize their exact position up to the 150th floor. Hearing Tenuji speak proudly, Tizan looked annoyed instead. Tenuji smirked at Tizan and then looked at Rua. How's the new blazing katana? It's the same MK3 as before. Alas, since the way to handle the magic gem is different, it feels like a different weapon, right? Yes. It feels awkward at first, but I'm getting used to it by now. I see. Both Tenuji and Tizan were also equipped with brand new enchanted armament. The three of them were fighting while adapting to their new weapon. If that's the case, I think it's time for you to use the blazing katana MK0, but it seems we still have to wait for its completion. Yes, I'll focus on raising my mana index for now. Tenuji smiled happily upon hearing Rua's reply. Surely, the main agenda for this expedition is to raise Rua's mana, but we can also raise our mana by defeating the monster from deep floor. In short, this expedition is boot camp for both you and us. Yes. The four of them had only managed to arrive at the location of the Edinburgh tree around 2 hours later. After he clocked out from the company, Yuma, who had returned to his house, took his smartphone and opened the chat room of his line. Oh. There's a reply from Kt. He then confirmed the unread message immediately. Since he had been in touch with Kt lately, he wanted to invite her to play outside sometime. Alas, Ruiz. According to Kt, Rua was really busy and hadn't in Tokyo lately. Just what in the world is that guy doing? Oh, whatever. After exchanging a few messages with Kt, he decided to hit the bed. It's something like shopping, but he placed his smartphone on his desk and lying down on his bed, he could at least shorten the distance with Kt while Rua wasn't with them. Thus, Yuma fell asleep while thinking about such an evil thing. And then, in the coming Saturday, Yui, this is truly an amazing place. Kt's eyes opened wide as she looked around. Today, they were visiting a large, warehouse-style shop in Machida, Tokyo. It wasn't a normal shop. The shop wasn't selling daily necessities or electric appliances, they were selling dungeon-related goods. Kt and Yuma were visiting a shop for Seeker and Messiah. This is also my first time visiting this place. I've heard about this shop from the rumor before. Alas, you never buy items for the dungeon yourself? Kt, who looked at the item on the shelf, then turned and looked at Yuma. Kt was wearing one piece with a blue stripe and a bucket hat which looked really adorable on her, causing Yuma to avert his gaze unintentionally. Everything that I need is prepared by my company. So that's the only thing that I used all this time. Yuma frowned at Kt, who revealed a teasing smile upon hearing that. What the matter? I mean, Yuma has never really talked about your company after all. Well, come to think of it, I did never talk about my company. They were walking inside the shop while having such a conversation. The first floor was mainly filled with useful tools for the Seeker. The second floor was machinery for the company, and the item that Kt looking for was on the third floor. The floor had white walls and flooring. The inside was bright, with several jewelry showcases displayed there. Upon seeing their arrival, a shopkeeper clad in a neat suit came to welcome them. Ooh, awesome. Yeah. Truly beautiful. Both of them looked at the floor in admiration. The items they sold in this store were magic gems of various colors. The Seeker or Messiah needs many magic gem to be able to use magic. Chapter 148, Chance of Encounter. Chapter 148, Chance of Encounter. Look Yuma. This blue magic gem, Sapphire is so beautiful. Yup, that's look pretty. The gem that lined up inside the jewelry showcase were expensive-looking blue gems such as sapphire or aquamarine. Both of them looked at the case like kids. The gem that cut neatly shone beautifully, charming those who saw them. Alas, the shape of the magic gem wasn't artificial. Their shape had already been fixed the moment they dropped from the monster. Kt and Yuma were looking around at the various wonderful-looking magic gems. Emerald of green with step cut, ruby of red with an oval brilliant cut, amber of yellow with a kabokin cut. All of them look really good, but really expensive at the same time. Yua. Emerald, 1 carat is already 10 million yen. The same goes for sapphire 1 carat. Yuma's mouth opened in shock. Speaking of 1 carat, its weight was less than 0.2 grams. And yet, the price was. Look Yuma. This one is 20 million yen for 1 carat. The above mentioned was the amber of yellow magic gem which allows the one who ingests it to use thunder magic. The gem drew him in with its transparent orange color. Upon a closer look, the ruby had the same price. Meaning that the magic gem of fire and thunder with high offensive power was more expensive than others. But, there was a type of magic gem that was even more expensive than those. Why Yuma? Look at this magic gem. 100 million yen for 1 carat. The one shown in the showcase was zircon, a magic gem of white. It was roundish like a diamond with a blue hue. Yuma swallowed his saliva upon looking at that outrageous price. He already knew that white magic gem was expensive, but this was the first time he saw its price shoved right before him. Yup, a magic gem that allows you to use healing magic is on a whole nother level of price after all. Yeah. My salary is far from enough to buy this. The two could only heave a sigh to know that some gem wasn't available for non-VIP. I saw people using healing magic in my company, but this is the first time I have seen the white gem. Kid looked at the showcase as if she wanted to swallow the whole showcase. This was also the first time for Yuma to see the white magic gem. The zircon inside the case was lining up along with the other white magic gems such as moonstone or rock crystal. All of it has an outrageous face. Well, knowing that it can cure injury and illness, that price just makes sense. Drama like magic, eh? I also want to save the patient's life with magic once I've mana. Like a doctor. Even if you have mana, you can't buy magic gems without money. Correct. Both of them looked at each other face and laughed. At that moment, there was a loud voice came from the interior of the shop. What the heck? 1 billion for 1 carat? Diamond is so damn expensive? No amount of money is enough. When both of them turned around, they saw a man looking at the most luxurious-looking showcase in the innermost part of the shop. And that's ridiculous," said the man who slung a long black bag almost as tall as him. Yuma watched the man with an awkward look on his face. The man then turned around and walked in their direction. He was also looking at the other magic gem restlessly. "We meet quite a unique person, huh?" "Yeah. Shall we leave?" "Yup," said Kt as she nodded at Yuma, and when they were about to leave the shop, Lad, have we met somewhere before?" The man suddenly looked at Yuma's face as he called out to the latter. No, I don't think we met somewhere before though." At that moment, a certain memory flashed in Yuma's mind, and he realized that the man before him did look familiar. Both of them then groaned as they saw each other face. Then the man with the Kansai dialect raised his voice first. The job hunting kid in Tokyo. Yeah, no doubt about it. Job hunting? Those words instantly reminded Yuma of a certain memory. "If my memory is right, you're the person who gave me canned coffee when I returned from taking an interview at Gig Company." "Yeah, that's me. So you remember me?" Yuma recalled the man from back then. And though he forgot the man's name, he greeted the man with a strange Kansai dialect. He wondered how such a person visited this place. "I'm accepted by a dungeon-affiliated company after that. Now I'm coming to this place for job-related business." "That's a relief to hear that you managed to get accepted by a company. What about ya? Have ya managed to get a job?" Yuma was at loss for words when the other party suddenly asked such a question. "Why yeah, I also managed to find a job." "I see. That's a relief. I'm really glad that ya managed to find a job too. Thank goodness that you're not becoming a freeter." "Why yeah." Even if he said that he found a job, it was in the micro company among the micro company, D-minor. He even questioned himself if that was truly a success in finding a job. "My apologies. Even though you've told me my name before, I forgot about it. The heck, that ain't a big deal at all. Just call me with Akito. Why yes. By the way, which company that accepted you, Akito-san? Ooh, you finally asked the question. Listen, it's them Vibe. The subsidiary company of Farmel. Eh? Farmel? That's a pretty big company, right? Nope, it's just a subsidiary. It's not a big company. Personally, I think it's your average company. When both of them were lost in their own conversation, Kt suddenly pulled Yuma's sleeve and whispered to him. Yuma, is he your acquaintance? Ah, Yuma. He is my acquaintance, but seeing the two interaction, Akito scratched his head with a wry smile on his face. Ah, my bad. Since it seems I disturbed your date, I shall excuse myself. No, this isn't a DA, but... Akito had already walked to the entrance after patting Yuma's shoulder without allowing the latter to finish his sentence. And when he was about to descend the stairs, he turned around for the last time as if he just remembered something. Come to think of it, I also happen to forget your name. Sorry, but, can you tell me your name again? Eh? Yeah, it's Mitaka. Mitaka Yuma. So Yuma, is it? I committed your name in my memory. Maybe we'll meet again later since we're working in the same field. Later, Yuma, said Akito as he waved his hand at Yuma, and left just like that. He's a strange person, eh? He has, replied Yuma with a wry smile. Alas, his intuition had told him that they would meet again soon enough. A while after leaving the shop, Akito headed toward a group of people in one corner of the building. Tenuji. Where have you been? We've been looking for you. The man who led the group called out to Akito. My bad. It's been a long time since the last time I visited Tokyo, that's why I suddenly had the urge to see the famous shop that sells the magic gem. Don't move at your own convenience. At least not when we have an important meeting after this. This matter is related to the black armor that not even your big brother can win against. Tenuji. Akito's lips loosen in hearing those words. Worry not. My enchanted armament will pierce the body of the black armor. Chapter 149, Meeting of the Specialist. Chapter 149, Meeting of the Specialist. Tokyo, Chiyoda Ward. The specialist meeting under the direct control of the government, which was held in the 8th multi-purpose building of the central government ministries and agencies, was filled with furious exchanges of arguments every day. The one who pointed as the decision-maker was the self-defense assistant vice minister, Serizawa. One by one, the top-rank seekers from overseas have arrived in Japan. Our domestic seeker has also gathered in Tokyo, but there's one problem, namely the whereabouts of the black armor. Each specialist in that place was silenced at once. Even though it had been announced to the public, there was still too little information about the black armor. The government wouldn't be able to do anything without knowing the monster's whereabouts. The focus of the specialist meeting was to pinpoint the monster's location. The most reasonable option is around the dungeon. According to the report, mana has leaked from the dungeon all over Japan. Logically speaking, it's safe to assume that the black armor is near where the mana is gathering. The speaker was the professor of Tokyo Imperial University who sat in front of Serizawa. The 14 invited specialists were sitting around a square table. Serizawa agreed with the professor's opinion. Supposed it's true. Then the place we've to look for is Ibaraki's Red Dungeon, Tokyo's Blue Dungeon, and Nigata's Green Dungeon. Following Serizawa's remark, dungeon researcher Hashida offered his opinion. What about the Hokkaido's White Dungeon or Fukuoka's Green Dungeon? We also consider those places. Alas, the distance from the previous 3 locations is too far apart and the mana leaking from there is still low in terms of quantity. Under such consideration, we excluded those 2 dungeons from the list. Hashida nodded in agreement, hearing Serizawa's sound argument. Instead, the chief of the National Science Research Institute, Kamogawa Itoshigo, now raised her voice. How about the vicinity of Kanagawa's Black Dungeon? Black Dungeon? Is it? Even Serizawa hadn't expected that place yet. The dungeon over there might have collapsed. Alas, it's the place where that black armor coming from, right? It doesn't close the possibility of them hiding around that place, right? Kamogawa touched the rim of her glasses as she looked at Serizawa. Her expression was full of confidence as the first female chief of the National Science Research Institute. You're right. With that point in consideration, let's arrange the seeker around the counter region. In that way, We can deal with the black armor as soon as we find them. The specialists then left their seats as the meeting ended. Alas, Serizawa was still sitting in his seat and heaved a deep sigh. He was thinking about how such a conspicuous monster seemingly vanished into thin air. In regard to that problem, one of the specialists even suggested that the monster might have mimicry ability. If that was truly the case, then it would be a world-shaking discovery. The situation was more serious than they expected. Serizawa was massaging his eyebrows when one of his subordinates entered the room and called him. Assistant Vice Minister Serizawa. We investigate the matter you're asking for. He opened the black file he received from the said subordinate. That was the file about selected personnel among the foreign seekers with keen mana perception ability. They're the key player in the subjugation operation. That was what Serizawa believed. Tokyo Otar City. Kanzaki was visiting Aisha Kisaragi's research institute. It's the same gloomy and dirty place no matter how many times I visited it. Ain't this about the time for you to move to a tidier place? Oh, shut up. It's none of your business. Aisha sits in front of her desk, looking at something on her PC's monitor. Oi. Are you really thinking about Yuma? At this rate, he'll be put in a perilous state, right? Aisha only turned around with a fed-up look on her face upon hearing Kanzaki's enraged voice. Calm down already. I understand your concern, and that's why I'm also considering various strategies. Is that mean you have a way out of this situation? Asked Kanzaki with an expectant look on his face. Alas, Aisha shook her head. Impossible. I tried. Alas, there's nothing I can do about the current situation. The heck? You're a quite influential researcher in the past, right? Noisy. Aisha's expression distorted upon hearing Kanzaki's remark. Alas, Kanzaki didn't seem to care about it at all. The government or the Dungeon Association should be able to do something if we reported this to them, right? I mean, we can't just let this matter go as it is. Later, Kanzaki had been running around to save Yuma. But since he realized that his effort was in vain, he had no choice but to rely on Aisha. Give it up on that, said Aisha curtly, rejecting Kanzaki's opinion without a second thought. If we report this matter, Yuma might be confined for life. That will be the better side of treatment. Or disposed, at worst. Disposed. Yuma is a damn human. Are they crazy or what for breaking the law and killing humans that easily? The crazy one here is you. What? Kanzaki snapped upon hearing that, but Aisha didn't seem to care about it. Surely, his human rights will be protected in times of peace. But, the same can't be said during an emergency situation. The government will resort to anything for the sake of the slogan and the safety of the country. Kanzaki was at a loss for words. Because there was no precedent case, he really had no idea what would happen. Anyhow, focus on hiding Yuma for now. Do not let Yuma stand out more than necessary. I know that. But, are you sure it's really safe? I'm more worried since you say it'll be alright. Kanzaki sat on the sofa with a rugged look on his face and took out cigarettes from his pocket. Don't smoke in this room. Since when did you have such a rule? Kanzaki ignored her and lit his cigarettes. Aisha stood from her chair and walked to Kanzaki and snorted while looking down at Kanzaki. Yuma-kun had a vast amount of mana, but it's hardly detected in his human form. To feel his mana, you need to use a precise measuring instrument like mine, or it's almost impossible to feel his mana unless you have a keen sense like a monster. But, Aisha glared at Kanzaki from above. It'll be a different story if he uses his metallization. The mana in his body will overflow. That's the same characteristic as a monster. Same as monster. Kanzaki made a puzzled face. Some seeker can use their keen sense to find monsters. Mana overflowed from the monster's body since the monster used mana to strengthen their body, using their magical power to unleash the magic. And human can use their keen sense to find that. Then, Yuma is also, I see. His mana overflows out of the body when he uses metallization. Since seekers from all over the world is gathering in Japan right now, Yuma might be discovered by them. Well, just be careful in that part. Are you really sure it's safe? Aisha looked up, pondering for a while. There's a chance that he is going to be discovered, but what is that possibility? Aisha shook her head seeing the confused Kanzaki. No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. I don't think the government is brave enough to use such a method, said Aisha as she returned to her desk. and started typing something on her PC again. That was her signal to end the conversation. Seeing that, Kanzaki exhaled the smoke from his mouth with a bitter look on his face. Fusike. Anyhow, I guess I've to tell Yuma that his metallization has to be sealed for a while. Chapter 150, Nagata's Dungeon. Chapter 150, Nagata's Dungeon. After returning from his office in Chiba, Yuma looked at the news in the internet. Naturally, it was the news related to the Black Armor. Let's see, powerful monster on the run, government failure. El Cid and Farmer aren't taking care of the trouble either. There was only negative news. He only became even more bitter after reading the comments and the articles. I'm completely treated as an evil monster. My opinion of myself has only worsened by the day. He guessed that the reason for that was because the whereabouts of the Black Monster, aka him, had yet to be found, causing the citizens to feel more and more insecure. At this point, he realized that he would be hunted down at once if the people found him. The president has told me to not use my metallization. I guess we have to wait till the heat cooled off. The next day, Yuma came to the Blue Dungeon with Tanaka. Since Tanaka had already been aware of Yuma, he later declared, "I'll do my best to protect your secret with the president." Yuma felt relieved to get a reliable ally. "We're going dive until the 15th floor. Yuma-kun, make sure that you save your water magic for later." Understood. Both of them went down to the 15th floor, defeating a lot of reptiles and amphibians-like monsters and collecting their dropped magic gem. 1, 2, 3, 7. Huh? It's a pretty big haul. Shall we go back for today? Yeah. My body feels sticky from those frogs' body liquid. Though there was still some time before 4 p.m., both of them decided to leave the dungeon. They arrived in the office at 6 p.m. and reported to Kanzaki. 7a. Let's keep 4 for us. Yuma can eat the rest. Are you sure about this? 3 is quite a lot. Kanzaki ignored Yuma's shock and mumbled, "Ain't had any choice." It was a tough decision since they were a small company. Though the water magic gem was cheap, it was still an important source of income. "Don't worry, just take it," said Kanzaki cheerfully while sending a sidelong glance at Maker. He even prepared water for Yuma. "Then, I'll take it." Since it was iolite, which wasn't even worth a 0.5 carats, Yuma swallowed the 3 magic gems at once and washed it down with the prepared water. He felt the familiar heat in his abdomen and confirmed that the magic gem had been absorbed into his body. "Thank you very much." "How much is your magical power of water with the addition of the 3 gems just now?" asked Maker, who received the cup from Yuma. "Around 420-ish, I think." "I see. That should be enough to dive safely into the Red Dungeon. If not for the current emergency situation," said Maker dejectedly while carrying the cup to the basin. Since the Red Dungeon was currently closed off, even if Yuma could safely dive into the Red Dungeon as now, he couldn't do that due to the situation. "I can't wait for the shelter to be finished and enter it at once." When Yuma was pondering about such a thing, Kanzaki, who sits in the innermost spot of the office, stood up and walked to the center. "Everyone come here." Yuma, Maker, and Tanaka walk at once toward Kanzaki. "It's about the request I've asked Tanaka-san to submit the application to dive into Nagata Dungeon a while ago. The permit will be out this weekend, that's why we're going to dive this Monday." Finally, Yuma felt really excited after knowing that he would dive into a new dungeon. Tanaka let out a smile at seeing Yuma's reaction. "Alas, don't let your guard down, Yuma-kun. It said that the Green Dungeon is more dangerous than the Red Dungeon." "Seriously?" asked Yuma with a frown on his face upon hearing Tanaka's reminder. Kanzaki revealed a smile upon seeing the two's interaction. "Well, it's just as dangerous as the Red Dungeon. The bug over there will test your limit of tolerance, and the monster on the deep floor can use wind magic." "Wind magic? Honestly, I still can't imagine how it works." Since the user of wind magic was quite rare, Yuma couldn't really imagine how they were supposed to be used. Seeing that, Tanaka explained in delight to Yuma. "Wind magic is awesome. Top user of wind magic can even cut steel bars with their wind blade, or blow their opponent with a tornado." Yuma was smiling wryly seeing Tanaka speaking excitedly. "Unfortunately, only monsters from the deep floor use wind magic, so we might not be able to meet one." "I see. But, the green magic gem isn't that expensive, right?" Kanzaki nodded in agreement upon hearing Yuma's question. "Well, since there's no yellow dungeon in Japan, Most seekers in Japan don't need the wind magic that works against the monster of thunder attribute either. That's why the price of the green magic gem isn't that expensive in this country. Outside of Japan, in the country with many yellow dungeons, the green magic gem was traded at sky-high prices alas. Nevertheless, the reason why they chose to harvest the cheap green magic gem was simply because their company, the D-Miner, had no other way to earn income after the entrance to the red dungeon temporarily closed due to the previous incident. Yuma suddenly got a flash of inspiration when he was pondering about such a thing. If that's the case, how about exporting those gems? We can export the gem to the country that uses a lot of green magic gem, right? Kanzaki shook his head, smiling wryly at hearing Yuma's suggestion. Export-import magic gem is strictly regulated. It's not as simple as it sounds. There's regulation for that, huh? Though Yuma looked disappointed, Kanzaki continued on with a cheerful voice. Okay, stop talking about such a gloomy topic. The trading price might be cheaper, but the dungeon is deeper than the blue dungeon. Let's harvest as much as possible. Yeah. Let's earn as much as possible in a single expedition, added Maker. I also can't wait to see the monsters that we're going to see along the way, said Tanaka cheerfully for a completely different reason. Yes. I'll do my best to collect as many magic gems as possible. Boy, that's the spirit. We'll depart on Monday, and stay in Nagata for 1 week. Make sure you prepare everything. Yes. Yuma was also really excited. He couldn't wait for the day of the expedition. Chapter 151, Lanky Foreigner-san. Chapter 151, Lanky Foreigner-san. TN, Imagine Armite in his normal form, not hero form. Nagata Prefecture, Nagata City. A giant white dome stood in the corner of the city. The employees of D-Miner entered the city with the jeep driven by Kanzaki. They were heading toward the hotel used as their lodging for 1 week during their dungeon exploration that would start today. We will enter the dungeon in the afternoon. Tanaka-san, I'll leave the procedure to you. Understood. Kanzaki parked the car in the parking lot of the hotel, and together, everyone checked into the hotel while carrying all their luggage. Their hotel was located in the center of Nagata City. It was a neat business hotel with a nice atmosphere. They reserved 2 rooms, one room for Kanzaki and Maker, and the other for Tanaka and Yuma. Okay. When Tanaka-san goes to the city hall, it's a free activity until the afternoon. After placing the luggage in the room, Kanzaki went down to the lobby along with Yuma and Maker. Since it was morning on a weekday, the lobby of the hotel looked rather deserted. What shall we do until afternoon? When he asked Kanzaki, Maker took out her smartphone. Since we come all the way to Nagata, maybe we have to do a bit of sightseeing. The heck? It's better to wait until after finishing our job, right? You always complain when we're back. I want to buy a souvenir immediately, said Maker as she left the hotel immediately. The heck? Shall we have a lunch, Yuma? Yes. Then, let's go for yakiniku. Eh? Yakiniku. What's the matter? Do you want to eat other food? Well, since we come all the way to Nagata. Yuma took out a magazine from his shoulder bag. I want to visit a nearby ramen shop. It was even featured in this magazine. Yuma showed a page with a slip to Kanzaki. We can eat ramen everywhere. No way, the same goes for yakiniku, right? Have it your way. I want to eat meat, said Kanzaki as he left the hotel. Having yakiniku after going all the way to Nagata is just too much. Oh, whatever, thought Yuma as he left the hotel with the magazine in one hand. Yuma left the quiet office area and entered the shopping district. Though the number of the pedestrians was smaller than in Tokyo, Yuma preferred the quiet Nagata over the noisy Tokyo. He could see the white dome on his right. It was the green dungeon that he would visit in the afternoon. It seems to be the den of an insect-type monster. Since I can't use my metallization for the time being, it means that I can only use water magic for now. He kept walking while confirming the route with his smartphone while feeling slightly anxious about the situation. Yuma arrived at his destination around 10 minutes later. Menya Hanadai, it seems to be the famous and delicious shop around this area. Even the famous May site gave it 4 stars. He had some expectations. When Yuma was about to touch the doorknob, a voice called out to him from the side. Oh, you. So this is the Hanadai ramen. When he turned around, he saw a tall foreigner standing by his side. The blonde-haired foreigner with a lanky figure was smiling happily as he looked at the Norin of the shop. TN, Norin, shop curtain hung at the shop entrance. Have you come to eat ramen in this place too? Why yes. Yeah, I'm also looking forward to tasting the ramen of Hanadai. The foreigner spoke with broken Japanese. Though he was quite tall, Yuma felt the foreigner was quite intimidating due to the latter's height. Yuma nodded in agreement as he entered the shop. Though some people were already inside the shop, it wasn't fully occupied. Yuma sits on the counter, and the lanky foreigner sit beside him for some reason. There's another open seat right. That was what Yuma thought. Alas, he couldn't say that to the smiling foreigner. Are you from this area? Eh? No, I just arrived in this city today. This is also my first time coming to Nagata. Ooh, I see. Are you coming for sightseeing? Or another matter? Eh? Well, you might call it sightseeing. In fact, he came to work. I come to Japan for business. This is in fact my second visit. I see. Yuma replied with a bored look on his face and then ordered Hanadai ramen to the clerk. Seeing that, the foreigner also said give me the same as him. When the ramen was ready 5 minutes later, both of them were completely immersed in slurping the ramen. Though he heard that a foreigner couldn't slurp noodles properly, the foreigner beside him could slurp just as well as the Japanese. He is definitely a huge noodle dish, right? The shire ramen was salty and really delicious. Yuma then left his seat, feeling satisfied with his correct choice. When he looked at the foreigner beside him, he also ordered fried rice and gyoza. Upon a closer look, he realized that despite being lanky, the foreigner beside him was more than 190 centimeters tall. Thus, the amount of food he consumed was just right. When Yuma looked at the foreigner's left hand, he realized that the foreigner wore 4 rings on his left hand. The red gem had a beautiful design. It looks so cool, like a rock musician. After the foreigner finished his meal, he drank water and left his seat. Both of them then paid for the bill and left the shop. Man, that's delicious. I'm glad I came to this shop. Yes. The foreigner spread his arms with a satisfied smile on his face. The good weather made my mood better too. This is your second time visiting Japan, right? Your Japanese is really good considering your second visit. Ooh, thank you. I really love Japan after all. I mean, I grew up while looking at Japanese anime. Ah, no wonder. Yuma had finally realized that the foreigner beside him was an anime otaku. That explains why he was so lanky in spite of his tall figure. His appearance gave the vibe of an indoor type. Well then, excuse me, I've some job to do. Yes, best regards. Yuma wondered what kind of job the foreigner did as he waved back at the foreigner who waved at him. Could it be that he was working as a system engineer? But, is it just my imagination that his face looks familiar? That was what Yuma thought when his eyes caught the figure of Kanzaki running at him from afar. From the toothpick between his lips, Yuma guessed that Kanzaki just had Yakiniku. And he wondered why Kanzaki looked like he was in a hurry. When he was wondering what's the matter, oi. Yuma, what are you talking about with that guy just now? Eh? Are you referring to that foreigner-san? Well, just normal conversation. You're not talking about anything? What's the matter? Why are you looking so agitated? Kanzaki scratched his head seeing Yuma ask curiously. Do you have no idea who the person you're talking to just now, eh? You know that foreigner, you fool? That guy is Albert Muller. The tall and lanky foreigner was already gone. He's the strongest seeker in the world, Flame Emperor Albert. Chapter 152, Seeker of Different Dimensions. Chapter 152, Seeker of Different Dimensions. The dome that covered the green dungeon had a floor lobby. A few men and women were waiting for the man who just passed the automatic door. Albert. We're fully prepared, shall we head to the dungeon now? The one who broke the ice was a silver-haired, brown-skinned woman with a manly haircut. Already? Yeah, 5 people already went ahead of us including Lilia. Shall we wait until they return? Said Albert as he sat in the sofa that was prepared in the lobby. The rumored Hanadai ramen is really delicious. The silver-haired woman heaved a sigh upon hearing Albert's remark. Japanese government says that we have to go to Tokyo. Do we really have to go to Nagata? Are you telling me that we're coming all the way to Nagata just to eat ramen? Albert just shrugged his shoulders lazily upon hearing that. How can it be? This place is within the scope of appearance of the Black Armor. I come to confirm that. The woman cast a cold gaze at Albert, obviously didn't buy his excuse. "Well, let's just enjoy our time until everyone is back," said Albert as he leaned on the backrest of the sofa. Seeing that, the silver-haired woman, the vice leader of Prometheus, the strongest Seeker clan in the world, Mia Inns could only shook her head as she heaved a sigh. It was a sign that she got used to Albert's antic. Admonishing him was her main job. "Ah, come to think of it." "What now?" muttered Mia when she heard Albert's loud voice again. "I met a rather peculiar youth in the raiment shop. He might be a Seeker. There's a dungeon in this city after all. Encountering a Seeker in this place isn't that difficult." "Yup, I know that. Alas, how should I say, I feel that something about him is different from the other people." "Different from the other?" "Yes, mana is leaking out from his body," said Albert with a wide grin on his face. "The amount is far more than me. Don't you think that is quite amazing itself?" Mia pouted the moment she heard that. "That's not human for sure. Are you sure that you're not going senile and your sensing ability is weakened outside of the dungeon?" "How cruel. I'm only 39 years old, you know." "You're an old man in my opinion. Anyway, we will depart for Tokyo tomorrow morning." Yeah, I understand." After Albert leaned on the backrest of the sofa, Mia took her 5 subordinates and left the lobby. Yuma and Kanzaki quickly returned to the hotel. "President, are you sure that Foreigner-san is the Flame Emperor?" "Albert?" "Absolutely sure," answered Kanzaki while pressing the button of the elevator rapidly. "But the figure that I saw in the magazine cover looks like the lead actor of Top Gun, you know." "That's him after makeover." When they arrived on the floor of the room they rented, Tanaka and Maker had already been waiting for their return. So Kanzaki called everyone to gather in his room. "The dungeon expedition is cancelled. We're going back to Tokyo," Maker shouted in confusion, and Tanaka asked what's the matter. In turn, "I'll explain the details later. Now prepare to go back to our car first." Kanzaki started to pack his luggage without letting anyone refute his decision. Since Yuma had also helped Kanzaki, Maker and Tanaka had only exchanged glances in confusion before starting to pack their luggage too, albeit reluctantly. After that, they checked out from the hotel and threw their luggage into the car. Kanzaki then makes a phone call outside of the car, ignoring the enraged Maker who sits in the passenger seat. The other party had finally answered the call after many calls. "Aisha, it's me. What's the matter?" "I came to Nagata's dungeon today but a problem has occurred." "Problem?" "Yuma came into contact with Flame Emperor Albert." A brief silence followed after that. "Aisha seems to be pondering about something." "Return to Tokyo immediately. Come to my place once you arrive." "Yeah, that's the plan. We'll be back at midnight tonight." Kanzaki entered the car again after hanging up the phone. "Dad, I demand an explanation. Today's expedition is quite expensive after all." "Yeah, I'll tell you everything along the way. About Yuma's secret," said Kanzaki to the pouting Maker while turning on the engine of the car. Yuma's expression stiffened the moment he heard that. They had already told Tanaka about him being the Black Armor, but they had yet to tell Maker about this matter. Thus he couldn't help but wonder about her reaction. He thought that she might get scared or call him a monster. Yuma was really worrying about that matter, and yet, Yuma-kun is the infamous Black Armor who appeared just recently. The car went south, and entered 498 roads from 126 roads of the prefectural road. Since Kanzaki had to explain from the very beginning, it took quite a long time for Maker to understand the situation. "That's awesome, Yuma-kun. You're like super strong, right? You should have told me this sooner," said Maker as she turned around from the passenger seat and looked at Yuma with glowing eyes. She might leaned over had it not for the seatbelt. As expected of the president's daughter. That was what Yuma secretly thought inside. "Here I thought that you were going to hate me." "What are you talking about? That's impossible." Maker's positive reply had somewhat eased Yuma's worry. He knew that at least the employees of D Minor Company were on his side. That was pretty reassuring for him. Their car then entered the 8th National Highway, heading toward the Nakanoshima-Mitsuoka interchange. "Aisha, we're coming." Kanzaki came to Aisha's research facility in Ata City, Tokyo. The lamp in the room had already been turned off since it was already midnight when he arrived. "Over here," a voice calling him from the innermost part of the room. When he headed to the direction of the voice, he realized that the open space in the innermost part of the factory was still open. Aisha was in the middle of working on something beneath several dim light bulbs. What about Yuma-kun? Back to his home. I told him that it would be alright as long as he didn't act carelessly. Aisha gripped the wrench and tightened the nut of a huge equipment. That was a box-shaped device that looked like a private sauna room. By the look of it, she had yet to finish the job. What's that? Just in case, replied Aisha to Kanzaki, who asked with furrowed eyebrows. Still, never thought that Albert going to come too, said Kanzaki as he heaved a sigh. He's supposed to be in Brazil to subjugate a unique monster, right? This is also outside of my expectations. The monster might have already been defeated, or he simply prioritized the black armor that appeared in Japan. Either way, IDR might have something to do with his decision. Aisha placed the wrench on the table and took her off her gloves. Yuma already met Albert, right? Do you think he noticed something? No idea, answered Aisha when Kanzaki asked with a perplexed face. Anyhow, Albert is on a completely different level compared to the other seeker. The priority is to not let him to come in contact with Yuma again. What do you think will happen if the worst case happens and they fight? Aisha pondered for a while upon hearing Kanzaki's timid question. A while later, she opened her mouth, and Albert's mana is somewhere above 8,000. Then there's enchanted armament with a mana index of 2,000 in his left hand, and for which ring S. The total amount of his magical power is somewhere around 16,000. Kanzaki got a cold sweat the moment he heard that. Yuma-kun's magic resistance is something that he got from defeating the Lord. It said that the mana index of a Lord ranges from between 5,000 and 10,000. In short, that number is the range of Yuma's magic resistance. Then, is that mean? If it's magic of second level with magical power over 10,000, it'll break Yuma-kun's magic resistance. In short, Kanzaki gulped his spit. Had they fought, the Flame Emperor Albert can turn Yuma into Barbik. Chapter 153, Talent of Sibling. Chapter 153, Talent of Sibling. 5 days later. Hokkaido Dungeon. Finally, above ground after a long time, said Rua, who just came out from the dome-shaped building that covered the dungeon and blocked the bright sunlight with his right hand. Though the dungeon also had its light, he felt that it was different from the sunlight he used to. The overseas seeker has already come. We were going to meet them. Yes, sir, said Rua to Tenuji, who spoke from behind. Tenuji was smiling a satisfied smile after seeing Rua, whose face was more resolute than before. Tizan, on the other hand, complained to Tenuji. Still, diving for 1 month in the White Dungeon is tough. Not that we returned empty-handed, right? Tenuji replied with a grin across his face. Surely. Have they finished True is Katana? Yeah, an email just came from Tanab. They finished the weapon 2 days ago and told us to come as soon as possible. Ha! That slave driver. Tizan frowned. Misaki Blue then opened her mouth. Tenuji, are you sure that Katana can defeat the black armor? Rua has grown up thanks to 1 month-long penance. The current him can use magic of second level. If that is still not enough to defeat the black armor, then we really have no other way to defeat that monster. Hearing that, the face of the people in that face clouded at once. But, Tenuji raised his face and spoke with a loud voice. Well, let's think about that for later. Now let's go back to Tokyo to meet with the other seeker. Yeah, you're right. Seeing that both Tizan and Misaki were smiling wryly as they nodded at Tenuji. Thus, Tenuji and CO returned to the hotel and prepared to return to Tokyo immediately. Otmaki, Tokyo, the headquarters building of Elcid. The foreign seeker and the top-ranked clan of Japan gathered inside a big hall. The one who standing on the podium before them was the general manager of Elcid, Honda. Allow me to express my gratitude to everyone who gathered in this place. I'm Honda from Elcid. The reason why we invited everyone today is, when Honda gave his greeting, Ishikawa, who stood at the edge of the stage, was looking around the hall. Ukezo Fanem, German seeker clan, had also come. Alas, few foreign group didn't seem to come today. Seeker was a selfish individual after all. That was the common image of seeker in the world. Alas, that tendency was even stronger in the case of the foreign seeker. Ishikawa couldn't help but heaved a sigh as he thought about that. At that moment, a certain Japanese seeker clan caught his attention. Though the seeker from Farmel, one of the major companies, caught his attention, One particular person stood out above the rest. It was a slender man wearing a hood. But he brought with him a big white bag that didn't match his height. Though he knew that it contained the man's enchanted armament since it was taller than the man's height, its shape was quite small. When Ishikawa focused his line of sight on that man, he ended up catching a glimpse of that man's face. That's, starting with Honda, each personnel from ELCID explained the core plan to subjugate the Black Armor and explained the position arrangement for each foreign seeker. The meeting ended after they answered all the questions. Ishikawa called out to a man who walked among the people who were leaving the hotel. "Akito, you?" The hooded man turned around and then looked at Ishikawa. Ishikawa-san, long time no see. Have you decided to become a seeker? Yes, something along that way. You never know what's going to happen in your life. I mean, I've told you before that I'm not interested in becoming a seeker, and yet, by some sort of coincidence, I ended up becoming one. Ishikawa was completely at a loss for words as he saw Tenuji Akito smiling happily after he took off his hood. The one called here should be the top-rank seeker clan of Farmel. Does that mean you're also a member of their clan? Yup, so many things happened along the way and now I'm a member of Farmel's #1 clan, Rosario. Kind of amazing, right? Well, yeah. That's amazing. Ishikawa realized that Akito was as easygoing as before. Once before, when he met the Tenuji sibling, he actually realized that the little brother, Tenuji Akito, was in face more talented than his older brother, Tenuji Hayato. But when he asked the little brother who was still in junior high school back then whether he was interested in becoming a seeker, the latter refused without a second thought. Yet that very same Akito was now stood before him as a seeker. Thus, Ishikawa couldn't help but be deeply moved by Akito. Your big brother is currently in Hokkaido, but he just contacted me that they're about to return to Tokyo. Do you want to meet him once he returns? Nope, ain't gonna meet him. Ishikawa-san, you know that both of us have a strained relationship, right? There's nothing to talk about now, said Akito as he turned around to leave the lobby. Alas, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Ishikawa. Ishikawa-san, can you pass my message to Big Brother? What is it? Akito's lips turned into a grin. I'll beat the Black Armor that beat you. Tokyo, Koto City, ELCID Research Institute. Ruia and Tenuji were heading straight to this institute after they arrived in Tokyo. Upon arriving, Tanabe guides them straight into the second basement floor. The katana has been completed. Alas, we still have to test it to know whether Amasawa can use it or not. Meanwhile, we will tune it every time we find a problem, said Tanabe as he opened the door with his card key. A single katana was held on top of a metallic silver pedestal right in the center of the room. This katana. Seeing that, Rua went into the room and stood right before the pedestal. He could see that the katana before him released magical power on a completely different dimension compared to his previous enchanted armament. Rua stretched his hand toward the sword. When he lifted the sword, he felt as if the hilt was a perfect fit in his hand. Try to unsheath it. Rua nodded on hearing Tanabe's instruction. He pulled the hilt slowly, and the moment its blade was out of the sheath, it suddenly spewed flame. Rua couldn't inject his magical power into the katana. The katana itself rejected him and spewed an even bigger flame. This is the blazing katana MK0. The unsheathed blade was wrapped in blazing magical power of fire. That's good. Tanabe nodded in satisfaction upon seeing that. But Tenuji, who saw the burning katana, frowned. Oi Tanabe, why the magical power is too strong despite being above ground? Tanabe replied with a bored look on his face upon hearing Tenuji's question. Well, about that. During your 1-month penance in the White Dungeon, the rate of mana emission from the dungeon has been on the rise. The mana in the entire Kanto region is on par with the shallow layer of the dungeon. Shallow layer of the dungeon? Tenuji was speechless upon hearing that. Did that much mana leak in such a short amount of time? It wasn't just a dungeon. There was a rumor that mana had also been released from the underground. Alas, that was the reason why the amount of mana in the air was so much. Enter, said Tanabe while Tenuji was pondering about that matter. When Tenuji raised his face, 4 seekers were walking into the room. They're wearing white battle suits, and armed with swords and spears. They're the opponent for mock combat. All of them are users of water magic with a mana index of around 2000. The men surrounded Rua, weapons ready in their hands. Chapter 154, Unprecedented Tactic. Chapter 154, Unprecedented Tactic. Now get started, Amazawa Rua. Don't hurt yourself. Tanabe left the room while smiling happily. Tazan and Tenuji were looking worriedly from the other side of the tempered glass, but Rua himself was extremely composed. The men who became his opponents for the mock combat had already loaded magical power of water into their weapons and rushed at him. Rua had also readied his katana from a low stance. Water had the advantage in a clash between fire and water. 1 versus 4 might sound like an extremely disadvantageous situation, but Rua knew that defeating the black armor was a pipe dream if he couldn't do at least this much. Rua grits his teeth and pours his magical power into his katana. The next moment, Tanabe and Tenuji were at a loss for words. Tazan and Misaki were looking dumbfoundedly at the spectacle before them. The room was filled with black scorched marks. The seeker was thrown back to the wall. They were just knocked out and not seriously injured. Alas, their battle suit was covered in soot, and their weapon was smashed to pieces. Rua on the other hand was standing still at the center of the room, just finished swinging his katana. The katana was still burning brightly, smoke was rising from its blade. Rua heaved a sigh, lowering his katana, and then turned around to look at Tenuji and Co. Tanabe let out a parched laugh. To think that you suddenly used magic of 2nd level, awesome right? Tenuji asked with a proud look for some reason. Tanabe raised his hands in defeat and then pressed the intercom switch on the panel. The test is complete. Amazawa, that's a good result. Yes, said Rua with a bright voice as held up the katana that's still blazing brightly, and swung it to the side. The flame vanished at once, leaving only the blade with an ominous glow. Rua then returned the katana into its sheath and looking at the weapon in his hand again. This is the blazing katana MK0/ Ibaraki Prefecture Red Dungeon. Ishikawa from Elcid Company was still doing his research in the room. As one of the supervisor of the project in the dungeon, he kept monitoring the progress of building the shelter in the 50th floor of the Red Dungeon. He received a piece of rather unpleasant news from his subordinate when the job was about to be finished. What? Another Hellgorm came up again? Yes, they're still around the 40th floor. What shall we do? His subordinate asked with a troubled face. When it came to subjugating Hellgorm, they had to allocate some of their manpower to it. Fortunately, the defense had already been strengthened after the previous breakout. Now he could lay an ambush inside the dungeon with the available manpower. At that moment, Ishikawa suddenly recalled of something. Wait a minute. If Tenuji's previous guess was right, he did say that the Hellgorm came all the way to Tokyo to find the black armor, right? They had sharp noses after all. Ishikawa called the HQ of Elcid immediately. He couldn't make an arbitrary decision in this matter. He had to ask for the instruction of his superior. If Tenuji's guess is right, we might be able to locate the position of the missing black armor. This is an extremely risky plan, but that day, the Ministry of Defense was turned upside down when the emergency plan for the subjugation of the black armor suddenly got submitted. Are you sure this method going to work? Minister of Defense, Takakura asked worriedly. Even his Vice Minister, Serizawa, was speechless upon looking at the submitted plan. We don't know. There's no precedent example for this case even in a foreign country. This is a completely unprecedented plan. Even now, there's a split opinion between the specialists. Hearing Serizawa's opinion, Takakura shut his eyes. The problem was who would take the responsibility if the plan had failed. Alas, this plan couldn't dismiss either, as this was the most logical plan to find the black armor immediately. Takakura opened his eyes, standing with a pale face as he looked at Serizawa. I understand. I'll tell the Prime Minister about this proposal. Afternoon of the same day, this information was shared with many officials and foreign seekers. Though intentionally releasing Hellgorm from Red Dungeon for this plan was such an unprecedented plan, the government approved the plan. Since there was a high possibility of the said monster attacking civilians, many seekers would be placed on the lookout at a certain distance from the Hellgorm. That's why the clan from big companies such as Elcid would be dispatched to various places. The Hellgorm came out from the dungeon early morning of the next day. Though the broken dome had already been repaired, all the gates would be left open. The blazing demonic dog left the dungeon without anyone to stop them. It seems to be vigilant at first. Alas, it left the dome and headed toward the center of the city immediately. The destination was southwest, it heading toward Tokyo. Is it coming this way? Tizan, who sits in the rear set of the minivan, asked Tenuji with a sullen look on his face. Yeah, it's heading toward Tokyo. This is a good tactic. But a single mistake might end up killing a civilian. That's just how desperate the government is right now. Said Tenuji as he nodded. All members of the Howl of Thunder Beast were riding minivans so that they could deal with the Black Armor as soon as the latter appeared. 3 cars were prepared for this operation. Tenuji, Tizan, and Rua were riding this car. Their black minivan was parked in the corner of a park in Adaki Ward. If Helgam was heading to Tokyo, there was a high chance that they would pass this place. Tenuji predicted that and made the preparation to chase the incoming demonic dog. However, it was only a prediction. That was the reason why Tizan tapped his hand anxiously. Rua, who rode in the same vehicle, was just as anxious as Tizan. Though he couldn't hide his shock the first time he heard this plan, Tenuji reassured him that this plan would work. Rua cast a glance at the katana on his side. It was something that they prepared to fight the Black Armor. According to Tanub, the blazing katana MK0 would work against the Black Lord. This time for sure. Tenuji confirmed the situation from his smartphone. Though the mana that overflowed on the ground had disturbed the network, it was within tolerable level for now. The Helgam are heading to Saitama. They'll arrive in Tokyo around the afternoon, but their destination might be Chiba or Saitama. Be prepared since we've to cope with it wherever it goes to. Tizan and Rua nodded upon hearing Tenuji's remark. The moment for a decisive battle was just around the corner. Chapter 155, Pursuer. Chapter 155, Pursuer. UK Seeker Clan, Ophanim. Oi, are you sure this plan going to work? We're talking about that red dog. It might be attacking the other place instead, said Michael as he shrugged his muscular shoulders to Charlotte, who sat in the high outdoor chair. Dunno. To begin with, using a monster to find Black Armor is a really crazy plan, said Charlotte as she stood from her chair, folding her arms with a slightly irritated look on her face. They were at JGDSF Nerima camp in Nerima Ward, Tokyo. They camped in one warehouse. In front of the warehouse was a multi-purpose UH-1H helicopter. The helicopter was prepared by the Ministry of Defense for Charlotte and CO from Ophanim. The pilot had already been standing by, ready to take off at any time. They were prepared to head to where Helgam was at any moment. They would take off immediately once the demonic dog found the Black Armor. And they wouldn't let the Black Armor get away this time. Well then, when will that monster going to guide us toward our main target? Said Charlotte as she looked to the sky. America's Seeker Clan, Prometheus. Prometheus Clan, led by Albert, was currently in the U.S. Army's Akasaka Press Center in Roppongi, Minato Ward, Tokyo. The 31,670 square meters area was linked directly to the heliport. One V-22 Osprey was standing by on the heliport. The Seeker of Prometheus was coming in and out of the rear hatch. When the vice leader of the clan, Mia Inz, entered the rear hatch, she saw a tall man sprawling slovenly on the seat. His face was covered with a big Japanese magazine as snoring loudly in his sleep. Mia heaved a sigh with a dumbfounded face upon seeing such a spectacle. Albert, get a grip on yourself, today might be the biggest turning point of history. Albert shifted the magazine from his face, squinting his eyes as he looked at Mia. Fuichi, Mia. The one who leads this plan is the Japanese government. All we need to do is wait. Mia shook her head with a perplexed look on her face as she looked at Albert, who yawning lazily. While she was at a loss for words as she saw the leader of her clan acting as slovenly as ever, someone suddenly called out from behind, "Everyone is ready." When she turned around, a muscular male seeker clad in a black battlesuit had already been lining up behind her. They were the most powerful war potential in this world. This lineup knows no defeat. We, Prometheus, will be the one who subjugates the Black Armor. Don't let the other country get ahead of us. Yes, The army-like seeker braced their face at once. Howl of Thunder Beast, Ophanim, Prometheus, and the other foreign clans who came to Japan gradually finished their preparation. The Seeker clan of major companies and the rank below them were also stationing their seekers at certain intervals. The reason was so that they could move right away once the Black Armor was found. Finally, Helgam came to the center of Tokyo in the middle of the day. Naturally, Its appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Oi, what the hell is that? Is it a dog? Ain't the size a bit too big for a mere dog, eh? Aren't their body kinda like burning? The red demonic dog crossed the crossroad, left the town area, and headed straight to somewhere. Due to its sudden action, the driver of the car stepped on the brake pedal immediately. Alas, the Helgam didn't even waste a single glance at the human. The seeker who watched the situation from afar kept their vigilance, getting in touch with each other. The Helgam then had to Nerima Ward from Itabashi Ward while spitting flame from their mouth. Government Building of Ministry of Defense, Shinjuku, Tokyo. The Minister of Defense Takakura and the Vice Minister of Defense Serizawa. The person responsible for each place, such as Honda from LCD Company, was gathered in this building. There were several monitors installed in this 350 square meters room, each of them reflecting the live situation of each area. They were prepared to cope with the appearance of Black Armor. Are you sure about this? Failure is unacceptable. Hearing Takakura muttered with a vexed look on his face, Serizawa, who sat by his side, spoke with a tense look on his face. Prime Minister unexpectedly agreed with this plan, meaning that he agrees that he is prepared to make many sacrifices to defeat the Black Armor no matter what. Takakura shook his head while revealing a smile. I will take responsibility if there are many victims and we fail to defeat the Black Armor. Naturally, Serizawa. Sorry, but you won't be spared from this either. I know. They were looking ahead at the monitor that still reflected the scenery of a peaceful street. So tired. We don't get too much today either. Yuma called out to Tanaka, who was drenched in sweat at the entrance of the blue dungeon. Yuma, I think this is enough. The price of magic gem is rising higher than before. Both of them left the dome-shaped building and were about to go back to the company. Wait a minute, I'll contact the president. After getting into Tanaka's beloved car, an R50 Red Mini Cooper, Tanaka took out his smartphone to make a call. Yuma, who sat in the passenger seat, was pondering quietly while waiting till Tanaka finished his phone call. What will happen after this? President had told me not to use my metallization, but I'm just a third-rate seeker without that ability. When Yuma heaved a sigh, a gasped voice suddenly came from his side. What do you mean? Yes, to Yuma-kun? Okay, I understand. Tanaka hung up the call and then stared forward dumbfoundedly for a while. Is something the matter? Asked Yuma. President told me that he saw many seeker clans of big company or foreign seeker moving around suspiciously. What do you mean by suspicious? I don't know the details, but they might have found out about the Black Armor. Your location, Yuma-kun. Calm down, this is just a mere guess. President told us to go back to our company for the time being. I see now. Tanaka ignited the car engine and drove his car out of the parking lot. Yuma's anxiety grew bigger and bigger as the car shook lightly when it passed Tokyo Metropolitan Route 311. If you're found out. That's right, Yuma-kun. President has also told you to eat all magic gem that we harvested today. Yuma was left dumbfounded upon hearing that. When the car stopped due to a red light, Tanaka gave the black case containing the magic gem to Yuma. Are you sure? Yeah, this might be useful for when push comes to shove. The total mana index of the magic gem we harvested today is about 120. Yuma received the case from Tanaka and opened its lid. There were several aquamarine and iolite inside the case. If even the president told me to eat this, the situation might be really serious. Well then, let's dig in. Yuma grabbed all the magic gems and swallowed them at once. He washed it down with mineral water he received from Tanaka. He felt a familiar heat in his abdomen. Yup, it's absorbed probe. When Yuma was about to say that to Tanaka, he noticed that something was running toward them from the side. The figure of the huge red dog that he wouldn't forget no matter what. Helgam. The car blew away, rolled twice, and then thrice on the asphalt as the Helgam rammed the car. The glass of the car was totaled, and it crashed into the side of the building.